attend if they would prefer to attend in person. The meeting is being displayed on a screen. You'll be able to hear it, and you'll be able to address the board via microphone live at the appropriate times in the meeting in Emerson. However, there are several howevers with respect to that. So first of all, if you do attend in person at Emerson, the state of Illinois has required that we have no more than 50 people in the building. So given the number of people we currently have, we will have to cut off attendance in the building at 50 people total in the room. Those who attend need masks at all times, and they will need to maintain at least 6 feet distance from any other person in the room. We do have a member of the Niles Police Department present that will ensure that those rules are being enforced strictly. And we will be asked to leave the room if they are unwilling to abide by those rules. So that's issue number one. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of people on this meeting tonight. I know that this is an important issue for our community. It's a passionate issue for a lot of people, an emotional issue for a lot of people. And so I want to just make a plea to the public, to the board, to the administration tonight, that we keep this conversation dignified, and that we remember we're all neighbors here, and there's no need for anything but civil and respectful discourse throughout this meeting tonight. We're probably going to be here for a long time. That's fine. We're here for a long haul. I just want to make sure that everyone understands the ground rules, and I will, although I'm not going to be taking an active role once Dr. Olson takes the mic here, I will be strictly enforcing that, and I will not tolerate incivility from anybody in this meeting right now.
Rick, I'm going to have to interrupt. We're having some technical difficulties, and actually, I suppose the way the meeting was set up, it doesn't have the capacity of 3,000 that we had set up for the attendees. Okay. So there is only 101 because it was at our original licensing. So I think what I'm going to have to do is reset up the meeting, send out the panelists, and repost the meeting.
Right. Yeah. Well, how will we be able to get that information out to the public right
now? We'll repost it on the website, and they would have to go there. If you could give me 10 minutes. Yep.
So, so those 100 attendees that are on right now, you'll need to go back to the board, to the school district's website, where there'll be a new link posted to this meeting. For those of us on the board, we'll get a separate email to do that. So why don't we adjourn for 10 minutes, start as soon as that new link.
Yep, 7:15, let's say. I apologize. I didn't realize this was going to happen.
If I can just add, on the board page, on the meetings page, if you go to the date for today's meeting, there is a virtual meeting link which will be updated with the proper link in about 10-15 minutes. So check there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll be back in about.
Yes, I can hear you, Pete.
So I want to let everyone know I did send out a couple of.
Pete, we're live right now.
I understand.
Okay.
I want to let the community know I sent out a couple of email blasts to the mailing list about this meeting. So we were inundated with emails when people couldn't get on, and we apologize for that. But we did send out the new link. So check your, so people will check their inboxes and hopefully be able to join at this point.
Great. Okay. It looks like we're back. We've got over 700 participants now. So clearly people are able to access the new link. So Dr. Olson, I know with our little reprieve there for a moment, did you want to say something before getting back to housekeeping here?
Yes. So just so the community understands, what happened was that normally for a board meeting, we have 100 participants that can participate online. We extended it to 3,000 for this meeting, but unfortunately it reverted back to 100. So we had to set up new links and so forth so we could be able to include everybody.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Dr. Olson. So just before we took that brief recess, I was starting to talk through some housekeeping issues for this evening. So again, just as a reminder to the community, I know we have close to 800 people online right now with us, but you are welcome also to attend, or in lieu, attend in person at Emerson. But if you do, there is a maximum limit of 50 people in the building due to state rules. And that if you do attend, masks are mandatory, and that we must keep at least a 6-foot distance from one another in the building. There is a member of the Niles Police Department that will be strictly enforcing those rules at Emerson tonight. However, though, and I'm going to get into the public comments here in a moment, if you do show up in person to Emerson, you will be able to ask questions from the microphone at Emerson, as opposed to having to send those in via email. So prior to this meeting tonight, we received, I would say, a couple of hundred emails to the email box that we had specifically communicated to the public for this. So the purpose of this meeting tonight, while it is a board meeting and the entire board is present, the board is not going to be voting on the plan that the administration has put forth for reopening the schools. The purpose of this meeting tonight with respect to reopening is for Dr. Olson to present that plan in a bit more detail than what has been put into the document that's been sent to the public. And then we're going to allow an opportunity for as many people want to as to ask questions of Dr. Olson and the administration tonight related to that reopening plan. So, but what I do want to say in terms of how we're going to do this is the board has a little bit of business, just a few minutes that it needs to take care of at the front end of this meeting. So we're going to do that first. Then we will turn it over to Dr. Olson, who is going to give a presentation. And then at the conclusion of his presentation, we're going to address first those emails that we received in order that we received them over the last couple of days. At that point, once we get through all of those emails, which there are close to 200, then we will start taking emails from anyone who's attending this meeting right now virtually. If you send emails into that email account, we will address those after those first couple hundred have been addressed, and we'll keep going from there. We will also then get to folks that are in person at Emerson who wish to ask a question live from the microphone. With that, I think in terms of our housekeeping tonight, that's all I wanted to get out. So this is the normal part of our board meeting where we would have public comment on non-agenda items. I presume we do have a public comment on non-agenda, Natasha?
Yes, we do, Rick.
Okay. I'm curious what it is, because
just one, I promise, but we do have one. It is from D. Hickey. Does D64 have plans or planning on implementing any of the 1619 project into the curriculum at any of our schools? Question mark.
And Rick, what I'd like to do is that, normally we don't answer questions, but we are most likely going to allow that for tonight for this topic. But I think that we can follow up with that one person tomorrow so that we don't get off into other topics.
That's great. I appreciate that. Okay, if there's no other public comments on non-agenda items right now, then I will ask the board, is there any additions, amendments, deletions to the agenda as presented tonight? Okay, so our next order of business, Board Policy 2.230 normally prohibits the board or the administration from engaging in back and forth when public comments are made at meetings. That policy also restricts public comments to 3 minutes. So in discussing this with Dr. Olson, and frankly, the purpose of this meeting tonight was to ask questions and to get answers to the questions, I thought it would be prudent for the board to consider whether or not they want to rescind that policy, at least in part for this evening, or if they want to keep it intact. So we do have a motion which we can read, and then we can discuss, I think, at that point. So I'm going to take a stab at this motion tonight. I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve the suspension of the portion of its policy 2:230 that restricts the board's ability to respond to questions or comments made during tonight's special meeting.
Second.
Thanks, Denise. Denise has the second. I made the motion. So is there any discussion from the board on this? I guess the first question is, does anyone feel compelled to also rescind, at least temporarily, the 3-minute rule? Or does everyone want to keep that in place? All right, I'm not seeing any board member who wants to change the 3-minute rule. Is there any discussion then on rescinding that portion of our policy that would allow for answers to questions that are posed to the board or the administration? Okay, is there any comment from the public, Natasha, with regard to this motion that's on the table right now?
None.
Okay, then Carol, I think we can take a vote. Carol, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I think only I can hear Carol.
Okay.
We were having feedback issues, so I tried to move out in the hallway and then that messed everything up. Anyway, Little,
Yes.
She said yes.
oh yes, okay, sorry, oh, I see. Biagi,
Yes.
Pearl,
Yes.
Sotos,
Yes.
Salas, yes, Sanchez,
Yes.
Riles,
Yes.
motion carries.
Great, thank you. All right, so then with that change to our policy tonight, we will, as I said earlier, we will take these emails in order that they were received, and Dr. Olson will address them. I do just want to let the public know a couple things with respect to those emails. So one is,
Rick, I'm
yes.
sorry, I have to interrupt you because we're live and this came in just now.
Okay.
We do have a non-agenda comment again related to the first one, but I don't know if you want me to read it at this time.
why don't we save it for when we do the when we do the other ones, unless it's germane to something else we're doing right now.
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So again, with respect to how we're going to do this and the questions then tonight, again, with having as many emails as we've gotten so far, as you can imagine, there are duplicate questions. So we're going to try and do our best to go through those duplicate questions and pass once a duplicate question arises. To the extent that Dr. Olson covers answers to many of the questions that have been asked in the emails during his presentation, he will also move past those, but we are going to read the emails as we receive them into the record with the person's name attached to it for each email that we receive. So I just want the public to be aware that we are going to be doing that when the time comes. All right, so we're going to move on to the couple pieces of business that the board does have to conduct tonight, and that is first the approval of the recommended personnel report. So we have a motion if someone would like to make that with respect to the report.
I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve the personnel report for July 28, 2020, noting that the personnel report is based on the recommendation of the superintendent and not upon the board's direct knowledge regarding any of the specific individuals selected for employment.
Second.
Rebecca, that was you for the second? Great. Denise had the motion and Rebecca had the second. Is there any discussion from the board? Joel, anything for you to discuss with the board on this?
No, not tonight.
Okay. Anything from the board for Dr. Martin? Okay. Natasha, anything from the public on this? Okay, we'll take a vote.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, a little bit of feedback, but yep.
A lot of feedback. Dr. Olson, would you mind turning off your microphone? I don't know if that's the reason. Okay, Riles,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Pearl,
Yes.
Biagi,
Yes.
Dallas, yes. Little,
Yes.
Sotos,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we have the approval of current bills for payment. Would someone like to make that motion?
Action item 2007-12. I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve payment of the current bills as shown on the list submitted in the total amount of $2,476,153.32.
Second.
Great. Fred has the motion. Tom has the second. Is there any discussion from the board on these expenses and bills for payment? Okay, Natasha, anything from the public? Okay, Carol?
Biagi,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Dallas, yes. Sotos, Tom,
Yes.
Pearl,
Yes.
Riles,
Yes.
Little,
Yes.
motion carries.
Great. Thanks, Carol. I forgot one little housekeeping thing before I turn the mic over to Dr. Olson, and that is in our last board meeting, maybe our last two board meetings, we did make use of the hand raise feature in Zoom, and we did allow in certain situations people from the public to actually get a live mic on Zoom to do that. Because of the fact that we've got over 200 emails tonight and we've got almost 1,000 participants on this call right now, we are not going to be using that function of Zoom tonight. So to the extent that there's anyone attending this meeting virtually on Zoom and wants to get a question answered that hasn't been addressed, please use that email address that the district has up on the website, and we will get to those emails in order as they come in. So with that, Dr. Olson, I turn the mic over to you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So first of all, I just want to apologize to the community for the technical issues we had at the beginning of the meeting. Obviously, none of us wanted that to happen, and we're trying to, have tonight to be able to share information with you and help you as parents be as informed as possible when you're deciding the choice for your children for this fall. So thank you to all those that have hung in there, and I think we're rolling okay now. I also, while I'll do the greatest amount of talking tonight, there are several other administrators that will be jumping in. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew who they were. So administrators, I'm going to go around when I call you. If you could just share who you are and your title for everybody, that would be great. Let's start with MJ.
Mary Jane Warden, Director of Innovation and Instructional Technology.
Joel.
Joel Martin, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources.
Leanne.
Leanne Frost, Director of Student Services.
Luann.
Luann Kolstad, Chief School Business Official, and tonight I'll also be speaking for our Director of Facility Management, Rhonda George.
Natasha.
Natasha Nadalkovich, Dr. Olson's Administrative Assistant, and tonight's voice for the public comments.
Pete.
Peter Gill, I'm the District 64 Public Information Coordinator, and I will be helping Natasha with those public comments.
And Lori.
Lori Lopez, Assistant Superintendent for Student Learning.
Thank you, everybody, for doing that. So MJ, if we could pull up the presentation now. And so I'm just going to say a couple things and then we'll start moving into it. So first of all, I also want to thank the public for their patience. I know that many people have been very anxious to know what the plan is and the ability to start making decisions. As I'm sure most of you know, it's been an extremely challenging summer where the information keeps changing, the suggestions keep changing, and we continually try to react to that information. There are some districts that are now presenting a different plan for a third time. So, we didn't want to present too early and then have to be continually changing things, but we also have to all be flexible that things are going to continue to change as we go forward. I very much like organization. I like having a plan entirely figured out and then going forward with it. And one of the challenges of this summer has been to constantly be in that state of change. I think it's also important for parents to know that this is very challenging for us as educators because this is not why we got into education. We always want our students and our staff to be safe and secure, and normally our buildings, just as they're designed, are safe and secure. And that allows us to focus on the instruction, to focus on the learning, and to focus on kids. And one of the challenges has been that unfortunately instruction has had to take a backseat to logistics. And there are just so many logistics that we have to work through that's what's making it so challenging for us because we're not used to putting learning in the background to deal with logistics, but it is something that we need to do. I think the other thing is the fact that, you know, in the 21st century, all the efforts in schools has been to put people together. We're, you know, getting rid of desks, starting to have more tables, starting to group kids together more and more, students interacting with each other and so forth. So it's very different for us to try to create this environment where we know that that's not going to be the same as before. I also wanted you to know that I feel that the big full plan that we put out yesterday and tonight's presentation are companion pieces. They go together. And so we're hoping that by seeing the full plan yesterday and by hearing more of an explanation tonight and giving some of the reasoning behind some of the decisions and some more information, we hope to be able to give parents the full load of what they need to do to make a decision. Finally, I just want to let you know I'm coming to you tonight as a superintendent, but I'm also coming to you as a parent. I have two middle school children, and my wife and I are at home, you know, reading through the material and trying to make these same choices. So I do understand the toll that it's taking on parents as they work through these decisions. All right, next slide. So first of all, a couple of key areas that were important in our decision making. First of all is just, you know, reminding everyone that District 64 is following all guidelines from the Illinois State Board of Education, ISB, and the Illinois Department of Public Health, IDPH. These guidelines are what we need to follow. So many of the decisions that we have made aren't really our own decisions, but just putting these guidelines into place. Sometimes we have more choice in how we're going to implement them, but the choice of implementing them or not is not there. The second piece is that we believe that in order for students to learn their best, there has to be a safe and healthy environment for students and staff. And that is what we have primarily worked on through the entire plan, is to keep thinking about the safety and security of our students and staff. And finally, we're just very appreciative of all the input. I've talked to hundreds of parents, either on the phone or through email. Many of us have received different comments and feedback from community members, parents, staff, other districts. You know, all of that we are very appreciative of and want to continue to receive that feedback. Next, I want to remind you that we are still in phase 4 as a state, and there is the possibility that we could move back into phase 3 before school starts. That might be something that the governor decides for the entire state, or might decide just for our region. And by moving back into phase 3, that would definitely change many of the pieces that we need to do. I think that it's also, though, important to point out to parents that we might also have to make the decision for District 64 on our own. If you're paying attention to the news, there are many, many districts moving in that direction. All are moving, you know, some for different reasons, but that is something that District 64 could very likely be in that situation. So I just want to, you know, keep emphasizing that we're going to need to be flexible, and we're going to need to keep informing parents as new information becomes available. Next slide. So just understand that what we want to do over the next week is we are collecting information from both our parents and some more information from our staff so that we can continue to make the decisions to prepare for the fall. It is a very likely possibility that we could end up in full remote learning, and we understand that we need to let parents know that as soon as possible. Some of the reasons why we might move into full remote learning could just involve staffing. Do I actually have enough staff to be able to receive kids in the fall? Safety concerns. You know, I think a good analogy is an onion. And when we peel back the layers, every layer comes with its set of challenges. And just as we solve those challenges, we peel back another layer of the onion, and then several more come from there. So I think that as we continue to delve down these roads, we need to keep seeing what the challenges are and whether we can meet them. And if we don't feel that we can do that in a safe manner, then we might have to move to full remote learning. It could be due to the enrollment numbers, and it could be due to parent and staff feedback. Those are all factors that we'll consider. Also, so you know, as everything keeps changing, I'm really only talking about the start of the year. We have said in the plan that we're really talking about the first trimester so far, but as we go along, we're going to continue to change and make decisions as we need to. And once again, I understand that parents need to know as soon as possible in order to make the proper arrangements. Next slide. So it was very important to us to make sure that parents had a choice. You go to the next slide. So at the current time, we are offering two choices for K-8 parents. One choice is that what we're going to do is every class, kindergarten through 8th grade, is going to be split in half. Half of the students will attend on Monday and Tuesday and do remote learning the other days. The other half of the class will attend on Thursday and Friday and participate in remote learning the other days. That would be the in-person hybrid model, and that would be one choice for parents. A second choice for parents is full remote learning, and these classes would be in remote learning 5 days a week. Next slide. So we've received some questions from parents in regard to kindergarten. Kindergarten will work just like the other grade levels. Half of the AM students will attend on Monday and Tuesday and participate in remote learning the other days. The other half of the AM students will come on Thursday and Friday, and the same thing will happen for the PM students. Obviously, what will need to happen is between the morning group and the afternoon group, our custodians will have to clean those classrooms in order to accept the new students in for the afternoon. I also wanted to explain to parents why we are not doing a 5-day option. And I think that some parents reached out and said that they felt kind of confused by the survey we had sent out earlier, because the survey only gave two choices of whether you were going to do hybrid or whether you were going to do remote learning. And just for a way of explanation is, at that time, those were the two models that we thought most likely would end up in the final plan. However, after we had received a significant number of feedback, a level of feedback from parents in regard to wanting a 5-day option, then we worked very hard for the last 2 to 3 weeks to try to make that option work. But what it really came down to in the end was safety. Unfortunately, a lot of the classrooms in District 64 are very small. And in order for us to ensure that students were 6 feet apart, we would not be able to fit the students into the classroom. And even having some kids choosing remote learning, we still weren't able to get students in, and it was starting to look like we would have to seat them 2 feet apart. So we did not feel that that was acceptable, and that's why we couldn't do the 5-day option at this time. My heart does go out to those parents who are relying on it in order for childcare, and also for those parents that feel that 5-day option is the way to go. Unfortunately, we just couldn't do it at this time, and that is one of the pressures that I have certainly felt, is making sure that parents have that opportunity for childcare if needed, but unfortunately in the end, it just wasn't something we could do. We will continue to evaluate as the year goes on, and if we think we could change to that option at some point, then we would certainly do so. Next slide. Okay, in terms of Jefferson, our preschool is going to have class size limitations. So a lot of that's going to due to enrollment and just making sure of how many students we can fit in classrooms and how many classrooms we have. We are going to be able to maintain the current preschool schedule, and we're going to have extensive cleaning protocols in place, just like I mentioned for kindergarten. If we were to transition to full remote learning as an entire district, then we would offer a remote learning program to preschool students. And as you go through the plan, you can certainly see Part 4 talks in greater detail about Jefferson. We also wanted to let you know 2 other pieces in connected with Jefferson is, unfortunately, we're not able to start the year with extended day kindergarten. There were really 2 main reasons that led to that decision. First of all was the concern that we were bringing many different students from many different schools all together in one place, and then putting them back out into their schools the next day and so on. The other concern is that we really are unsure about staffing. We're really unsure if we're really going to have enough staff to be able to start the year. So we're wanting to make sure that we have some extra teachers that we may need to use. And then once we start the year and kind of see where we're at, then we can maybe make a different decision at that time. Okay, next slide. Okay, now let's switch to in-person hybrid. So, as we already said, the students will be divided into 2 groups and siblings will attend on the same days. We've had several parent requests for the ability to be able to request whether you want Monday, Tuesday, or whether you want Thursday, Friday. Unfortunately, we can't offer parent choice at this time, just because it is a pretty complicated puzzle to ensure that siblings across multiple schools are able to go on the same days. And even as each building sort of designs its program for who's coming on which days, that they then have to coordinate with the other schools that are necessary in order to make all of that happen. If at a later time we think we can provide parent choice, then we will certainly do so, but it just would not be possible in the beginning. On the days when students are at home and not in school on those 2 days, then we're going to have 3 different types of experiences for them. Some of those experiences are them doing exactly what the other students are doing in class, that they are seeing what the teacher is instructing, they are watching what's going on, and they are being assigned, activities and pieces that are happening right along with the rest of the other students. There might be other experiences where they're doing it at a different time and not exactly with their classmates, or there might be some offline experiences for them as well. We will have a deep cleaning of the building on Wednesdays and weekends. And what a deep cleaning means is that every student desk, every student chair, every single item in that school has been cleaned to ensure that we're ready to receive back the other group for the second half of the week or to begin the next week. We also want to let you know that there's the possibility for some increased in-person participation for students with significant learning needs. And Leanne, do you mind jumping in and just giving us a little more information about that?
Sure. So at this point, we are looking at some guidance as far as determining which students would be eligible to attend session a few more days than the 2 days per week. We do have our special ed coordinators who are coming back next week. So we will also work with them in order to identify students, and then we will let parents know if their child is eligible to attend more than the 2 days per week.
All right, thank you. Next slide. Okay, so let's start with the arrival in the beginning of the day. So what's going to happen is that there needs to be a daily certification of health for students and staff. What this really means is that we are giving parents and giving staff a checklist, and they are going through that checklist each morning and are certifying that they are healthy and do not have any of the COVID-19 symptoms. By coming to school as a staff member or by sending your students to school, then you are signifying that they are symptom-free. What we're asking from parents is that every 2 weeks, we will have them submit an electronic submission to the district that is just ensuring us that they're continuing to do it every day. If we were to have any students or staff that were to exhibit symptoms upon arrival, they would immediately be checked out by the nurse, and we would make decisions at that point of where we needed to move from there. We are not going to be able to have any before school activities with the exception of the possibility of the Beyond the Bell program, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. And as students enter the building, they're either going to wash their hands or use hand sanitizer as their first cleaning of the day. Next slide. It's going to be an all hands on deck supervision model. We're going to need all the staff in the building to help with students coming in and leaving and moving throughout the hallway. We want to ensure that there isn't going to be congregation of any kind, and we want to make sure that we can get students to classrooms as safely as possible. Students and staff must wear a mask at all times that they're in a school building. The only two exceptions to this rule are parents or staff members that are able to produce a medical need from a doctor to not wear a mask, or students with severe special education needs who really need for this, that might be a challenge. There will be no congregating in hallways. We will not use lockers. We will not use locker rooms. All student items will be kept at their individual desk and chair. 6 feet of social distancing must be maintained to the greatest extent possible, and that's in the guidelines. All desks and workstations in this model will be kept 6 feet apart at all times to ensure that social distancing is being followed. We're moving all non-essential furniture out of the classrooms and storing it. All student desks will face the same direction, and any student interaction with others is going to have to be done in order to make in a creative way, but also making sure that you're following the safety guidelines. I thought I would just take a minute here to can we go back a second? Thanks. I just want to take a minute here to talk a little bit about visioning what a classroom is going to be looking like. And so there is a teacher desk, a teacher chair, and then there are a handful of student desks in the classroom to be able to keep everyone 6 feet apart. We're taking out bookcases, we're taking out rugs, we're taking out couches, we're taking out extra chairs and tables, and all those pieces that have become sort of the norm for the classroom, unfortunately, are not going to be able to be a part of it this year. It's really only going to be the teacher desk and the student desks, and that's it. I also want you to understand that really, for the most part, the teacher will be standing at the front of the room and teaching. There isn't going to be the ability to move around and meet with students as they would normally do. And it is going to be a challenge for us because students aren't used to that type of teaching. And it is something that they're going to have to learn in this new idea. All right, next. So all students, whether they're in elementary or middle school, is going to report to one classroom for the day. So what that really means is students remain in one place and staff move throughout the day to get to them. This was very important to us, is that every time you have students switching classes and going other places, then we would not be able to keep up with all the cleaning that would have to happen in order for that to occur. There are a couple exceptions to this. Students may leave the classroom to attend support services. So there are many services in a building that students take part in throughout the school year, and we want to make sure that they still have those support services in place. However, it might not be in the same place that they're used to doing it. Some of these things happen in small offices, and if we don't have enough social distance space, then we're having to relocate those people to bigger areas in order to carry out their services. Just so you understand, if a social worker is meeting with one student and they're sitting at a desk 6 feet away, and then that session is over, that whole desk and chair has to be cleaned before the next student comes in and sits in that area. So those are also sort of challenges to us of all the cleaning that's going to happen throughout the school day. Also, so that you know, courses, subjects, schedules, all of those pieces have to be modified in order to make all of this work. Next slide. We will continue with Channels of Challenge, C of C. We're still working through right now where those classes will be held and how students will have access to them. You know, once again, if they were to go to a classroom for C of C, then that classroom would have to be cleaned before the next group of students came in to utilize it. Students, unfortunately, are only going to be able to utilize their own learning tools. Anything that's shared must be properly cleaned before student use. So again, just to give you an example, if an art teacher comes into the classroom and passes out paintbrushes to all the kids and they're painting, then every single brush has to be cleaned before it's used by another student. Any type of material is going to have to be cleaned like that before it's being used by another, which is why students are going to have to mostly use their own learning tools. We are encouraging teachers to make use of outside spaces as much as possible, whether that's for conducting a class out there or taking mass breaks. And we are in the process of looking into buying tents for those schools that don't have as much shade as some other schools to be able to ensure that we get as many classes outside as we can. Physical education is one of the exceptions. Students are going to leave and go to physical education for that class. We will try to have those classes outside as much as possible. When we're outside, we are allowed to remove masks as long as we keep 6 feet apart. And so that's why there is a big push to get outside. If we were to be indoors, there always must be less than 50 individuals in any one space, so like a gym, and students and staff must continue to wear a mask regardless of the spacing. I think also, just to try to help parents understand, we can't even play a game of kickball because every time a student touches it, we'd have to clean that ball before another student touches it. And so it's going to be very challenging, and our teachers are going to be very creative to make sure that our PE classes are still able to run. But we imagine that there's going to be a lot of fitness, a lot of exercising, a lot of work that people are going to do as individuals due to the challenges that we're going to have with equipment. Next. Okay, lunch is also a challenging part of the day because students are eating and drinking, and when they're doing that, they are allowed to take off their masks. We're currently working through our expectation that students would eat in their own classrooms and sit at their own desk for lunch. But our principals are also looking through how lunchroom space could be utilized. If we do use a lunchroom, once again, we have to have less than 50 individuals in any one space. We will keep 6 feet of distance between students at all times, and any area where a student has eaten has to be properly cleaned before it is by another student. We are still working through the pieces of, how to provide teachers their lunch, how to provide staff their lunch, while also monitoring the students, and that's something that we're continuing to talk through. Just so everybody's aware, students are also required to wash their hands both before lunch recess begins and after. That is a requirement. It can't be hand sanitizer. It actually has to be washing their hands at this point. Quest, our company that prepares meals, will still have those options for students, prepackaged lunch options, and they will be bringing them to the classroom for students if needed. And then, as I already said, once again, students may remove their masks when eating or drinking. In terms of recess, obviously, we would like to be outside as much as possible. All playground equipment will remain closed. And once again, it's just like PE. They can remove their masks as long as they keep 6 feet apart. But once again, we run into the equipment problem where we can't have one student touching something and then it being used by another. So recess is going to be a challenge for us of how to allow students to be outside without allowing them to get within 6 feet of each other and without using equipment that is shared. So that is a challenge for us, and we are still talking it through. So because of, besides the times that I've already mentioned, we also have a guidance in place that students and staff will wash their hands or use hand sanitizer anytime they are leaving the classroom and are now returning. So it could be a student that's going for speech and they're coming back from their speech instruction and now they need to use it to come back into the classroom. It could be that an art teacher comes in and is now teaching a class and the regular classroom teacher leaves. When that regular classroom teacher comes back, she or he's going to have to do the same thing. We will have hand sanitizer pumps in every classroom and at various points around the school. And students are allowed to bring their own hand sanitizer if parents wish, although we would ask for it to be unscented and it may not be shared with any others. So we are encouraging students to bring a reusable water bottle and that once again, it would be only used by them. We will have our water refill stations open, but all communal water fountains will be turned off. Teachers in buildings are going to manage the restroom of their students to ensure that we don't have too many students at once. And probably each building is going to have to work on that separately with the confines of their spaces, the amount of bathrooms, you know, the amount of students, the amount of staff, all those pieces will have to come into play as they figure out those. Then at the end of the day, once again, all students and staff will have to wash their hands or use hand sanitizer before leaving for the day. Just as we did at the beginning of the day, we'll have supervision everywhere and have multiple exit points of the building, just as we had multiple entry points. We ask for students to leave school properly immediately. And for the time being, we are not going to host any in-person extracurricular activities. It is possible that some of our clubs and activities may be able to run virtually. And then we are not going to be hosting any third party in our school buildings with the exception of Beyond the Bell. So what that means is there won't be groups renting our gyms at night to play basketball. There won't be, you know, scouts renting our, you know, rooms to be able to hold meetings. Really, there is no one else coming into the building except for District 64 kids and District 64 staff. Bus transportation. So there's really 4 key things about riding the bus. First of all is that they will be able to run their regular routes, which is another problem that we ran into with the 5-day-a-week in-person model, is that in order for us to maintain the capacity on the bus and be able to keep students socially distanced, we were going to have to run double routes. That would have meant some students getting to school a half hour earlier than other students. And then there's the management of those students to ensure they're safe during that time. So that was also one of the challenges we came up with, but in the hybrid model, we can run our regular routes. We must maintain less than 50 people on the bus at all times. That includes adults and children. We're going to seat students 1 to a seat, obviously spacing them out as much as we can, although we will put students from the same household in the same seat. And then also masks are required on all buses at all times. Beyond the Bell. So we sent out a communication yesterday that you may have seen in Beyond the Bell, and they are also working very hard this summer to determine what their ability is going to be able to have a program this fall. So if we were to continue with it, I just wanted to let you know that we're only able to provide them a single space at each of our schools, because when they're done in the morning, we have to clean that space before anybody is able to use it. And it just wouldn't be possible for us to get around to all the spaces with such little time in between Beyond the Bell and the start of school. Just as with all of our other guidelines, there must be less than 50 individuals in that space and masks must be worn at all times. These, you know, Beyond the Bell might have their own additional guidelines or those pieces, and parents would have to contact them for that information. Next. So now we're going to switch to the 5-day remote learning program, and I'm going to have Dr. Lopez join us and start walking us through this portion.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Olson. First, I should start by saying the 5-day remote learning program is really designed to reflect the feedback from surveys that were administered to families both in May and in July. So this data, in addition to data from a May staff survey, was reviewed, and we looked at it closely to determine our areas of strength and our opportunities for growth. As we discussed this summer at a board meeting, the most frequent piece of feedback was the desire for a more robust experience where students interact with teachers and peers live on a regular basis. And the 5-day remote learning program will include this. So the program will be a structured school day, and it will follow the in-person building schedule. It will include the facilitation of all student services, special education needs, and academic programs. We plan to follow our in-school attendance requirements, use our in-school assessments, and administer trimester report cards. So in addition to that, through school pickups that follow social distancing guidelines, we'll provide families with access to learning resources. And this includes printed materials and other supplies that are needed for instruction. Next slide, please. As Dr. Olson referenced when he was talking about the in-person hybrid program, our students will participate in synchronous activities, which are real-time conferences, and asynchronous activities, which are online activities that don't happen in real time. And these can include activities like recorded lessons and blogs, and they'll also participate in some offline activities like reading a novel or working on a project. And currently, the plan is for K-8 students to be linked to a classroom at their home school via virtual conferencing for our synchronous activities. And then teachers will cue students when it's time to participate in instruction and when it's time to work independently offline. So classes will follow, as I said, the in-person building schedule, which includes a modified encore and elective program at the middle school. And then one of the things that we're discussing is, depending on participation numbers and other staffing considerations, it may be possible for our K-5 core classes to be taught by a dedicated remote learning teacher. Next slide, please, MJ. So one thing about the 5-day remote learning program is that due to staffing needs, we request that you commit to the program for all of trimester 1, if this is the option that you choose. And then if you prefer, you can enroll your child in the in-person hybrid option at the start of trimester 2. And another piece of feedback that came forward in the surveys was related to streamlining communication for remote learning. So to do that, and to provide a single point of access for instruction and resources, we're going to use a consistent learning program. For kindergarten through 2nd grade, we're going to use Seesaw. And for 3rd through 8th grade, we're going to use Schoology. And MJ is going to talk for a few minutes about each of these platforms.
Right, so as Dr. Lopez had explained, we wanted to address the challenges of students accessing their accounts, student logins, as we had experienced those difficulties this past spring. So the district sought to provide a more consistent delivery platform by launching 2 platforms, Seesaw for our pre-K to 2 students and Schoology for our grades 3 through 8. These will primarily be used to deliver lessons, activities, and daily schedules. There's also many benefits in using a learning management system. These are the ones that you can see here on the slide. Again, primarily everything will be in one place. So what's being provided by teachers, the learning resources, the logins, the textbooks, they'll primarily be accessible all in one place to simplify access. Secondly, you'll be able to see as students and as parents the courses of learning that students will be participating in. So teachers will organize lessons in a step-by-step format on either one of these platforms. You'll also be able to track progress, and a student themselves will be able to track progress. So they'll be able to see the lessons that they've completed, the lessons they need to complete, and their paths for learning. Again, accessing learning resources, especially with textbooks. It was a challenge to access a lot of the textbooks and manage the different logins. And so now we're really funneling a lot of our textbooks and as many online resources as possible through Schoology. And then again, wanting to enhance our parent connection. So managing all of that communication that had gone out during the remote learning in response to COVID. And so having a place where parents can go to reference past emails or reference past messages to find information and to keep in touch with what their students are doing right in their classrooms. And lastly, the messaging. For our kindergarten through 5th grade students, they do not have email. We haven't turned on that service for them. But what they will be able to do through their learning management system is communicate with their teachers asynchronously. So that is going to be a powerful thing, and being able to help students stay connected with their teachers and with their learning. And then as well, teachers would be able to connect with parents through the learning management system in addition. This here is a sample of what a student would see in Seesaw. So as you can see on the left, there are all the learning activities that are in chronological or a synchronous order. And then on the right, you'll be able to see that the student could have a learning journal. They would have 3 activities and even notifications of activities that were posted. And then as well in the inbox, they'd be able to see any kind of messages that would be there. This is Schoology in a student's point of view as well. So they would come to their course. This one in particular is called 3rd grade remote learning. It's a demo course, but they would then see links across the top and a course of learning organized by folders that their teacher would provide for them on a daily basis. So before moving on though, I did want to say that we are organizing many sessions for parents to be able to orientate themselves to these learning management systems, to understand how instruction and lessons will be delivered through these digital platforms, as well as helping them get online and being able to access and see their students' progress, their students' lessons, and the activities that are online. So that's more to come.
Okay, so moving on. So we now want to talk about, we've spent a considerable amount of time talking through the safety procedures of what's going to happen when someone is sick or exhibiting symptoms. So I just want to highlight a couple pieces there. Next slide. So first of all, our nurses are going to be a very key component to the school year for the in-person model. And nurses are going to continue to collect the symptom reports for all absences, talking through with families to best understand why a child isn't at school that day. We will communicate with all families and staff when either an individual tests positive for COVID-19 or has been in contact with an individual who tested positive for COVID-19. And we will inform all parents and staff who are in that classroom, ride the bus with the student, and/or participate in Beyond the Bell. So just to kind of give an example of what this might unfold is that, let's say a student in a class tests positive for COVID-19. What would happen is now that entire class would go into quarantine, and we would have to contact trace through the building all the places where that student was and all the people they potentially came in contact with, and potentially those people would have to quarantine. If that student rides the bus, then that bus would have to self-quarantine. And if that student is also in Beyond the Bell, then Beyond the Bell might have to quarantine depending on the circumstances. So we also just want, families to understand that it's very possible that what could happen is that we have classrooms, whole grade levels, even an entire school may have to go into quarantine depending on how many students or how many staff have COVID and who they've been in contact with. Please know that if any individual, whether staff or students, if we see that they have some of the symptoms of COVID-19 at school, we have arranged a special location so that they can be separated from the rest of the school population until we can determine more information about where they're at that time. Next slide. Okay, in terms of close contact is a phrase that comes up a lot in the guidance. To be quite honest with you, many districts have pleaded with the state of Illinois to please give us some more information in regard to what close contact means. But at this point, what it means is that the individual was within 6 feet of the person for more than 15 minutes. I've also been made aware just in the last 24 hours that they're possibly coming out with new health guidelines, maybe even by the end of the week. So we're going to have to adjust when we see what those new guidelines are. So anyone that has been in close contact, either somebody tested positive or suspected of having COVID-19, are going to have to quarantine at home, and they're going to have to monitor their symptoms for 14 days. Any students that are participating in the in-person program who are required to self-quarantine will join their current classrooms and participate remotely. Okay, next slide. Okay, I also wanted to touch on just a few questions that have come up quite often, and I thought that it would be important for us to address them just to try to get them out of the way. The first is in regard to touchless sinks and sink maintenance. I've heard from a lot of parents, and we're fully aware that some of our sinks across the district, Emerson standing out as one of them, have had a lot of challenges with water pressure and the amount of time that they stay on. So this summer, we've had a plumber go around to every single sink in the entire district and adjust that to make sure that they are all working properly. I know that some parents have asked about touchless sinks, and have we looked into it? So just to give everyone sort of an example, if we were to only do the bathrooms, only the bathrooms in each building, and replace all of their sinks with touchless sinks, it would cost the district about $200,000. That does not count all the classroom sinks and all the sinks that are everywhere else. So please understand that, we're having to make decisions with, and living still within our means. And my biggest concern about cost is staffing. And so we need to be able to save that for that time, but touchless sinks will be something we continue to look at. I just have to wait till we're at a more stable place where we know money coming in and money coming out so that we can make those decisions. Another topic that has come up is air filters. And Luann, do you mind addressing that for us? Luann, can you hear me? Can you unmute and talk about the air filters?
Hi, can you hear me now, Eric?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I talked with Rhonda George earlier today, who could not be with us, and I wanted to share some information that he put together. First of all, the information I'm sharing is from Harvard Healthy Buildings Program Schools for Health Reopening, COVID-19, June 2020, and from the ASHRI website. So the first thing, ASHRI is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. So ASHRI recommends that we run our heating, ventilating, and cooling systems 24/7 and open our outside air to the maximum setting that we can and still maintain our inside air temperature and humidity levels for a healthy and comfortable environment for our staff and students. By doing this, we are exhausting inside air and bringing in fresh outside air, and also mixing and diluting inside air. All air being introduced and or recycled passes through a high efficiency. These are MERV filters, which are they are minimum efficiency reporting values, so they have a value of 13 that we're using, or a higher filter. ASHRAE has determined that a MERV 13 filter is efficient at capturing airborne viruses. So currently, we have already instituted in all of our buildings running our AC 24/7 with full outside air. I also wanted to point out that Field School does have a different type of system than the other buildings. They have a central air handling unit that handles about 80% of the building, and that system has a 95% efficient filtration system, which is just under HEPA, which is 99%. Along with wearing a mask at all times, these are some of the things that we're doing to help filter the air in our building. Further questions, you can reach out to Rhonda George via email.
All right, thank you, Luann.
Mm-hmm.
I had already mentioned this, but just to reiterate that we are looking into purchasing tents for our buildings in order for to get as many classes outside as we possibly can. I think probably one of the biggest questions I've received from parents is, what do the teachers think? How is the staff feeling? What's their viewpoint? So I just wanted to summarize. Obviously, every staff member is different. Everybody has their own individual thoughts, but I thought I would give you some general statements so that parents can have a better understanding of where staff are at this point. I think, first of all, everybody is sad that we can't return to normal school. You know, our teachers went into this profession to work with kids, to be hands-on, to get down to their level and work with them, to see that smile of success, to work through those challenging issues. And this is very challenging for our staff to be able to either, you know, do it through remote learning or do it through these very small class sizes. It is very challenging for them. And I know, like all of us, who are very tired of this pandemic and want life to return to normal as much as possible, our teachers are right in that same boat. I think, secondly, there are some staff that feel very comfortable about coming back, but I would say overwhelmingly, our staff is very nervous. They are very scared about their safety of themselves and also the safety of their own family members, as well as the safety of the students. So there is a large contingent of our staff that is very concerned about returning in the fall. And that's why we're continuing to talk. So in our district, we have 3 different unions, one for the teachers, one for the teacher assistants, and one for the secretaries and custodians. And we continue to talk with the leaders of those groups so that we can continue to incorporate staff viewpoint into the plan. And, you know, that is a large factor as we continue to go forward, is how comfortable are our staff? And as I said previously, do we have enough staff to be able to start the school year? In regard to some current staffing, you know, considerations, we are trying to hire more custodians and we are trying to hire a health aide for every building. We don't believe that our nurses are going to be able to handle everything on their own, and they're going to need an assistant to be able to manage the number of students and the number of pieces that come along with this school year. And we also need to hire additional custodians just to keep up with all of the cleaning that has to happen throughout the school during the day and also at night. These are 2 areas of concern that as we go forward, we're hoping as much as possible that we can be able to, you know, equip and staff these positions, but that could be a factor as well that we're not able to open in the fall because we just don't have enough people in these positions. And then obviously we're also looking at everything else. You know, many parents have written in and said, I hope you get more of this. I hope you get more of that. But there are a lot of different needs of what we need. And it's very important for us to be able to start the school year and then to kind of see where we're at and what we can possibly add from there. Okay, next slide.
Excuse me, I didn't even bring protocol, but this videographer seems delay. I've got to actually pick up my kids. I'm sorry, I just had this one question. Is Carpenter and Emerson always going to be on the same schedule as far as in-home schooling and going how many days per week?
Yeah. So just so everybody knows, if you're not hearing what was going on is that one of our community members' parents that is in person is going to have to leave and wanted to have his question answered. So if I understood your question correctly, it was that our Carpenter and Emerson, for instance, going to be on the same schedule. So the answer is yes, but it's going to depend for your particular family. So if you have one child at Carpenter and one child at Emerson, they're both going to come on Monday and Tuesday, or they're both going to come on Thursday or Friday. We want to make sure that siblings come on those same days.
In the future, actually, the goal is to get somehow, if things get better, to get 5 days a week back in school. Is that what we're hoping for? Is that the big picture?
Yeah.
I know it's out of your control, but
Yeah.
is that the overall goal, that to get everybody back in school this year, if possible?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer your question, and then I'm going to have to get back only because there's so many people still waiting. But his question was, is the goal to get back to 5 days in person? And I would say most definitely. I think that it's going to be a challenge this year by everything that we're hearing. But obviously, as you know, the information keeps changing and we'll change with it. Okay, so just the last couple pieces here, and then we'll wrap up the presentation. First of all, we just wanted to remind everybody that if parents are going to select the 5-day remote learning program option, we ask for them to stay in that option for the entire trimester 1. And really, the biggest part that this comes down to is that we have to appropriately staff enough people for in-person, enough people for remote learning, and it's going to be too challenging for us if people are changing their mind after that point. However, we are going to work with families who choose the in-person hybrid program and then change their minds and decide they'd rather switch to the 5-day remote learning. I know some of our parents want their children to get back into school as fast as they can. However, we also understand that maybe after the first week or two, they might not feel comfortable continuing to send their child to school, and we didn't want to force families to have to stay in that. It might not be something that we're able to just switch on a dime and be able to change, but we will work with families in order to make that change if they're concerned about the in-person model. Next slide. And finally, I just wanted to end with a couple of notes. First of all, you know, I know that my name gets put on the plan, and I do believe the buck stops with me, and I think that's important for somebody in my position. However, I in no way can take all the credit for the plan. There are many, many people that have worked extremely hard this summer in order to put all these pieces together and continue to work hard as we continue to refine and continue to work out the challenges in order to prepare for the year. I think it's going to be certainly a year of flexibility. We're going to have to be flexible as we work with each other through this. And I do believe that we can make it the best by working together. I'm so appreciative of all the parents that have reached out to me with certain questions or comments. You know, almost every single one starts with, I understand how difficult this is, or I understand that there are a lot of challenges, you know, being in this position. And so I have appreciated that understanding as we also try to understand the various parent points of view and what parents want for their children for this school year. We understand that this school year is not what any of us want. We want to get back to normal school as we knew it, and we're hopeful to be able to do that as quickly as possible. But we are going to have to work through this year, and there might be times that we are in full remote learning. There might be times where we're offering hybrid. There might be times where we're offering different pieces just as the information becomes available and what we think we can do in a safe and secure manner. So I want to thank everybody for listening to the presentation tonight. We hope that this has provided some additional information in order to help you make the best decision for your family. Just as a reminder to everybody, what's going to happen is there's going to be a form that's sent out to all parents tomorrow that's going to ask whether they're going to participate in in-person hybrid or full remote learning. That form will be due back to us 1 week later, next Wednesday, August 5th. And so we know that that is going to be a hard choice for parents, and parents are going to have to think through it carefully. I would ask that you please do think about it and maybe take a couple days to really consider where you're at. What I'm learning from many other districts is as they've put this out to parents, within 24 hours, many parents are calling and saying they've changed their mind. This is only going to delay our process much longer to getting everything figured out for the fall. But I do understand that there are going to be parents that learn new information and want to change their minds, and we will try to work with them the best we can. All right, thank you. And I think we're ready to move on to the next portion, if you are, Rick.
Yep, thanks, Dr. Olson. So I think at this point, what we're going to do after Dr. Olson gets a drink there to catch his breath, is to move on to the emails that we've received prior to the meeting. And as I mentioned earlier, there were, close to 200, if not over that number. So many of those emails have multiple parts to them. Dr. Olson and I, before this meeting, talked about the 3-minute rule and how the board might apply that 3-minute rule. I think it's going to be a challenge right now. So I think Natasha and Pete, as you read these, I don't think that having a timer on you makes a whole lot of sense, but I do think if there are emails here, I didn't see any myself, but if you come across one that is extremely long and gets past what we perceive to be the 3-minute mark, we're going to need to stop at an appropriate time in there. So Dr. Olson, I guess for you, before we start reading these, what's going to be easier for you? Would you like the email read? Because again, a lot of them are in bullet point form. Do you want a single bullet point read, you answer the question, another bullet point, or do you want the entire email read and then for you to respond in whole to that?
Yeah, so I think it would be best if the entire email is read and then answer after that.
Okay, that sounds good. Tom, you got a question?
Have we considered does everyone who sent an email want their email read, or are some people who sent emails just looking for an answer directly from Dr. Olson? And if that's the case, is there a way to have the people who don't care about their email being actually read live here, if they can send an email in saying, you don't have to read mine? It might save, the community and everybody time and not have to listen to 200 emails. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't mind being here all night, but there might be many emails of people who simply just want an answer from Dr. Olson and don't really need it to be done this evening. Just my thought.
Yeah, I don't know how we would determine that right now because we have no way to monitor emails as they're incoming before reading the comments. We have over 200 comments. So if those people start emailing now, I don't know how that's going to work time-wise. A lot of these are repetitive. A lot of these questions have been answered throughout the presentation, so I think we'll be able to get through them quicker because we can say that has been answered. So I think we can get through them. I don't know if it would be possible to have people email us now to say, don't read my comment. Most start by saying, I hope you read this tonight. So, or some form of that. So yeah, it's up to you.
All right, well, Tony, and unless you have any legal opinion for us on that, I would say we press forward. Okay. All right, so I'm not sure, Natasha and Pete, how you're going to switch off, but I'll leave it to you guys to do that. And then Dr. Olson, I'll stay out of the way, and you just do your thing with answering the questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'll start off. Pete and I will switch off. We apologize in advance if we mispronounce a name. We're going to make our best effort. So here we go. This first comment is from Janessa Nichols. As we hear the school reopening plans, please specifically address the district's commitment to implementing appropriate SPED services with fidelity. For students with disabilities, added programmatic concerns require extra consideration to determine the appropriateness of interventions and accommodations for online learning. How will the district ensure they will meet the individualized educational needs of students with IEPs 504s What resources and adaptations have been implemented to provide necessary services to meet instructional supports accommodations developed for the students' needs? Clearly, specific decisions, needs, supports, interventions, goals, outcomes will require attention, planning, and execution from each student's IEP team. However, in general, how has the SPED department been equipped to support the needs of the students? For example, added teachers and instructional staff and resources. What professional development training have teachers and staff had? What type of resources do teachers and staff have to better support students in an online environment? What revisions to programs, services will be made to meet specifically designed instructional supports? When can we expect Dr. Frost to speak on further details of how supports and resources will be allocated to address the needs of students with IEPs 504s from an instructional, academic, and socio-emotional programming perspective? Although a daunting task, the IEP team has the responsibility to design and deliver the online or blended learning experience to ensure the individual needs of each student is met. Perhaps this can be addressed in a separate discussion, but please publicly discuss plans for diverse learners. What is the plan to ensure those students with IEPs who enroll in e-learning are benefiting? What are the plans, procedures to support students who struggle with sensory issues, developmental issues, behavioral, emotional, etc., and struggle with PPE, but are not medically fragile to have exceptions from PPE? Thank you.
Okay, so I think I have one comment and then I'll let Leanne address it. So first of all, just in regard to the staffing piece, just once again, at this point, our concern is, do we have enough staff to start the school year? And there are a lot of areas that we could expand on, but we have to start there first. So we can't hire extra special education staff at this time because of all those other needs that we'll have to watch as we go forward. But beyond that, do you want to address a little bit some of those questions?
Sure. And as we know, each student is an individual and they each have their own unique needs. I'm sorry, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. And so we need to make sure that what we're planning for each child is unique to meet their individual needs. So at this point, it's really hard to say or make blanket statements for each and every child. One of the things that we are looking at is the way that we can deliver services within a safe and healthy environment. Again, holding to the restrictions that we have regarding the health and safety guidances that we've been given by the IDPH and also from the State Board of Education. So we are continuing to meet and talk with the principals and the special education coordinators when they come back next week to talk about how we're going to be providing services to ensure that each student is meeting their goals and getting the needed services that they have within their IEPs.
Okay, next.
Okay, next one is from Robina Button. What PPE are being provided to the teachers and staff to ensure their health and safety? When a teacher has contracted COVID, will she be compensated while they are in quarantine? Will the students in that class be quarantined as well? Who will be teaching the students at that time? Who will be teaching the students who are remote learning? If there is no qualified teacher, how will students who are remote learning with underlying health conditions and immunocompromised health relatives be educated in the same level as students who are in school? How will students at school be taught using models that are proven to be effective for learning, such as group projects and collaboration? If a student has been contact traced to have acquired COVID at school, will the district be taking care of all the medical bills? Thank you.
Okay, so taking these one at a time, in terms of what PPE has been provided to teachers, as was shared in the plan, every teacher is receiving masks as well as a face shield to be able to wear. And then there are certain populations of our staff, like our nurses and so forth, where there's a lot more PPE depending on the particular position. When a teacher is contacted COVID, will they be compensated while they're in quarantine? It kind of depends. You know, there is many pieces to that, longer than I could get into tonight, but there are, you know, different options for staff in terms of, you know, what they can access. But it is going to have to sort of depend a little bit on particular cases. I think we've already answered the pieces about remote learning and how it's going to work. It did bring up another thing is in terms of substitutes. So that is another concern for us is, are we going to have enough substitutes to be able to fill when teachers are out? And we have surveyed all of our substitutes. We feel pretty good about where we are right now, but that is going to have to be a concern going forward. And then the last one is that the district will not be taking care of medical bills for people who contract COVID. Okay, next.
Sorry, unmuted myself. Next one is from Phil Payne. Hello, thank you for all the time and thought you have put into developing a workable plan for the coming school year in this unprecedented time. My wife and I have an incoming first grader at Roosevelt this fall. We are strongly considering the 5-day remote option, but only if there are sufficient numbers of families choosing that option to allow for a designated remote teacher. To that end, we would encourage the board to provide a conditional option. I will choose the 5-day remote learning if a critical mass does the same so as to dedicate a remote teacher purely to the remote learning cohort. If not, we choose the in-person hybrid. Many thanks for your consideration.
We can certainly take the suggestion under advisement and we'll look at it more carefully. I'm a little concerned just right off the bat that it's adding another layer of confusion for parents, but we will certainly consider it, and thanks for the comment.
And now I'll switch it over to Pete.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to go to one we received yesterday afternoon from Daniel Magler. It says, will families who state their children are healthy and send them to school be open to potentially being sued if they end up sending a child with COVID in and they infect others? If a child in a classroom tests positive, how long will all the other children in that class have to quarantine? If my child is in a class where someone else tests positive for COVID, will all the other children in my other child's class also have to quarantine? Do you have enough substitute teachers to cover for faculty who cannot come into school due to pre-existing health conditions? How many teachers or students would you need to test positive for the hybrid plan to not be considered viable? And lastly, how many teachers, custodians, support staff, etc., are considered acceptable losses so we can have our children in school 2 days a week?
Okay, a couple pieces there. You know, obviously this decision for parents is, we are talking about degrees of safety. And I think for, you know, each set of parents that's going to have to decide what level of safety are they comfortable with. There are no guarantees that we can say that everybody can be safe. And I wouldn't know of anybody that leads an organization or a business to say that they could guarantee that. We believe that the in-person hybrid plan is safe for our staff and students. But as I mentioned earlier, as we continue to work through the challenges of it, it could turn out that at some point we determine that it is not going to be safe to be able to do that option. Many of the other questions were already addressed. And Tony, could you maybe just speak to the fact of, if a family were to say their child's healthy, and would they be potentially open to being sued if that child ended up having COVID?
And this may come up in other contexts, and I'll start out just, you know, whether or not someone sues somebody, we can't really control that. Somebody can sue another person if they think they've been wronged. But I'm not aware of any cases where liability has fallen on one person for inadvertently or unknowingly passing along a disease or some kind of condition like this to another. especially if they're taking the reasonable precautions such as self-certification, temperature checking. So at this point, this is obviously very new, uncharted waters, but I'm not aware of any cases out there of precedent where that would come into play.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Next would be from Peggy Provis. She writes, "Hi, first, I commend everyone who has worked tirelessly to come up with a plan for our students to safely return to school. First question, was consideration made for middle schoolers to follow a similar schedule as their high schools, allowing them to move classrooms and have periods as done previously? My 7th grader is disappointed at having to stay in one classroom all day. Could this possibly change after the first trimester? Finally, will we get guidance from our middle schools about schedules, electives, etc.? I was disappointed that middle school was lumped in with elementary school when their days looked so different previously. Second, will there be band? Instrument instruction, question mark. Thank you."
Okay, so a couple pieces here. Yes, we have been talking about middle school and elementary as different, and then Jefferson is different again. And we have broken up into different groups to be able to talk about each of those levels. So for instance, our 2 middle school principals have been heavily involved in what we're designing for middle school. Our elementary principals have been heavily designed in what we're designing for elementary, and so on. In terms of switching classes, you know, we just saw that as potentially the most dangerous time of the day. To be able to ensure students are keeping 6 feet apart and keeping their masks on in a passing period, we just don't have the staff and the capacity to be able to ensure students are safe. So while we understand it's not ideal for a student to stay in that one classroom all day, especially at middle school, it is the only way that we feel that we can do it in a safe manner. And then, Lori, can you just touch briefly on band and orchestra?
Sure. As we start to organize band and orchestra at the start of the year, we're going to begin by having students access this service on the day that they are participating in their non-in-person instruction. So our band and orchestra instruction will be delivered virtually on the days that students are not in school. Obviously, if you choose the 5-day remote learning option, you will also be assigned a time for your band or orchestra lesson. And that's possible that could change a few weeks into the school year if we feel that we can identify a space in the school where we can safely offer instruction. But at this point, we're working with the logistics of organizing other types of instruction in the school, and we didn't feel like we could make that commitment.
Thank you. Next.
Natasha, you want to take this?
Yeah, I'm good. Just want to make sure. Next comment is from Yvonne Lloyd. In the documentation for the school year, it states that iPads and Chromebooks will be provided to students choosing full-time remote, but doesn't specify if devices will be provided to students who are going the hybrid of part-time in-person/remote. Can you please clarify if all students will be receiving devices regardless of in-person or remote? Or will there be a specific process for students to get devices if they're not doing hybrid option? Can you provide insight on the reasoning behind the choice to do part-time in person? Many families are likely going to have to seek outside childcare for the remote days, which may mean increasing exposure to more sources than being in person with same class full-time. Thank you.
Okay, so we've already addressed the why we're doing the hybrid option, but I did want to clarify that yes, all students are going to receive devices whether they're in remote learning or they're in the in-person hybrid. Okay, next.
Next is from Gina Romanoli. During e-learning days, will there be assigned times for when the children must be available to participate in online meetings, i.e., will there be set times for the synchronous learning component so we, the parents, can arrange our home schedules accordingly? Due to my work schedule and technology limitations, I cannot have all 3 of my kids available all school day. 8:30 to 3:30. On the 3 days, they will be home for streaming lessons, etc. But if either AM or PM will be the times of synchronous learning, I can make necessary arrangements so they can participate in this important aspect of their learning. Thank you.
So it's important to us to keep talking with the teachers as we continue to figure this piece out. So it is a continual topic. Lori, is there anything you wanted to add at this time?
No, just that that it is something that we need to take under advisement. I know that some families struggled with the schedule this spring, and it has been a topic of conversation about how to address.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Okay, I can take this one. This is from Megan Roberts. Hello, what is the plan to support teachers in District 64 who need childcare help in order to be on site 4 days a week? Are you partnering with the Park District to provide childcare? The YMCA, other options? I am a teacher in the nearby district and a parent in 64. My administration is actively seeking solutions to help us with this very real, very stressful problem. There are many teachers on site whose children are doing all remote or hybrid. I'm worried for teachers. This is far too much stress for them in an already stressful situation. It is vital that 64 is actively problem solving and finding solutions to support teachers so teachers can, in turn, support their students. Thank you.
Yeah, so, unfortunately, childcare is a challenge. And I think that one of the pieces that comes along with this is if we are doing in person, but everybody else is doing remote, then meaning other districts, then all our staff who live in those other districts then have that challenge as well. So this is what also kind of hinges on what a lot of other districts are doing as well, because we're all part of the same system and how we're working together. We are certainly open to helping staff as they work through those pieces. I cannot say that we've spent a considerable amount of time on this topic so far, but we'll continue to work with our teachers to try to help them as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
Okay, this next one is from Mary Woods, and it's basically 3 phrases. Number 1, will district ask parents to sign a liability waiver? Number 2, why didn't Eric Olson discuss plan with union reps before going public? Number 3, cost to district for sanitation, etc., supplies. Will this result in another bond issue in year or so? Thank you.
Yep. So number 1, we will not ask parents to sign a liability waiver. Number 2, it's not true that I haven't discussed the plans with the union before going public. I have. And as the cost to the district, as I said earlier, that is something that we're continuing to keep an eye on. At this point, we're not going to have to go out for special funding for the community or anything like that, but it is something that we'll continually watch to ensure that we're living within our means. Thank you. Next.
Okay, the next one is from Mai-Heng Knipping. For students who are in both math and reading for CFC, what does the hybrid option look like and what does the remote learning option look like? Will they have a different homeroom teacher from their CFC teacher? Will students be taking standardized tests this year? When and how will that be conducted? Can the teachers provide parents with the curriculum, learning objectives, and assignments so parents can follow along at home? This will help me better support my child.
Okay, I think the first question we've already addressed. The second one in regard to standardized tests. So there are 2 categories. There are standardized tests that we decide to implement as a district, and there are also standardized tests that come from the state of Illinois. So the state of Illinois has communicated to us that they are working through that right now. They don't have an answer for us in terms of standardized tests, but my understanding is that most likely that we will in some fashion. We also want to be able to continue to do the testing and assessment that we normally do for students so that we can make sure that we are staying on top of their learning, but obviously working through remote comes with its challenges, and we're going to need to be able to figure out how to be able to do this with students remotely. So that is something that we're still talking through. And then the last question in regard to, can we provide everything for parents to follow along? I think, again, thank you for the suggestion, and we'll definitely take that into consideration as we're planning with the teachers. Okay, thank you.
Next comment is from Lara Liss. Thank you to all who collaborated on the 2020-21 school year reopening plan. It is clear that a significant amount of time, planning, and care went into this process. And as a community, we are grateful for your efforts, especially at this time of extraordinary challenge. I have two questions for the board. One, given the scientific and medical consensus that masks are the single most effective method of preventing transmission of COVID-19, what will the criteria be for evaluating medical exemptions for the mask requirement? There is a concern, if medical exemptions are not rigorously reviewed, that there could be abuse of the exemption process that may expose all to unnecessary increased risk. Two, there has been national media coverage of the negative impact of remote learning on special education students in particular. These are students who are already significantly behind national standards and who have unique educational needs that may be difficult to meet over remote learning. There was a single line in the reopening plan which stated, there is a possibility for increased in-person participation for students with significant learning needs. What criteria will be used to determine who is eligible for increased in-person participation, and when will more details about what this will look like be communicated with families of these students? For example, will this be offered to all students with IEPs and 504 plans or only some? Will the offering be to attend in person for both in-person sessions, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday, or something different? Thank you for your time and dedicated service, especially during this unprecedented period.
Okay, thank you for the nice comments. I will also say, just in regard to the first matter in terms of mask wearing, that we have to have a note from an actual healthcare provider that is saying that there is a medical reason designating why a student or a staff member is not able to wear a mask. Our nurses are going to review each of those, and yes, we will be rigorous in order to ensure as much as possible that there is, not advantage being taken or anything like that. In terms to the second half in regard to special education, I think we've touched on most of those questions. I think that, just to reiterate, I don't think that we can just have one model for all students with IEPs and 504s. As Dr. Frost mentioned earlier, each student is an individual, and we need to take each student case by case. Anything else, Leanne, to add to that? Okay. All right. I think we're ready for the next one.
Okay. Lauren Dixon writes, first, thank you so much for having this special board meeting and for all you have done. My questions are below. She has 5 of them. Number 1, regarding remote learning, will teachers individualize instruction or will it be a one-size-fits-all? Number 2, can my child come home from lunch if he attends the hybrid model? Number 3, will standardized tests be administered for the 5-day remote learning model, MAP, PARCC, etc.? 4, will principals monitor weekly teacher lesson plans for those students receiving 5-day model to ensure Common Core is being covered? And number 5, what is the limit number of students allowed in the classroom?
Okay, thank you. So number 1, regarding remote learning, will teachers individualize instruction or will be a one-size-fits-all? It will not be a one-size-fits-all. What's really important to us this year, whether we're in the hybrid model or doing remote learning, is that we need to assess our kids, we need to differentiate for our kids, and we need to meet them at the level where they're at and help them to achieve the goals that we want for those students. So I can't say it would be the level of individualized instruction that would occur in a normal school year, but that is something that we're working towards. Yes, your child could come home for lunch if you choose that model. Please understand that buildings would have to work through if there's a lot of parents that choose this option to be able to do it in an organized way, but that is a possibility at this time. We already talked about standardized tests. Will principals monitor weekly lesson plans? I can't say for sure, whether that piece would happen or not, but we are continuing to work with our administrators and our teachers to ensure that our remote learning for this fall is much different than it was in the spring. What is the limit number of students allowed in the classroom? To be honest, it depends on the size of that classroom. So it's really just how can we have the teacher and the students maintaining 6 feet apart will determine how many people can be in that classroom. All right, thank you.
Okay, the next one is from Kristen Attow. It's a little bit longer, but it's got five or 6 points. I'm a parent of an incoming 6th grader, and I am weighing the options put forth in your email this morning. I wanted to ask a few questions pertaining to bullet points listed in the in-person hybrid plan. Number 1, students will be leaving their homeroom only for PE. How can they safely participate in these activities while maintaining their distance? They will not have access to the locker room, so are they not changing into uniforms? Will they be wearing masks during this period? Will the gym be able to properly sanitize in between classes? I understand classes will be held outside as much as possible, but knowing the inconsistency and unpredictability of Chicagoland weather, this doesn't seem like a feasible option moving forward into the fall months. Number 2, will students be able to use bathrooms on a regular basis? How many bathrooms are in your building? Will there be a limit to how many people can be in the bathroom at a time? How will this be monitored and sanitized frequently enough to ensure safety? Number 3, if students refuse to wear masks, what will be the consequence? And if they are moved to the remote learning model because of this, how will teachers be shuffled around to address those changing class size numbers? Will my child maintain consistency in the teachers she sees on a daily basis, or will this fluctuate? Is this a zero tolerance policy? What happens to students who have medical conditions that prohibit them from wearing the PPE? What happens to students that are neurodiverse or may not have the capacity to understand the importance and necessity of mask safety? How will they and their teachers be protected? Number 4, the CDC and IDPH guidelines as specified in your plan state that exposure is considered being within 6 feet for 15 minutes or longer when coming into contact with a COVID positive individual. My question is, what happens if my child is in the same homeroom, bus route, or PE class as another individual who has tested positive but does not maintain close contact for that amount of? If they are in the same space but farther than 6 feet apart, how can we ensure that they have not been compromised? Shouldn't the school go fully remote once a case is confirmed? Lastly, I know a list of school supplies was listed earlier this year on the district website. Will students be required to bring these items to school, or is your plan to keep schoolwork as digitized as possible? I appreciate your willingness to hear questions from the community regarding this unprecedented school year. I cannot imagine the level of thought, research, and planning that went into this plan. I am grateful that you have provided such a comprehensive plan of action for our children. Safety comes first, and it is apparent to me that you have prioritized the needs of many during this process. Thank you for serving our community.
Okay, thank you for the kind comments. I think about half of those questions were already addressed in the presentation, but I did want to touch on a couple areas. Students will not be wearing PE uniforms, at least to start the year, that they will wear their regular clothes for gym. In terms of refusal to wear masks, any adult or child that refuses to wear a mask will not be allowed into any of our school buildings. So I think that if parents are not planning to have their child wear a mask, or they're concerned about whether, their children can get through a day wearing a mask and are concerned about that, then we would ask you to choose the remote learning option. Unfortunately, we have to take this very seriously just due to what the potential is of having someone in our building without a mask. And so this will be enforced strictly. And then we are also, probably trying to make things as digitized as possible, but where it can and where it's needed, then we will use other materials as well. All right, thank you.
Next comment is from Angela Heck. How many children will be in each classroom? Are remote students able to participate, ask questions, hear and respond to questions by in-school students during synchronous learning? When do we find out what days the kids are going to school for in-person learning? Who will supervise lunch in the classroom? How will mask wearing be enforced? Will there be staggered starts/dismissals?
Okay, once again, I think some of those questions were answered, but I do want to touch on a couple. Is that at this point, we are not having staggered arrivals and dismissals. If we felt that we needed to move to that at some point, we certainly would, but we're not doing that at this time. And then the other question was, when are we going to find out if we're Monday, Tuesday, or we're Thursday, Friday? So as I said earlier, parents are going to have a week to fill out the form and get it in. And then our principals are going to have to work through matching students and siblings by building. And I can't say for sure how long that's going to take, but we do realize that we need to get that information to parents as quickly as possible. Okay, thank you.
Next one is from Jeff Fannin. If my child attends the 2-day-a-week/hybrid option, what exactly is the attendance policy? What occurs if they are exposed or get COVID multiple times in the fall semester and are unable to attend in person? Are you going to be sending state truancy letters? How do weekday holidays in which school typically is closed going to be calendared? Are you planning to furlough, lay off, and or reduce pay of employees or implement any other cost-saving measures? Will you be providing any credits or money to residents who will potentially have added cost burdens under either of your plans, including deciding to work or educate their kids at home, increased internet fees, supply costs, etc.? What exactly is the plan for playgrounds and fields? Assuming Illinois stays in phase 4, why would there be a need to not have the ability to utilize the playgrounds and or any fields associated with the school? Do you have a requirement for teachers of how many hours in a week they must teach the kids with a virtual class under both hybrid and remote learning settings? While the information on remote learning seemed to have all the great buzzwords, the plan was vague and really not much detail relating to specific curriculum like we have seen from other schools. Examples: hours of virtual classroom with teacher a week, number of hours of self-managed work, number of hours of one-on-one virtual learning with teacher, etc. While we appreciate the difficulty with opening up schools, we also believe we deserve some detailed answers as a tax-paying resident. Mind you, an absorbent tax amount for our school district with 2 children in elementary school. The fact we do not have a full-time option will most likely put a lot of people in a difficult position, including our family, and is a reduction of services by the school district, no matter how you want to phrase it. With that said, we should definitely have a detailed curriculum with a specific amount of times that our kids are going to be taught by a teacher virtually under both options, so as to prepare for what parents will have to endure.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. The first question was in regard to what exactly is the attendance policy, and gets into in terms of if someone were to become exposed or have COVID, are we going to be sending out truancy letters and so forth? No, we would not do any of that. If we understand that if students need to quarantine, we are not holding that against them, and we would certainly work with any students or staff that are in a place of being sick or having a sick family member and so forth. We would want to work with them. Are you planning to furlough, lay off, or reduce employees for cost-saving measures? At this time, we are not planning to do that for cost-saving measures, but something that's going to happen when we get closer to the school year is we are going to have to determine how we are utilizing people and ensuring that those people that we are utilizing are able to contribute to what we're doing. And some different decisions might have to be made at that time. We'd have to see, but we're not doing anything for the purpose of just cutting costs. In terms of the playgrounds and fields, the fields are all still open. The reason the playgrounds are not is because, once again, when one student climbs on a piece of equipment, that entire piece of equipment has to be cleaned before another student climbed on it, and it's just not possible. We'd have to have multiple custodians standing by multiple pieces of the playground and cleaning it every couple of minutes, and it's just not going to be possible. We are still talking through with the teachers in terms of, remote learning and in person. So we are still talking through a requirement in terms of, certain minutes and so forth, but it is something that's important to us. And I think I addressed everything. All right, thank you.
Next one comes from Jaime Albergo. Good afternoon, all. While I know this is a troubling time for all with many uncertainties, I question why the district chose to only offer 2 days of in-person learning versus 3 or even 5. I am aware that neighboring districts, such as the one in Des Plaines, is allowing 5 days of in-person learning. Considering we live in a city that has a large percentage of parents that are essential workers, such as those that work in healthcare, having a hybrid option will be troubling for many families. Additionally, considering there will only be 2 days of in-person learning, is the district going to update the school supplies list to reflect the lack of time that the students will be in person? Multiple quantities of items are being requested and it's not necessary. Your feedback is much appreciated. Please advise.
Okay, thank you. I think we've already addressed why are we going the certain days. And in regard to the school supplies, that is something that we're still talking through. But I think that your points are valid. So thank you.
Okay, the next one is from Aaron Fasanati. It's been my experience being a mother of 4 that elementary kids always seem to be fighting off some kind of cold come fall. I read that any sign of sickness in a child and he or she will be sent home. In order for that child to come back to school, will a family have to prove the child doesn't have COVID, but a regular cold or seasonal allergies by having a COVID test done?
Yeah, so, once again, we're going to have to take that on a case-by-case basis. It kind of depends. If a student or a staff member has regular allergies that appear at a certain time of year and they know that that is what's causing it, we would ask them to provide a note from their doctor signifying that that's what it is and that it's not related to COVID. It's those types of conversations we would need to have with each individual to just sort of decide what needs to happen before they come back.
Okay, the next one is from Stephen Joy. As the parents of an incoming kindergartner, we were wondering if there might be any sort of option for outdoor schooling since their curriculum is presumably a little less dependent on a traditional classroom setting. Number 2, is there any way to learn what approximate class sizes would be? Of course, we realize this depends on how many ultimately opt to attend in person versus stay home online. But if we knew what the maximum possible number might be, that would be helpful in terms of making a final decision. And lastly, number 3, we're currently in an AM kindergarten slot. If we opt for at home during the first trimester, would we still have the same option for AM kindergarten if and when we choose to return to in-school for the second and or third trimester?
Okay, so I think some of those questions have been answered. I just wanted to address the last one. While that certainly makes sense, and we would think to be able to do that, I can't make a prediction 100% of where we might be by the time we get to trimester 2. But obviously, if parents chose AM, they probably did so for a reason, and we'd want to honor that as much as we possibly could. So I'm going to have us pause here a second. We have one person still remaining here at Emerson. Did you want to get up and make any comments at all? Okay, just let us know at some point if you want to. Okay, we could be back to Natasha and Pete.
All right, Mary Beth Merrill has 2 questions. Will kindergarten be half day or full day? Will teachers assigned to specific schools be doing remote learning to students assigned to their home schools, or will remote teachers be from the district?
Yep, so I think we've already addressed those questions, so we can move on to the next one.
And the next one is from Nicole Tagenhorst. For students with special needs and specific minutes for ST, PT, and OT, if they were to choose the 5-day remote learning option, what would services look like? Remote classroom learning, but on-site ST, OT, and or PT, I'm sorry. Remote classroom learning, but in some therapist, in-home therapist for ST, OT, and or PT, similar to how early intervention was done, or access to an in-home aide a couple of days a week.
Leanne.
So if students go into a remote learning type of environment, we will not be providing in-person therapy to those students.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Alyssa Reiner. I will discuss this question with our principal, but one of the questions I have is around incoming first graders and their advanced learning needs. At the end of the kindergarten year, the grades assigned at the end of the year were simply P or I, and with no standard testing for these lower grades, how will children be selected for primary challenge? I am not sure how this process normally works, and with the interaction being a bit different between the teachers and students as the school year starts both remotely and in person, I just want to make sure this is still addressed during this unique start of the year. Thank you.
Lori, is there anything you wanted to say about that?
Just that we're in the process of discussing what primary challenge will look like right now.
Okay.
Okay, this one is from Linda Behrens. When will middle school student daily schedules be made available so parents can plan, coordinate with work schedules during e-learning days? Presumably there will be planned lunch hours, etc. Thank you.
Yep. So we've answered this one already, so we'll keep going.
Next question comes from Genevieve Barcinas. For the in-person classes, the plan noted that siblings would be scheduled for the same days, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Is this also the case if one is in grade school and the other at Emerson? In the classrooms with windows, will they be kept open for increased airflow if weather permits? And with locker use limitations, will the middle school still change into gym clothes for gym class? The daily certification of health, is this an online document or a piece of paper that students turn in at the beginning of the day? I appreciate you reviewing these questions. Thank you.
Most of these questions have been answered. I will reiterate again that students at multiple schools, we will line them up to make sure that they are on the same days. Luann, did you want to add anything? It says in the classrooms with windows, will they be kept open for increased airflow? Can you just explain a little bit maybe why, how we're doing that or not doing it?
Yes, in the rooms that have windows that would open, they can be opened for increased airflow. Obviously, as it gets colder, we wouldn't necessarily be able to do that. But if the windows do open, Margaret, our head nurse, is recommending that we open the windows.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
The next one is quite lengthy. We have a 2-page comment. So I'll get started, but if you feel like you need to interrupt me, please do. So Yan Kwan asks, will you share a virtual tour walkthrough of the school with parents to show all the places where students will use, from the entry to classroom, recess place, bathrooms, library, etc.? This will help parents better understand how social distancing and disinfection sanitation will be practiced in school. Desk arrangement in the classroom, use of dividers between students. If so, when will you do that? I hope this happens before August 5, the due date for the form. I have to say that I'm not satisfied with the remote learning program offered in March to June. There were no set expectations suggested by school district, and the remote learning quality content structure varied so much, even within the same grade, depending on teachers. Partly teachers' technical ability for remote learning, which varies so much. The reopening plan document does not contain the details of the remote learning program. You conducted a survey to collect feedback from parents about remote learning. What are the survey results and what is your plan based on that? Will you share more information about the remote learning program before August 5, the due date of the form, so that it can help parents to determine whether remote learning will be sufficient or the in-person hybrid option is needed? Dr. Olson, if you want to interrupt and respond at any time, let me know so we can, it'll be easier than reading through the whole thing, maybe.
Okay, so just addressing the first one in regard to the virtual tour, that is something that we've talked about with principals. I can't say whether that would be out before August 5th or for sure whether we would do that, but it is something that we're currently talking through. But we also hope that whether in person or remote, that by this presentation tonight, we've tried to paint more of a picture so that parents understand what a classroom is going to be, what a classroom will look like. I think we've answered the others in reply to remote learning, so you can keep going.
How will each student be assigned to the Monday and Tuesday or Thursday and Friday cohort? Can parents choose the cohort? If not, when will you inform the cohort assignment? Knowing this earlier will be tremendously important and helpful to arrange care for those days when students do not physically attend school.
Yeah, we've addressed it already.
Yeah. What changes will be made to the air ventilation system so that fresh air is brought in more frequently, and how will you improve the recycled filtration of the circulated air in the facility?
Same.
The plan indicates that masks will not be required while outside as long as students maintain 6 feet of social distancing at all times. Will you have sufficient staff to monitor/supervise students to maintain 6 feet of social distancing during recess? What will you do if a student does not follow the social distancing instruction during recess?
So as I addressed earlier, is that I am concerned about staffing, and that is going to be a huge piece for whether we feel that we can move forward in the in-person option or not. So I can't speak to a specific position or something, but as I said earlier, we do see recess as a challenge. Obviously, we're going to work with our students as we normally do when they're not following rules. But I can't say that a very specific thing would happen to those students. All right, let's keep going.
How realistic is it? How much do you believe that the 6 feet social distancing?
Can you wait 1 second?
Yep.
Sorry, can you hold on 1 second? Can we have her finish this and then? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
How realistic is it? How much do you believe that the 6 feet social distancing can be practiced during outdoor PE and recess? I would like to hear from PE teachers and recess supervisors, staff and field, what they think and how this will be practiced. And I'll continue. Can students or parents choose not to go out for recess and stay in the classroom to avoid the non-masking environment? What is your reference justification for not wearing a mask outdoors? I'm afraid that students could perceive it that it is okay not to wear a mask outdoors in general. For example, walking to school.
Okay, so in the last two, I would just say that I don't believe that we could be able to have an option of students not choosing to go to recess. That's too many of different groups that we would have to work through. In terms of our justification for wearing a mask outdoors, that is all part of the ISB and the Illinois Department of Public Health guidelines. Okay, you can keep going.
What does the daily certification of health look like? What platform does it use? Is it a smartphone app?
We've talked about it.
In the reopening plan document, I do not see that temperature will be checked at entry for every student every day. Does that mean that you will rely on parents' self-report regarding temperature and do not objectively check the temperature in real time at school entry? Why not using thermal imaging cameras at the entry to quickly check temperatures for students coming into the school building?
So all of these pieces we've talked through, all of them are, possibilities, but at this time, we just do not have the personnel and do not have the ability to be able to temperature check every single student and staff member that comes into our building. We understand that this is a partnership with staff and with parents in terms of that, we are asking our parents to self-certify that they are sending their children to school, that they don't have any of those symptoms, including fever. Obviously, if we feel that a student looks like they have a fever or for whatever reason we believe that that might be the case, we can do temperature checks for those individual students or staff members, but we're not going to be able to do everyone every day.
What will you do if a student or teacher has yet to be tested with COVID-19 but shows symptoms? There's more specifics, but I think you can answer.
Yeah. Yes, we have addressed it already.
What will you do if a teacher or student from a cohort tests positive with COVID-19 or any individual who has had close contact as identified by ESB and IDPH?
Yeah, and we talked about this one.
Will you partition teachers who have significant risk with COVID-19 infections outcome and designate them to perform only remote learning functions, while less risk teachers will be designated to teach in-person classes? How will you determine if a teacher is a high risk? Should they provide documentation? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So this is something that we're still talking through at this time. Let me just see. And it also, there's a couple of factors here. It could be a teacher that starts out as a remote learning teacher and stays in that fashion. We could also have a teacher that starts in person but has to go into quarantine. So there are many different possibilities of what could happen as students and staff are moving in and out. And one of the ways that we're determining high risk of staff is by asking them. Okay.
Will you also look at sharing and balancing the teacher capabilities across the entire District 64 elementary and middle schools? For example, all 4 fifth grade teachers at Washington are at high risk. However, 4 of the same 5th grade teachers at Roosevelt are low risk. Therefore, 2 of the low risk teachers at Roosevelt will switch with 2 of the high risk Washington teachers to teach in-person classes, while where those 2 high risk Washington teachers will now teach remote classes only at Roosevelt.
Yes, so those are all possibilities as we continue to gain the information from our staff.
Under what circumstances, metrics, would you pull back the hybrid and go full remote? A, is it only if the governor makes Cook County suburbs revert to phase 2? It would be more comforting to know that District 64 will be monitoring its own metrics to make that call. Say, for example, Park Ridge were to become a hotspot with a significantly higher number of new cases, while the rest of Cook County suburb is not burning as much. What local metrics will you be monitoring to determine if and when to pull back? There's some links that I will not.
Yeah, and I think we've addressed that already.
Yeah. Who from the state of Illinois, Cook County, and city of Park Ridge public health officials are directly communicating, phone or in person, with District 64 administrators for advice and consultation? Also, is District 64 in direct contact with local hospital systems, Advocate, North Shore, General Lutheran Hospital?
Yes, so we communicate on a regular basis with the Cook County Department of Public Health, whether we're contacting them or they're contacting us. Obviously, we are connected to all of the other agencies in Illinois and continue to receive their updates on a regular basis. So we're monitoring all of those pieces. At times, we have reached out to Lutheran General just to check on a couple of different stats, but I can't say that we're in regular communication with them. And I think I addressed that.
The reopening plan indicates students participating in the in-person hybrid program who are required to self-quarantine will join their current classrooms via virtual conferencing. How realistic is it, or how much do you believe that the virtual conferencing works? Is every classroom teacher capable of dealing with technical issues around virtual conferencing? Or does each school have sufficient IT staff to immediately resolve any technical issues on site? What would be the problem if the students switch to remote learning during the guarantee period? How and when will remote learning iPads and Chromebooks be distributed to the students?
Yeah, so I think going back to the first question, so there's a lot of questions in there. Are the teachers going to be able to, or will they, be able to make this happen? Those are conversations we're continuing to have with teachers so that we make sure that we're incorporating their point of view into our considerations going forward. And that is one of the challenges, as everyone saw by the beginning of this meeting tonight. We had challenges with technology, and that's going to happen. So we're going to have to work through those each as they come. But I do believe that it can work, and I am confident about the system that we have set up. MJ, do you just want to address the question about when will they be able to get iPads and Chromebooks?
All right, so we are currently planning on and figuring out how that will be done. We're thinking it's going to be, well, if we are in person, those folks will be receiving their devices through their teacher when they're in person, et cetera. And then for those who are off-site, we'll be arranging times, much like what we did with the pickup. We want to make sure that we are adhering to all the safety guidelines as we distribute materials. Some of those materials may be as well, other supplies and things like that that Dr. Lopez had mentioned earlier too.
Okay, so let's pause for a second. Did you still want to go up to the microphone? We're just going to have our in-person person come up.
I just wanted to ask you, you mentioned a lot, or talk a lot about staff requirements, and that you're not there yet. School starts in a month. So you also mentioned about 504 and special needs and case by case. When is all this going to get figured out? We're right there. I mean, if you have to hire people, or if you have too many people, depending on how it all shakes out. I mean, where are we at?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is just a challenge of that. If I had presented a plan a month ago, it would have been a different plan, and 2 weeks ago, it would have been a different plan, and so forth. So what's unfortunate is that each time, the plan changes significantly, then we have to rework everything that sort of goes along with that. Really, we felt the pressure all summer with just, the hundreds of details that have to be worked out. So believe me, I feel the pressure of school coming as well. And it just takes time to obviously continue to talk to people, get their input, talk through these things. But we will make sure that it does happen before school starts. That could be the follow-up question was, would we consider changing the start date of the school year? And that is something that we're talking about as well. Thank you. Okay, we can go back to.
Okay, so we've got a couple short ones here. The next one is from Magda Stanek. My husband are both working full-time. Who will be watching over my kids if they have to do online learning? Is district going to cover costs of hiring a babysitter?
So no, the district is not going to spend the cost of hiring a babysitter. As I said earlier, unfortunately, we realize that by not doing the 5-day-a-week in-person option, that is preventing some of our parents from getting the childcare they need. But unfortunately, we just couldn't create an environment where we felt it was safe to bring students and staff back in that format. So unfortunately, parents are going to have to make their own decisions in terms of how they're going to handle that.
This one is from Michael Kavanaugh. Will it be possible to know if there are any mask exemptions granted in our child's class and how many prior to making a decision about in-person or remote learning? This data would impact our decision about whether to send our child to school or opt for remote. Also, I'm curious why there is a need to allow mask exemptions. While I hope mask exemptions would be rare, they could end up counteracting the safety measures being put into place. It seems to me to make more sense to make masks mandatory to protect as many people who opt for in-person learning as possible and have anyone unable or unwilling opt for remote learning. I realize I'm operating without the full picture, so I apologize if my thinking is off base, but would love to understand more about mask exemptions since masks are the biggest single preventative measure and require everyone's participation to be maximally effective.
Okay, so first of all, just in regard to the mask exemptions. So that is something that once again is in the Illinois State Board of Education, the Illinois Department of Public Health guidelines, that is something that we have to provide. I wasn't in on all those decision-making of how those pieces came about, but what I would most likely guess as to some of the reasoning behind that is being able to provide every student with the access to in-person or remote if they were to choose to go that way. And if a student has a medical need that prevents them from wearing a mask, is not to be able to deny them their education to be able to have as well. I do understand that this is concerning for other students, other parents, and staff about students that are potentially, or staff members that are going to be in the building under this model. But I don't believe we're going to be able to get to a point just due to individual student confidentiality that we're going to be able to share, just so you know, these 6 students at this school aren't going to be wearing a mask. I'll certainly talk about it and continue to pursue that with legal counsel, but I'm not sure it's going to be something that's going to be possible.
Yeah, and I just to add to that, that's not something we'll be able to disclose, but practically speaking, it will become obvious, obviously, when kids come to school, but that will be after you've made your selection, so.
Yeah. And maybe I'll just jump in and say that I understand that parents have a lot of individual questions to help them decide which option they're going to go with. I've received just over the last couple days a couple hundred emails from parents that are asking those types of questions. We will continue to try to get back to people and try to help people, but I can't guarantee that every question is going to be able to be answered before a choice is made. And I do understand that's hard. Okay, next.
Sharice Nini asked, will the students in middle school have the same guidelines as the elementary schools? Will students be traveling class to class for their different classes? If so, will the teachers be cleaning all the desks during passing periods? Will there be enough staff available during passing periods, lunch, recess to make sure students aren't congregating? My son complained of dirtiness as well as the lack of toilet paper and soap in the boys' restrooms at Emerson Middle School. How frequently will the restrooms, locker rooms be cleaned? Just to clarify, will there be no middle school band/orchestra?
Okay, so several of those questions have to do with students switching classes, and we're not going to have that happen. I'm sorry that it was your experience or your child's experience of not being able to find the toilet paper and soap and appropriate supplies. I'm sorry to hear that, and we'll definitely have to make sure that we do a better job of that to ensure that that is provided to students at all times. I can't give an exact schedule of how often the bathrooms, would be cleaned. A lot of that is just dependent on the number of custodians we're able to get and the number of different places that they have to be in the school. But that was also one of the reasons why we put in the piece of whenever a student or a staff member returns to a classroom, they have to wash their hands or use hand sanitizer. So once again, if a student went to the bathroom, while we hope they would do that in the bathroom as well, we feel that it's another measure to ensure students are safe before they re-enter the classroom. And then, Lori, I felt like we addressed the band orchestra already.
Sophia Blaskovitz asked, my question is about group projects. Will the kids be participating in any group assignments, assuming, of course, the actual work would be done virtually?
Yeah, so, obviously, like I said earlier, our teachers are going to work as creatively as they can to try to have students connect with each other, because a big piece of 21st century learning is about students connecting with each other. I can't say for sure, which teachers or which opportunities will be able to do a group project, but teachers will be looking for ways to how to connect students.
And then Christy Christian asked a band question again, so we can address it now. How is band being addressed for middle school? Will the teachers be doing online lessons like they did at the end of last year?
Yeah, I think we addressed it already.
Pete, over to you.
Sure. So let's get to it. So Mary Elise Calvano says, my daughter is scheduled to start at Washington in the fall. It is unclear from today's reopening plan whether kindergarten hybrid models will be full day in person for 2 days or only half day in person for 2 days. Can you clarify? Additionally, what will be the classroom student to teacher ratio for kindergarten for both in-person hybrid model as well as the 5-day remote options? For the full remote option, will the teacher be from Washington? Will all the students? Or will students be mixed across elementary schools in the district? If we start out with the remote learning option and the schools have to shut down in person, will my child's remote teacher and classmates change then? How will you reintegrate the two situations? If we choose the remote option, can we request to be in the same virtual class as another student in the district whom we might be creating a learning pod with?
Okay, so a lot of those questions have been answered already. Let me just see here. I can't say for sure that if we were to start out in person or start out with remote and then an entire building or an entire district would have to go to remote. I can't say for sure whether there'd have to be a change. Those are all pieces that we would have to work through as they happen. And I think we've already addressed, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to take parent requests at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Eric, I have a question on the next one. Whether or not we want to completely read it, it seems to be a little bit more of a criticism or a gripe than some questions. If you want to do this in person, or you want me to go ahead and read it?
Yeah, please go ahead and read it.
Sure. Sandra Duncan says, I am very disappointed with the decision you all made regarding our children's education. I have five children ranging from 6th grade to kindergarten. None of my children did well with e-learning in the spring, and now they are faced with the same problem. Your decision to only have 2 days a week is nonsense. Our neighboring districts in Des Plaines and Mount Prospect are going back 5 days. The data shows that children are not at risk, and your survey showed that the majority of Park Ridge wanted their children back in school full-time. The CDC even put out an article last week stating that children need to be in school full-time. Do not make this a political thing. This is our children's well-being and parents' well-being that you are dealing with. Your decision is going to crush our children's future academically, emotionally, and socially. Your decision will also crush many families financially. Now I am unable to get a job to support my family because I now have to teach 5 children at home. I am not a teacher, I am not getting paid, and I have $24,000 a year in taxes for my children not to be in school. I have spoken to countless parents today, and they all feel the same way. It is affecting every family in Park Ridge in some way. I am a nurse and am willing to volunteer any service to guarantee that my 5 kids are in school full-time. No one has even asked for help. What about having temperatures checked before entering the school? How about getting kids tested for school start date? How about spacing desks out and having kids clean their own spaces all day long? How about a heavy cleaning every night? What is the difference between 2 days and 5 days? There will still be germs. Data shows that the flu is worse than COVID-19 for children, and we don't close schools for the flu. This is crazy, and you are ruining lives. Stop being bullied by social media and by our governor. Our children's lives are important, and you are destroying them. I'm so disappointed and feel helpless. I can't believe you all get to make my children's decisions for me.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I'm sorry to that parent. I certainly understand that point of view, and I've heard that point of view from other parents as well. And I think this is, what one of the big challenges have been is that we know that we can't make everybody happy. And that's hard because we would like to. But I think we've already walked through why we're not going to be able to do a 5-day option at this time.
Natasha?
Next comment is from Taylor Duncan. What will be the tax break we receive for this hybrid decision? Currently, my tax bill has 72.65% allocated for schools. The majority of that goes to District 64. Are you prepared for the lawsuits that arise in regards to this decision? Do you realize the long-reaching impacts this has on our community? This will increase bankruptcies, mortgage failures, all sorts of abuses in homes, social development stunts in children, increased OCD-like behavior in children, etc. Has that been taken into consideration? Has anyone looked in the current data we have on significant illness and hospitalization rates in children? Have they seen that it is far less than the seasonal flu? Did anyone take into consideration that the Association of Pediatricians, which is comprised of 67,000 doctors, essentially scientists of children's health, has recommended children be in school? Have you even attempted to test students on their learning and proficiency based on the spring 20 curriculum? Just a theory, but I'll bet it's really bad. Read the Washington Post article dated March 27 that cites studies on over 1 million kids and how much learning is lost just over summertime. Include a spring and fall of e-learning and all the studies that have showed that doesn't work. What is the motivation behind this decision? Please don't answer this with the health and well-being of the community. Plastic answers like that are patronizing. The real motivation, considering parents can choose to send their kids knowing the risk, what is the real motivation? Is it the teachers union? Is it legal ramifications? Is it the teachers' health? All those have better solutions than this. I have run companies in the private sector and deal with risk all the time. The decisions being made here are cowardly and disappointing on so many levels. Listen to the people who pay the bills, the taxpayers, and take care of our children's well-being. School is education, daycare, a reprieve for parents, a reprieve for kids, social development, independence training, behavioral development, an outlet, a place to talk to a social worker, confidence building, and essential. Make the right decision to care for these kids. I say all these things with the most respect possible. And there was a follow-up to that. When is it likely to end, meaning back to normal? Because my suspicion is that this will last the entirety of the fall. The reason I say that is this seems like a crazy amount of planning and organization to do this 2 days per week plan and then in a month go back into school 5 days. I feel like this is the foreseeable future. So do we have specific metrics that will allow this to be canceled and moved to the regular 5 days a week plan? When will we find out what days our children are going? And we have 5 kids in school, 2 kindergarten, 3rd grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade. How are we supposed to handle things if they're on different days?
Yeah, so I think once again, I feel for these parents and their point of view of how they feel. I certainly understand it, but we've gone through the reasons of where we are. I'd also say that by all the information I'm hearing, it's only going to become worse. That we are going to probably have to move to full remote learning at some point this school year, even if it isn't at the beginning. And I'm hearing that it could be the entire school year that we are potentially in this model. So, I can't predict any better than anyone else, but I just want parents to understand that these models are going to be shifting and we're going to have to shift with them. Thank you.
Vic de la Pasqua asks, why did the district choose to present this plan to the public prior to negotiating with the teachers union? Doesn't the board want to operate in good faith with the teachers, parents, and taxpayers and present a plan that is accurate and supported by all stakeholders? If District 207 allows students to move between classes, why will our middle schools have students remain in a homeroom for all classes with the exception of PE? How does this allow for an authentic and enriching elective program? With regard to the safety and well-being of students and staff in the schools, why won't the school be checking students' temperatures upon entry into the building? How will mask wearing be enforced? Is an in-person plan promoting the social emotional well-being of children during the pandemic? How can parents be expected to make a choice between in-person hybrid learning and full remote when the plan has not been agreed upon and lacks specific details? Thank you.
Eric,
Yes.
before you jump in on that one, I'd like Tony, there was a legal allegation there that the board is not operating in good faith. And I'd like Tony to address that on behalf as our counsel.
Yeah, I just wanted to make 2 points, one to that and one that was in the prior comment, because I assume it's going to come up a couple times. Number one, although I know the district is very interested and has been working with all the stakeholder groups to get their feedback, get their input onto what should go into the plans, at the end of the day, it's the district, it's the administration that sets the plan in place, again, with input and feedback from the association and other stakeholder groups. The obligation for the district with regard to their law and the teachers associations or the aid association or the clerical custodial association is to bargain the impact of the plan. So what that means, we'll make the decisions, and then we sit down with the teachers association, for example, and we talk about how those decisions impact their members and what kind of things can we do to support them with that impact. Things around masks, things around social distancing. Someone brought up earlier leaves and whether or not they'll be paid for quarantine. And those are the things that we are working with the unions on right now. So I do believe that we are negotiating good faith and meeting our obligations. Also, the last comment, there was a statement, a question of, is the district ready for any potential lawsuits that might come its way for going to remote learning or not full in-person learning? And to be very candid about that, that's a concern on both sides. If we were to go in person fully and not adhere to the state's advice, the Department of Health's advice, we are risking liability, personal injury liability for our staff and our students. Certainly there are levels of protection there, but we are risking that on that end. And just like the parent said on the other end, you know, we are risking being sued for whether or not we're providing adequate education in compliance with what the laws say. I'm less worried about that latter one, because what we are doing is basically being directed to us by the Illinois State Board of Education and Illinois Department of Public Health. And if we were ever to find ourselves in court, I believe our best argument and our best defense against liability is that we are adhering to the standard of the care that the professionals are telling us that we have to adhere to. Anything else? Did I cover it?
Yep. And Eric, anything else you want to cover on that?
No, I think that was good.
Okay. The next one is from Tricia Mole. This is a long one. I'm going to try to break it down a little bit. There's some technology questions and some questions about the plan. She starts out, I appreciate the detail in the reopening plan document, which answers a lot of questions about procedures, and I'm thrilled to see all grade levels will be provided with devices. I feel there are many unanswered questions, though, about instruction. I recognize you're probably getting hundreds of questions, won't be able to cover all of them in the meeting, but I hope you're able to review and compile those and release an FAQ-style document to address the most common questions. In deciding between the hybrid and virtual learning options, one consideration for parents is the quality of instructions our children will receive under each method. And it's really hard to assess that when the way that virtual instruction will be completed is yet to be decided, and when the disparity in the quality of the experience between having a dedicated virtual learning instructor and joining virtually to a classroom session is potentially huge. Even if there is no way around having to make a decision without knowing which remote option we're signing up for, more details of how each option would be done would be helpful. Then she writes, the most important thing I'd like to understand better is what technology is in place and how the teachers have been trained on it specifically. And MJ, if you're going to answer these, I don't know if you want to do them piece by piece, I can stop. What platform is being used for synchronous live instruction? For younger grades especially, it's critical that the tool allows teachers to control whether student microphones are muted or unmuted. Using Google tools last year made it nearly impossible to ever effectively have more than a few kids on a call at the same time because of the noise and disruption, since teachers could not mute students. There's more. Do you want me to continue?
I can address it as you go then. As you experienced over the springtime, many technology tools actually incorporated a whole lot of features as we were moving through the pandemic season. So while we do have Google Meets and they have improved and added a lot of features in terms of being able to control a meeting, we also have added Zoom to our ecosystem.
When students virtually join into their physical classroom, what technology is being used to connect the two groups? It is very hard to do this well without advanced technology, and I am concerned at the possibility for very low levels of engagement with the students joining virtually if sound and video feeds are not adequate. Many of us have experienced the challenge of being the remote person on the conference call, trying to listen into an otherwise in-person meeting. Will the virtual students be part of the class or just passive observers? For instance, will the teacher be able to see the remote students? Will the physical students be able to see the remote students, and vice versa? How will the remote students be able to see the board or any material shown? How will the audio quality be ensured? How will the remote students be able to ask questions? Has all this been tested?
So I think many of those questions have been answered. I don't know if MJ or Lori, you just want to quickly sort of give a little summary again of what's happening when the teacher is doing in person and then their students online and the queuing and so forth.
Sure, I can speak to that. So in any lesson, I think classroom teachers structure their lessons so that they have 4 parts, right? There's typically a whole group mini lesson, then there's some guided practice, there's some independent practice or small group work, and then there's typically some sort of closing, some sort of assessment. So I would anticipate that the teacher is cueing the students to join instruction for the whole group piece and for the guided practice piece. And then kids who are at home on their at-home day are working independently until that closing piece. So, you know, it will mimic much like the structure of a regular school day. So even in school, kids aren't in constant direct instruction with their teacher, right? They have some opportunities for whole group instruction. They have some opportunities for being coached. And then they have times when they're working independently.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read through the next 3 bullet points on this first part of her question. If the dedicated remote teacher option is used, how will the experience be different? Will that teacher be using the same platform that's used for the hybrid group? Will that teacher be in a classroom with the same video and audio setup as the hybrid teacher is using, or at home? In both the, go ahead.
I think we've addressed that one already. Go ahead.
In both the hybrid and remote options, what percentage of the day is expected to be live instruction? Will there be dedicated scheduled times, or will students need to be planned to be in front of the computer from 8 to 3, as they'll be constantly on and off in shorter increments with timing that changes day to day? Will this be the same for both the hybrid and remote students? And lastly, in the technology part, what happens on Wednesdays for hybrid students? Is the entire class together for a full day of virtual instruction with the teacher at home?
So, Lori, do you maybe want to address the concern about our students just going to be on a computer from 8 till 3?
You know, I would anticipate no. It's my hope that teachers are cueing kids when to join instruction and when to be offline and working more independently. That relates to the comment that I just made about teachers dividing their lessons into 4 parts and having students join at specific times. Pete, what was the last question that you asked, Eric? I think.
Well, what happens on Wednesdays for hybrid students? Is the entire class together for a full day of virtual instruction with the teachers at home?
Yes.
Okay. The next part, in the second half of her question, we may have addressed these, but I'll read through them quickly. While those are my most pressing questions, I have several others that are unanswered in the plan. I imagine there are many parents like myself who only chose District 64 for kindergarten instead of a private school because of the existence of our EDK to supplement the half-day experience, either because of our needs as working parents or for educational purposes. Though our older children will be occupied for the length of a school day to enable us to work, our kindergartners are left with nothing to do for half a day. Would the district consider offering optional virtual enrichment activities for kindergartners that would otherwise have been engaged in a full day program with EDK?
Let's stop there. So again, we are considering everything and continuing to take those pieces in. I just can't dedicate and guarantee staff could do those things to start the year. We'll have to see where we are in terms of staffing. Okay.
The recess guidelines address masks and distancing, but nothing about keeping with their same classroom pods. It's going to be nearly impossible to keep kids distanced from each other on the playground. So if lots of different classes are mixing at recess at the same time, that's an increasing exposure and making it very difficult to do contact tracing, as if a child gets sick, it will be impossible to know who he or she may have been played with on the playground. What is the plan for managing this?
Okay, we've already answered.
It's also unclear on the quarantine protocol if the student gets sick. The protocol is if somebody has spent more than 15 minutes within 6 feet, theoretically, if distance is always maintained, no other student should meet that criteria, but realistically, that will be impossible to say. So should it be assumed that a positive case in a class would result in a quarantine of the whole class?
We've answered.
Right. And with runny nose and nasal congestion listed COVID symptoms, I imagine that will knock out
50% plus. Oh, maybe Pete froze.
I think we lost Pete's connection. Yep.
Yeah.
There he's back. He's back.
Okay. So Pete, we lost you on that last bullet.
Yeah, I hear that. You've probably addressed it, but they talk about the runny nose and congestion as COVID symptoms. I imagine that will knock out 50% plus of a class for much of the winter if children with those symptoms are asked not to attend school. Young children perpetually have common colds with these symptoms for practically all of fall and winter. In the absence of other symptoms, do I understand that a child should be kept home anytime they have a cold? Will there be any penalty for a hybrid student missing in-class sessions and joining online in these cases, as they could potentially be out for weeks? How is sufficient cleaning going to be accomplished between morning and afternoon kindergarten groups in the same room?
Okay, I think both of those questions we've addressed as well.
Okay. I'll go on to Stan Antifuev. I apologize for mispronouncing the last name. Questions. Is supply list an actual? Should we bring all items to school? We have chosen hybrid learning. 2, can we choose the days of hybrid learning Monday plus Tuesday or Thursday plus Friday? 3, do you have IEP plan details? 4, do you have primary challenge program details? 5, will the school district allow hot lunches? And 6, will we have the math test?
Yeah, so I think most of those questions have been answered. When it says, will the school district allow hot lunches, I'm just not sure if they're referring to the ones that we provide or are students allowed to bring one. But our Quest, our food service, is going to have to do prepackaged options in order to work through this. So I hope that answers that question. Okay, thank you.
Nicole Hrisik says, is it possible that the Jefferson building could be used in some capacity to allow for more in-person learning for kindergarten? As EDK is on hold for now, those classrooms would be available. Additionally, childcare with Confidence Daycare is no longer renting space from Jefferson, so those rooms would be available. Kindergarten students will receive just 5 hours, 50 minutes of in-person instruction. By contrast, Jefferson preschool students will receive either 7 hours and 20 minutes of in-person instruction or about 12 and a half hours of in-person instruction. The lack of differentiation for the youngest learners who are not independent in any school skills, especially reading, is disheartening. Could Jefferson be staffed with additional kindergarten teachers to open more kindergarten sessions, perhaps for children who are new to the district and don't already have older siblings in their home schools, or for families that volunteer? Certainly, it could be concerning to not be in your home school, but it seems an extraordinary year calls for extraordinary measures.
Yeah, so I think once again, we are considering all those possibilities, but once again, it just comes down to staffing and kind of where we are at that time to be able to make that decision. Thank you.
Tara Kopp or Copy, is there a maximum number of students per classroom for in-person learning, specifically first grade Franklin? I understand you will not be able to give us a definite number of each classroom until all families have decided. To the extent possible, paper use will be minimized. This is part of the classroom configuration guidelines. Can I have more clarity on this? Will my first graders be building their hand motor skills by cutting, pasting, writing, coloring, etc.? I'm concerned about too much tech work. A healthcare provider's written documentation will be required for any students seeking to be exempted from wearing a mask. Will the district mandate that the healthcare provider's written documentation be that of a board-certified AAP medical doctor, MD, or other MD that sees the student as a patient? Will parents be notified if their child is in a room with students who have mask exemptions?
Okay, so I think we've addressed most of those questions. Let me just see. I can't say for sure what student work will be at a particular grade level, but obviously our teachers and our administrators are very aware that there are certain developmental pieces that need to happen at particular grade levels, and we'll do everything we can to try to ensure that we do that. I think it's just the idea of, passing papers around. I mean, first of all, we can't have students passing their papers to the front. It would have to be a teacher going around and collecting one by one. But it's just trying to, minimize those pieces. But obviously for our younger students, we're going to have to try to do other pieces besides being online, but that's something we're still going to have to figure through. Okay, thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry. Also, there was about, will the written documentation come from a certified AAP medical doctor? I'd have to look that up, to be honest with you, and get back of what the exact qualifications would have to be. Unless there's anything, Tony, you wanted to add at that time. No, okay, that's what I thought. So I'm sorry, but I don't have an answer to that question at this time.
Okay, the next one is from Deb Meck. Number one, who will be monitoring the students during lunch while they are not wearing masks? Will it be their classroom teacher and an administrator or a paid lunch supervisor? Won't the risk be much higher during the lunch period with no masks on? Wouldn't it be safer to dismiss students at 12 or 1 to eat lunch at home and then continue with online learning for the afternoon? I'll take these one at a time.
No, let's just roll through.
Will there be a substitute teacher if the classroom teacher is sick with something other than COVID or needs to take a personal day? If so, won't the sub be exposed to multiple classrooms over the course of the trimester, thus increasing his or her chance of contracting the virus and also exposing multiple classroom students? Will the music, art, and Spanish teachers be coming into the classroom to teach? If so, won't they be exposed to multiple classrooms each day? So if a student exposes one of these traveling teachers with COVID, he or she then is exposing all other classrooms before knowing of the exposure. Number 4, if teachers need to live stream their classrooms while also teaching students in person, will they have the capabilities to show the smartboard or other teaching tools, whiteboard, books, etc., while also showing themselves? In other words, will a camera be in the back of the room, or will the teacher have to be looking into an iPad computer camera while also trying to teach the students in person? Number 5, if students take the bus, they will obviously be sitting closer than 6 feet from other students, even with one child per seat. Will extra barriers, plexiglass be installed between seats to protect them? Also, if a bus student ends up with COVID, then will his or her whole class and all riders in that bus need to self-quarantine for 2 weeks? And lastly, number 6, what type of ventilation systems do the schools have, and will improvements be made to increase ventilation and or change the filters more frequently?
Okay, so again, most of the questions have been answered. I will say that I wouldn't say obviously students on the bus are going to be sitting closer than 6 feet. A lot of that is still going to be determined by how many parents choose in person. And with only half the students coming anyway, I think we can space students. I can't say for sure, we'd have to see how each bus comes, but I just wanted to make that point. And I do think that, these comments are true, as we said before, that, as people are moving from class to class, we have to contact trace where those people have been and who they've been into contact with, for quarantine purposes. And yes, that is all true. Otherwise, I think everything was answered. I just thought, Lori or MJ, do you want to address the question about, is the camera going to be in the back of the room or the front of the room, or what are they going to be able to see?
We are working towards some sort of flexibility depending on what's happening, but as Lori had explained as well, the teacher's pretty much going to be staying at the front of the room. So we'll be using technology to show what's happening at the front of the room, at the board, teacher talking, bringing over audio, etc.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Next question, Brian and Sarah Sweeney ask, can you please provide clarity on the plans for kindergarten, specifically as it relates to EDK?
Okay, I think that was answered.
Hey, Eric, I just want to jump in for a quick second. I just did a quick look at the emails. We've gotten in a lot tonight during the meeting. We still have at least, I would say, rough estimate, 150, 175 emails to get through tonight. So we're at the 10:30 mark. I'm not suggesting we don't get through them. I'm just kind of giving everybody a signpost at where we are on this. And we've gotten at least 30 to 50 during the meeting right now, just so everyone knows where we
It
are.
looks like I don't know if you can hear me, but it looks like we just finished the emails that were sent through yesterday. So now we
Right.
just started the ones that are sent today.
Correct.
And then you have 3 parents who didn't want their comments read. Tony, is that okay if we don't read them because they don't want us to? Okay. And then Natasha, you have those names, right?
I do. I've already told them that we're good with that. Yeah.
Just timing this roughly, but we've been at this for about 90 minutes on the comments for how many we've gotten through, just to give a ballpark of the size of it. We haven't gotten through half of them yet.
Yeah, and I think, thanks, Rick, for just keeping us on pace and where we're at. I think also something we've been talking through is that we're probably going to need to put on our website some of the most frequently asked questions. So, we'll continue to monitor kind of as we're going through the evening, but, we might have to move to that at some point.
Eric, do you need a minute?
I'm okay so far. We'll see in a little while. I'll probably need a bathroom break at some point.
I think we all will.
Yeah.
Okay, and as we get further into these, I think the questions have already been asked, so we'll be able to move a little bit quicker. James McGrain, when the school year begins, will it be possible to send my child to the in-person learning on the 2 days per week, but only have them there for core classes, not PE, art, music, etc.?
And so the answer is that yes, parents do have, the option in the state of Illinois of partial enrollment, so that they can choose, these are the classes that I would like to have for my student at District 64, and then other classes I'm going to choose to homeschool at home for those classes. So those are possibilities.
Brenda Holcomb asks, will the hours for in-person learning 2 times a week be the same as regular school hours, 8:50 to 3:30? Will all students receive an iPad for remote learning, or only the students registered for remote learning 5 times a week? Will students that receive a doctor's exemption from wearing a face mask be required to wear a face shield instead? Is it possible for families that are proactively coordinating shared learning pod tutoring service resources to be scheduled on the same in-person days? If so, when will the deadline be to report this information? And I think a lot of these have been answered.
Yeah, a lot of them have been answered. In terms of, if I understood the question of, for those coming in person, yes, at this time we are expecting to have normal school hours. And that we would have to work through each exemption from a healthcare provider in terms of what is actually calling for those students, but maybe wearing a face shield could be an option.
And I just want to say thank you to the parents for now sending us emails asking not to read their comments because their questions have been answered. So thank you to all of you who are sending emails right now. Pete, over to you.
Sure. So this one is from Bonnie Rajchel. Since the reopening plan talks about outdoor learning when possible, will there be tents with tables set up so the kids have a place to go? Being outdoors as much as possible would be best. They could also eat outdoors, so when they take their masks off to eat, they will not contaminate the classroom.
Okay, already answered.
Okay, next is from Allison Potocek. There are 6 points. For in-person learning, will we have the chance to request what days we prefer? This would be helpful as many of us are trying to arrange children with other families and will be helped to coordinate schedules. 2, for remote learning, what is the goal for how much the day will be live instruction? How much time can a parent expect to be helping their children during the day? What does it mean that the teacher will cue the student? Number 3, how will mask wearing be enforced? I find this to be a daunting task for teachers, and I want to know how they are being instructed to work with kids who need a mask break. 4, can you elaborate on what kind of training the teachers have had in how to connect with students who are learning remotely? 5, what kind of disinfectants will be used to clean desks? Have there been new air filtration systems installed? And 6, are there going to be bathroom monitors to ensure hand washing and discourage congregation in bathrooms?
So once again, I think most of those questions have been answered. Let me just see here. I think we've explained a lot more about queuing and all of that. you know, and I think there was a question getting a little bit more into the mask wearing. Obviously, there might be a student that has a particular plan for mask breaks, and we would have to work, you know, around to ensure that that plan is followed. In terms of just, you know, normal, you know, kids, you know, normal situations where kids are just saying that they need a break, we're really going to try to organize mask breaks where we can, so students can get outside and take a break. And some of those decisions are going to be different depending on the age of the students. And in terms of elaborate on the kind of training that teachers have had to connecting remotely, we had several professional development sessions in the spring, and we have several more as we continue to work with our staff, you know, towards this model. You know, normally, for instance, a couple of our institute days at the beginning of the year are spent on many different matters of business, where this year it's really just going to be focused entirely on the ability to be prepared for students to come, whether it's remotely or in person. So we are continuing to do professional development with our staff in those pieces, and we're continuing to learn of different pieces that we can bring into the district and help our staff, and we will continue to do so. We also are very fortunate in District 64 that we do have the early release Wednesdays where our staff does professional development in the afternoon, and our plan is to continue with that this year. Lori, anything else to add there?
No, I was just going to add about the Wednesdays. I think that's an important part of our plan.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and the rest have been answered.
Caroline Poloyan asks, have the teachers been surveyed about their willingness and ability to come back to work? If so, what percentage of teachers are willing and able to return to work, and what percentage of teachers are unwilling or would need accommodations? How does this differ from elementary versus middle school?
Yeah, so I would need to talk with our union leaders before we talked about releasing staff data or anything like that. So I'd have to do that more with them. We do have some preliminary information in regard to the teachers and where their comfort level is, but we also are sending out another form for staff so that they can, you know, give us a more updated position in terms of where they are, and then our planning will go from there.
And
Okay,
Josh Bozade had a number of questions which he now says he does not need answered except for this one. Has there been consideration of renting portable sinks for outside classrooms? The hospital system I work for did that on our COVID floors to have more accessible sinks to staff.
Yeah, so this goes back again to the number of costs and things that are being put on us at this time. So this is not something we've pursued at this time. We did, you know, think about that internally, but I think it's just remembering hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students in a building. And it's just, you know, we found it was making barely a dent. That we would have to have sinks all the way down the hallways in order to really make a difference in terms of accommodating students. Okay, so I think that's it then.
Okay. We have 3 questions from Craig Stanowitz. When will we find out what days our children are attending school under the hybrid model? Will each student have their own desk, and will they be able to store supplies in it? And will anything be done to make up the days students are not schooled on holidays under the hybrid model?
Oh, I'm really glad that this one came up again, because I realized a little bit later that I don't think we answered it previously. So something else that, you know, we're kind of monitoring is, for instance, we tend to have a lot of Mondays off. And so what is that, you know, going to do to that group of students? So there may have to be some kind of correction at some point where we adjust certain days in order to accommodate that, but that's still something we're talking through. Otherwise, I think the other questions have been answered.
Okay, then we've got one from Susan Crawford. I plan to send my children to school under the premise that children and staff will all wear masks. If there are students with mask exemptions in their classes, will I be notified? If there are kids without masks through the whole day, it could change my decision to send my children. I understand there may be moments when kids remove their masks for various reasons. Thank you.
Yep, and so we talked about it already.
So if you see me skipping through some of these, it's because we've received an email to skip through them for those of you who are following. Maureen Ramirez, I'm posing this question with honest concern for our incoming D64 kindergarten students. As a parent of 3 students, I have had concerns about our district's lack of full-day kindergarten program for quite some time, as I know many in the community have also shared. The proposed plan for a hybrid plan of 2.5 days in person and 3 days of remote learning for our kindergarten students is very concerning to me, as I believe that a significant part of the kindergarten experience is learning the social interactions and norms of a formal school environment. Our beginner students benefit so much from the in-person experience and modeling that comes with the environment. I am appreciative of the time and effort that it has taken for the district to develop a plan that it feels provides the most flexibility for families, and also the steps that the district has taken to plan for students within a family to attend same-day sessions. However, I wonder if the district has considered the possibility of planning for more time in in-person sessions for the kindergarten class. I am submitting the following proposal for your thought and consideration prior to approval of the published D64 plan entitled Coming Back Together. What would it look like if the district looked to using the available space within the Jefferson building?
I think she froze. What would it look like if the district looked to be using available space within the Jefferson building to support additional kindergarten sections? You want to go from there?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to continue from there?
Oh, did I skip something?
Well, you went out for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so
My bad.
You were about halfway through that question in the beginning of the paragraph.
I'm so sorry. Childcare with Confidence recently moved out of the west half of the building, opening 5 to 6 additional classrooms. With those rooms, as well as the EDK program space, which will not be used as part of the current plan, is there an opportunity to support additional kindergarten sections such that each of the students could attend more in-person hours each week? I recognize and appreciate the district's plan to keep students from the same household on the same in-person day schedule. However, I wonder if there is an opportunity available for the kindergarten students who don't have an older sibling attending other D64 elementary schools. Could we have all kindergarten students with older siblings attend at their home school for 2 full days per week and accommodate in-person sessions for all kindergarten students without older siblings in D64 at Jefferson, either 2 full days or 4 half days per week? In these unprecedented times, I urge both the district and the board to consider the impact of limiting in-person sessions for our youngest students. We could even look at this as an opportunity to try on what a full-day kindergarten program might look like within D64.
So I wanted to expand a little bit on Jefferson. While it is true that we previously had the Child Care with Confidence program there and we no longer have that, those classrooms were set up for their level of expectation and their guidelines for how they run their program, which is different from what ours are. So we're having to do, minor, but we're having to do some construction on some of those rooms in order to make them into a place where we feel that we could accept District 64 students and staff back into them. So though that is something that's continuing to happen, but it is true that we do have some of those available spaces. Once again, it's really going to come down to staffing and whether we have enough staff to be able to achieve something like that's being suggested. But I also want to remind people that our first charge is to our IEP students and making sure that we have the right pieces in place for them, meaning going above and beyond the 2 days, and then we can start to look at other groups from there. And a kindergarten group is something that I worry about too. So I agree. Thank you.
Okay. I'll read from Tina Gomez. I just wanted to share my thoughts on the school opening plan. I firmly believe that the school should start remotely, all students and teachers at home, then move to hybrid when numbers have been at a safe level for a reasonable length of time, and then move to in-person once it's safe for all involved. The risk to all involved is too great at this time. No one should risk dying or bringing a disease home to kill someone in their family when we are able to keep everyone safe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that feedback.
That next one is from Anna. No, let me get to it. Anna Potapov, or I pronounced it wrong.
Maybe Potapova.
There you go. Say that again, Eric.
Potapova, maybe.
Anna writes, according to the overview, the in-person, hybrid, and remote learning programs both will include online and offline activities for children starting kindergarten this year. Is it possible to clarify how much time is expected to be spent online versus offline for the remote portion of the program? And secondly, she asks, will the program allow kindergarten students to use offline activities in lieu of all or some online activities, conferences, if children do not feel comfortable joining the online classes, or if the amount of screen time becomes overwhelming?
Yeah, so obviously screen time with students is also a concern of ours. So it's something that we continue to monitor. In terms of, being able to clarify exactly how much is going to be online or on a device versus not, I'm not sure I'd be able to answer at this time. Just in terms of our continual planning with those teachers and planning for the start of the year. Lori, would there be anything else you'd want to add to that?
No, but one of the frustrations from the spring related to remote learning was that parents were receiving essentially what looked like sub-plans from teachers. Some parents were in some classrooms, right? So they were getting information from teachers about what the assignment or the activity was, and then having to explain that to their children before their children could work on it more independently. So it's our hope that like when we say robust live interaction with teachers, we want teachers kicking off reading and kicking off math with a mini lesson that enables kids to be able to do that work, right? So that parents aren't necessarily needing to explain the instructions before students are able to engage in the activity or engage in the learning. But, as I said before, just like in school, teachers aren't working, one-on-one with a child all day where there's this kind of explicit direct instruction going on. Kids have opportunities for more coached activities, and they have opportunities for independence, right? And they're not online the whole time. They have some offline opportunities. So we're hoping that with the use of Seesaw and Schoology, we're giving kids an easy way to log on and log off and access resources and lessons, and that we can create more of a balanced day for kids.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Ida Melbai asked, when will we know if our child will be attending Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday? Can we opt out of our student eating in the cafeteria and instead have them eat at their desk or preferably outside? If not, will the students all face the same direction in the cafeteria?
Yeah, so at this point, I would say, unfortunately, parents cannot opt out of eating in the cafeteria. It really comes down to a supervision challenge with, making sure that we have the appropriate supervision for all students, and we couldn't be having them in the same class that way. In terms of lunch, let's just see. That I can't say all the students would face the same direction, but they would be 6 feet apart when they are eating. Otherwise, the other question we addressed already.
Deb Diaz had sent us some comments and she is now revising them. She is, I believe, watching the meeting. Dr. Olson, do you need a break? Revising questions as I've not heard these addressed. Thank you for your diligence and dedication. I understand you are proceeding as in the best of your ability for the district. If you prefer to address via email, that is fine. Do you want to?
So what would I be addressing by email?
General educational goals and virtual schooling, some of which has already been addressed. General educational goals, how do we make arrangements for a partial homeschooling plan? What accommodations will be allowed for the disruption in routine learning so as to accommodate for the difficulties in the learning situation as far as standards, grading, promotion? Is there a consideration for the content for this year may not be completely may not completely be satisfied and would need to extend into additional time?
Sure. So I think a couple of those, we can address in terms of, students will be assessed, there will be grades, there will be report cards. That's going to be something that's very different. So that's one of our goals. A second goal is to be able to meet students of where they're at. So it's going to be assessing by the teacher to see where that student is and then helping that student grow in their particular area, regardless of where their ability level is at. It's very challenging for our staff to be able to assess students virtually. And that's something that, we're continuing to work on to how, we can do that effectively, because teachers are so used to being able to do it in person and being able to do it in the classroom. So, that's one of our goals too, because as we talked about in the spring, is that our concern is that there are students that are falling behind, and every student learns differently, and we're going to need to help each student as they're progressing through this very unusual year. But I think, as you suggested, what's challenging is that all the logistical pieces, and we're working through all of those pieces while we still have these academic goals. But I have a feeling that some of those are going to change as the year goes on and as we see where students are at. Once we start assessing them and seeing where they're at, that gives us much more information on how best to proceed from there. Okay, thank you.
And on the virtual learning, I believe most of her questions have been answered, so we'll address anything that's not been answered via email.
Okay,
Thank you, Deb.
Jean has said that she doesn't need her question answered tonight. It's been answered. So we'll go to Sherry Hoying. And Sherry asks, for hybrid option, will parents select days of school attendance, or will schools select days? And two, given that flu season is approaching and similar symptoms, can you elaborate on sick policy for students returning to school if they become sick? I think we've probably already addressed that as well.
Can you just finish it though?
Sure, happy to. Let's see. Will a child need to get COVID testing when they develop symptoms? Will a child have to stay home at a minimum of 10 days if they develop symptoms but do not get tested for COVID?
So I think all those questions have been answered, but with the exception of the one, would a child need to get COVID testing? That would be something that would be really in discussion with their doctor in terms of that. But otherwise, I think we answered those.
And this one from Taylor Duncan. When is it likely to end, meaning back to normal? Because my suspicion is that this will last the entirety of the fall. The reason I say that is this seems like a crazy amount of planning and organization to do this 2 days per week plan, and then in a month.
Pete, we already read that one.
We have read this one? Thank you.
Thank you.
It sounded really familiar.
Okay, we're running together. I'll read the next one then. Teresa has said that we don't need to go and read hers, so we'll go to Allison Porterchuk. Can a family choose different options for each individual child depending on their needs and concerns?
So I think what that question's getting at is, could they choose remote learning for one child and hybrid option for the other child? And yes, that's possible.
Okay, Violetta Pacus. My son is starting first grade at Franklin Elementary School. Can each teacher take their student's temperature before allowing that child to enter school? This would be in addition to parents' daily symptoms temperature checks done at home. There are touchless thermometers that can efficiently accomplish this, and I think would give all a mental peace.
Yep. Thank you, but we've already answered.
Hello, Ivan Drenkarov. I'd like to suggest keeping the windows open in all classrooms during and after class sessions. This will help our kids cope with the lack of oxygen. If this is not implemented, our kids will get sicker and weaker. And I think we already answered that.
Yep.
Okay, this one's from Lauren Rapazand. Thank you for taking our questions. Our family is new to the district with an incoming kindergartner. Two questions. One, on the 2 days a week that children would be in person at school, what will that day look like? My concern being many times kindergarten is a lot of group work and hands-on materials. I know that based on the document you sent that it is not going to be the case. So I guess I'm looking for a little clarification on the socialization benefits of having my child attend in person. This might be a question that is better suited for the principal of the school. So if that's the case, please let me know. I'm happy to direct my question elsewhere. Two, are we able to get a copy of the curriculum for kindergarten so that if my son has issues focusing with the remote work, we would be able to cover concepts and teach him what he needs to know on the same timeline that would be happening in school?
Okay, so in response to question one, you know, I don't know that I can get into the socialization benefits for your child because every child is different. You know, for instance, I have two children and I would make different decisions for one than I would for the other in terms of socialization. If you want to contact me or you want to contact your school's principal, I'm sure that we could sort of talk about it more on a one-on-one case to try to help you with that. In terms of the second question, Lori, where they're asking about, can we get a copy of the curriculum for kindergarten so that we can follow along and keep on the same timeline? I'm assuming this means that the child is still in our district, that they are either choosing remote learning or choosing hybrid. So first of all, if that student wasn't in our district anymore, then we wouldn't be able to do that. Lori, I don't know if we're really going to be able to answer this question yet, but anything you wanted to add?
Just that in their instruction, our teachers will be sharing clear learning targets for the week. And they do now typically share clear learning targets, daily learning targets and weekly learning targets with kids. So there are opportunities for parents to support that with that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next one's from Katie Paffhouse. She has a son slated for kindergarten and wants more specifics of how remote learning would work for this age group. 4 points. 1, how much online face-to-face with teacher and student per day or week? 2, is the lesson plan set up for parent and teacher interaction? If so, how often? 3, how many hours per day is kindergarten remote learning per day? And 4, will parents get books, resources from school, or is everything printed from home?
Lori, do you want to maybe first talk about that percentage piece that we were talking about?
Sure. So with teachers kicking off lessons with kids and then checking on kids through differentiated small groups, I would anticipate that students would spend a minimum of 50% of their day in some sort of live interaction with an adult. And again, that could happen in different ways. It could happen through whole group instruction, or it could happen through, small group differentiated instruction. In terms of just the resources, we are going to be organizing socially distanced resource pickups so that students have access to resources that they would be using, for example, in the classroom, so that parents don't have that printing burden that was identified in the spring. But another piece from this particular email that's a theme in all of the emails is how dramatically different instruction is going to be this coming year. School's going to look a lot more like it looked when we as parents were in school than sort of the goal that we have for students and teachers in today's world. So the social distancing and our inability to really pull kids together in small groups in multiple settings changes what instruction looks like.
Thank you.
Matt Inwood asks, how many mask exemptions are going to be allowed per school and per classroom? Will we know if there is a kid in our child's classroom with an exemption? What do we do if we're not comfortable sending our child to a hybrid classroom with a child who received an exemption? How will the school respond to a parent-child who refuses to wear a mask without an exemption? When will schedules for online learning be released? Will they be consistent week over week? When will we find out which days kids in the hybrid option will be on campus?
So I think most of those questions have been answered. I guess I did want to address You know, if a parent were to find out that there is a child in their classroom that is, you know, mask exempt, and that parent decided that they no longer wanted the in-person option, then we would work with those parents in order to help them move into remote learning for that. I think the rest of them have been answered. When will the schedules for online learning be released? Will they be consistent week over week? I'm not sure if that's getting into like, when will they be released on a weekly basis, or like they'll come out every Monday or every Friday or something like that. And that's something that we're still talking through and don't have an answer on that yet. Okay, thank you.
Kevin Wyland. I am a parent of an incoming 5th grader at Washington and 7th grader at Lincoln. I would like to know what steps are being taken to ensure an equitable educational experience, regardless what instructional program a parent may choose for the fall. Will the curriculum be the same or very similar? Will the activities be the same or very similar? Will students have the same or very similar opportunities to access a teacher to ask questions? For the 3 scenarios listed in the 5-day remote learning option, scenario number 2 does not indicate that the teachers will be highly qualified and employed by the district. Is this the case, or might the teaching assignment be outsourced? Thank you.
We don't have any plans to outsource teaching at this point. As I've said previously, we're going to have to look at the staffing as we continue, to go along. We are possibly thinking about that for some of our other positions, non-teaching positions, in terms of if we're going to have to go to that, but we don't have any plans to outsource teaching at this time.
Okay, this one's from Kathleen Dunn Balducci. There's about 10 points here or so. What is the threshold for the number of students for a dedicated remote learning teacher? Will parents have an option to select 5-day remote contingent on a dedicated teacher? While the plan indicates the schedule will follow the school day schedule online, it also references adjustment to accommodate increased sanitary requirements. How will that schedule change? What will be start-end times for both remote and in-person learning? What will be the classroom capacities for the in-person days? How will spacing be adjusted or maintained? When and how will decisions be made regarding the 2-day assignment for in-person learning? On remote learning day, what are the standards and exceptions of synchronous versus asynchronous activities? What will be the percentage of each type of learning? What is the process, and when or why will medical exceptions be given for mask wearing? Are there limitations on percentage of students in each classroom given exceptions? When will special education services be provided? Will they be held on the in-person days or remote learning days? What is the standard exception for technology use across all grade levels, including teacher and student support? How will varying educational needs be addressed during the remote learning days, i.e. students with varied leveled reading and/or math? Will teachers be assigned to the same group of students for both in-person and remote learning days for the blended option? Will curriculum be consistent across the grade level throughout the district, or will each school and/or classroom set their own curriculum?
So several of those questions, once again, have been answered previously. I also think some of these questions would detail a pretty significant answer that I don't think we'd be able to, go that far tonight. We've tried to, provide as much information as we can to help parents have a better understanding and a better view of what each of these options is going to look like. Lori, do you maybe just want to address the question, will curriculum be consistent across the grade level throughout the district, or will each school and/or classroom set their own curriculum?
Curriculum will be consistent across the district. So, it will be aligned between 5-day remote learning and in-person learning. We want it to be synchronized because we anticipate at some point that we're all going to come back together, hopefully sooner rather than later. So we do plan on having it be this consistent and aligned.
And I think the other piece is that some of these questions are asking for a very specific, what's the percent of this, or how much is this going to happen? And really, there's a lot of factors that go into that, depending on the age of the children, a particular classroom, particular group of kids, particular learning, maybe this week versus next week. So there's a lot of pieces there that are going to be different depending on the classroom and the group of kids. And that's, you know, what our teachers are used to, and what they normally do is working with a wide range of abilities in order to help their students, and they're going to make whatever adjustments they need in order to achieve that. Thank you.
Okay. The next one is from Akiko Maguro. If the student participates in 5 days remote option, how does the Channels of Challenge program work to align with the other students who are participating in a 2 days in-person class? Is a 5 days remote option student pretty much working on her own for those 2 days and no live connection with the teacher in those 2 days? Thanks.
Lori, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, Pete, can you repeat the last part? My computer cut out.
Is a 5 days remote option student pretty much working on her own for those 2 days and no live connection with the teacher in those 2 days?
The 5-day remote learning student?
So first of all, this is directed just to CFC.
Okay,
And
just directed to CFC. So no, when students are home during CFC time, we actually would like for them to join their teacher synchronously for class, so to join their class through virtual conferencing. So they won't be working on their own. Their teacher will pull them in for the mini lesson, probably for some small group work, do some sort of closing with them, and probably assign them an independent assignment to work on. But kids will be joining virtually for that experience.
Thanks.
So I once again just want to thank all the parents that are keep emailing to not read their comments and thanking us for all the work and the time we're spending tonight. But so thank you to all of you who are doing that, and we appreciate it. Next comment is from John Munau. Exactly what science are you using to make your communist decision? Which politicians are we listening to? Do we consult actual doctors? Does this all go away November 4th? Wake up and stop the indoctrination, disrespectfully.
So as we brought up previously, is that we are following the guidelines of the Illinois State Board of Education and the Illinois Department of Public Health. Those are the guidelines that are guiding us through making the decisions that we're making. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Lauren McGinty, when will we find out what days we've been assigned to for in-person learning? I think you've already answered that.
Okay, and then we go to, let's see if we've got this one on our list or not. Kathleen Dunn Balducci. I don't know if this is a duplicate. Let me see.
Yeah, I think so.
This is a duplicate. That's, I recognize the name, so I'll go to the next one. We've already read that. The next one is from Dana Oberth. Can you please let us know when we will know which 2 days will be placed in for hybrid schedule? Thank you.
Okay, so we've answered, so keep going.
Okay, and the next one is Nadja Surak. Would it be possible to implement testing of teachers on a weekly basis? How do the teachers support staff feel about the reopening of schools? Are they on board with returning? Are they thinking of striking? What are their concerns? What happens if a teacher gets sick or requires quarantine? Do you have substitutes available? Can you specify what metrics the district is looking at with regard to keeping the schools open or closing them down? Are they based on the state, county, or are they specific to Park Ridge? Please be specific when answering this question and include numbers.
Yeah, so I think first of all, just to reiterate again, I think there's two possibilities of us moving into full remote learning. The one would be that either the governor makes that decision for the entire state or for our region. So that's one possibility. And then another possibility is that District 64 makes that decision on its own. And the reasons that we may make that decision on our own are what I've discussed previously. If we don't feel that it's safe to be able to bring students and staff back, that could be a reason. Another reason could be staffing in general. Do we have enough personnel to be able to carry out the year? I think I gave, an overview of what the teacher point of view are. I'm not able to answer the question, are they thinking of striking? And I think that, their concerns really, boil down to safety. That's really the primary piece that people are concerned about. And so I don't think, they've asked for specific metrics. There's not a magic number that if cases get to this number or if, this particular thing happens, it's more of a collection of whether we're really able to pull it off in a safe and secure manner or not. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. There was one last question. Could we implement testing of teachers on a weekly basis? I'd really like to talk with our union leaders before making a decision on that.
Adrian Campuzano asks, I have a question about students who end up going back to school 2 days a week. If there are very low numbers of students who decide to go back to the 2-day in-person option, will it still be offered? Or will there be a minimum attendance amount required to move forward with the 2-day option?
Yeah, at this point, our plan has both options and we plan to move forward with both options. I mean, if there was some extreme situation that only 2 students in an entire school wanted to go in person, I think we might have to look at that. But otherwise, we really are sort of basing our planning on a certain percentage of parents are going to choose remote learning and a certain percentage are going to choose in person, and we're going to have to adjust depending on what those percentages are.
And Nicole Musial, I currently have a 3rd grader and a preschooler. My little one has sped services. I know that Jefferson is going full days. If I do not send her, will she be able to obtain her IEP services remotely?
Leanne, do you want to answer that?
Yes, IEP services will be provided in a remote environment.
Thank you.
The next one is from Christina Kaur. As a single full-time working parent, I will need to coordinate days with a neighbor. How can we ensure coordinating days Monday, Tuesday versus Thursday, Friday? If we choose a hybrid model, what will the process be to switch to remote should the hybrid model not work? How will positive COVID cases be handled? And is this still up for a vote or are these plans final?
So I think most of the questions have been answered. I just want to address that last one. No, there are no final plans. This is the information, the best information we have at this time that we can provide to our community. And as I've shared previously, the information continues to come in, the guidance changes, and we adjust accordingly. So our plan has to continue to change to meet those needs. And then also, as we continue to talk with staff and parents and hear the various amounts of feedback, that also has an effect on potentially changing the plan. So we'd like to refer to this as a living document, which means the document can change and be updated as we go along. Once again, I understand that parents need time to be able to adjust to certain pieces that are going to change with the plan, but it is unfortunately going to have to be a fluid process.
Okay, the next one is from Tanja Ivovic. This fall, both of my children will be attending Lincoln. Will they attend in-person learning on the same days? As a working parent, it would be important for them to attend in-person learning on the same days so I can schedule accordingly with my employer.
So I think we've answered it already. Go ahead.
Okay, Deb Diaz writes.
Pete, we already answered Deb Diaz.
Thank you.
Yep.
That one, or the next one. This one is from Marta Petrina. Could someone please advise how, when we can enroll in the hybrid option? I did not see any instruction on the 20-page guide. that was sent out.
Yeah, so I think we've talked about it already.
I'll keep going. We've got Jessica Hoban. Will the meeting be recorded and saved for those who cannot attend, watch in real time?
If that's been answered.
Thank you.
I'll take over. Kristen Hunter is asking, my big question is why aren't kindergartens being treated similar, oh my gosh, similar to the preschoolers and given full 5-day in-person schooling, especially given that their program is already a part-day program, and with the cancellation of EDK, the reduction in hours of classroom experience and socialization is drastic. Dr. Olson, you want to do these piece by piece?
So far, it's been answered.
Okay. If all can be given full 5-day in-person schooling, then have you thought about having kindergarten students 2 days be full days versus part days to allow more on-site instruction and socialization?
Answered.
Well, the removal of EDK, many parents like myself are likely going to have to find other ways to fill their child's day, which may actually end up having more individuals, groups come into contact than had there been a structured program through the school. This seems counterproductive to limit contacts within the community. Have you considered a program similar to EDK at each individual school or working with the park district to offer a longer before after school program to make up for the hours that EDK would have covered?
So I think all of those questions have been answered, with the exception of I'm continuing to talk with the Park District on a weekly basis as they figure out both, their plan for Beyond the Bell and what other possibilities that they might be able to provide parents. So I think they're still figuring through their pieces as well, but those are definitely possibilities.
Overall, we are very disappointed by the announcement on Monday, especially given the survey results that were shared showing roughly 70% of families wanted to come back in person, especially full-time instead of hybrid. And uniquely for kindergartens, their already slim program is now even more slim, and with this being their introduction to school, it feels like not only a short-term problem, but a way to start them off on the wrong foot. They need more than what they are being given. Honestly, we're debating if we will send her to public schooling or not. Our biggest need from kindergarten was an introduction to school and socialization, and this plan does not meet that need much at all.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. I think also what our teachers are struggling with is that at least last year, when the pandemic came in March, they knew their students. They had already been with them for 3/4 of the year and knew them very well. It's going to be much more challenging to start the year with students that they're either just being introduced to virtually and trying. So we would love if there was an opportunity even for them, everybody to come for 2 weeks, just so people could, meet people and start forming those connections and relationships and so forth. But unfortunately, as we've already talked through, it's just not possible for us to do that in a safe and secure manner.
Kostadin Shobanov, how do you envision all the kids running around in masks during physical education? It's hard to breathe through mask as it is, let alone run with a mask on. I think that there should be either no PE with no mask, or an option not to have your kids in PE for the parents who are concerned. I certainly am. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Okay, thank you for the feedback.
Pete, over to you.
Yep, this one's from Sarah Marcucci. 3 questions for the middle schoolers. How will math classes be leveled if kids aren't moving around but staying in their homeroom? 2, same goes for electives. If a kid has already had an elective, does he have no choice when the foods teacher walks into his homeroom for elective time period? And number 3, and same goes for foreign languages. How does a Spanish student continue to get Spanish if he's sitting in his homeroom with kids who take French, German, or no language at all?
Yes, so those are all the complicated pieces of working through a middle school schedule. So while most of that has been figured out, we are still talking through those pieces. And then a big key piece is when parents make their choice, so that we understand who's choosing which option. The other piece to say is that what we've tried to make clear is that school's not going to look the way it's looked in the past. So just as an example, for students even to use a science lab, for students to go into that lab, if period 1 goes in there, then that entire room has to be deep cleaned before we could have another group of students come in. So it might be even for a science class that a class is in a regular room, and maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks, they can go to the science lab to do a lab, because that's the time it's going to take for us to clean between all of those sections. And the same with electives, that we are going to have to adjust as we try to make these schedules work to be able to keep students in these particular places, and it is going to look different than it has in the past.
Okay. Next question would be about a dozen points here from Christina and Matt Tomasco.
Hey, Peter. We received an email from Christina Tomasco on behalf of herself and Matt that they are withdrawing the question, or not withdrawing the questions, but let me see what she said. She says, "We appreciate your time tonight. I believe most of our questions have been addressed, so no need to read our email." Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. So we'll go on to the next one. I don't know if I can pronounce the name, but I'll give it a shot. Anurata Gitazuski. Unfortunately, I am not happy with the choices you gave us with reopening the school year. I am a working mom and I do rely on my income, so the hybrid e-learning does not help me at all. What am I supposed to do now? Quit my job? My question is, what is the difference between District 54 and District 64? Where in District 54, parents had an option to pick between in-person 5 days with masks and guidelines and e-learning for parents that can afford to stay at home. How come our district doesn't have that option?
Yeah, and I think, thank you again for the feedback. I'd also say, not that I'm speaking to District 54 directly, but I'm saying that, many of the districts are starting to move to a full remote option. And so while they may have provided other plans previously, that might not be the current case of where they're at. Because as I said previously, as we keep peeling away layers of the onion, we keep getting down to more challenges that we have to make the in-person work. So we're continuing to work through those challenges to try to provide it for families, but that's, once again, there is the very real possibility that we may have to go to full remote even before the school year begins.
Okay.
Pete, do you want me to take over?
Go ahead.
Wendy Van Koolen, what are the expectations / protocol for students in the hybrid program that may be traveling out of the area? Example, a family that would go to a bordering state for a long weekend, since there are only 2 days of in-person learning, and that state may or may not be on a list that is advisable to quarantine upon return. How would this be monitored and how strictly would this be enforced? Thank you, and we look forward to the response.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not something that we can monitor of every family and where they go. A lot of that relies on self-reporting and information that they would have to give us. And we found that when we did try to survey parents in the spring in regard to their travels over spring break, it was very challenging, and we did not really receive adequate data to be able to make appropriate decisions. So this is not something that's going to be possible at this time.
And Lance Northcutt, I have 2 questions about school reopening. The very detailed reopening plan mentions nothing about HVAC systems and the risk of COVID transmission through recycled air. What is being done to address this and ensure parents are made aware of the physical structure of these systems in each school so they can make an informed determination about in-school attendance? The risk of transmission from indoor exercise is well documented. Knowing this, why are students attending indoor physical education? Thank you.
Yep. So once again, just in regard to physical education, we are following the guidelines that we have been given, and we do believe that we can have students in an indoor gymnasium in a safe way at this time.
Okay, we'll move on to Lisa Apadazano. Hello, I was wondering if there was a possibility of taking temperatures of the kids upon arrival. They have contactless thermometers and it is a fairly quick process. This is mandatory for many businesses you enter now, seems appropriate for school. I would be willing to buy the thermometers for my kids' classrooms, and I'm sure many parents would do the same. Thank you.
Yep, we've answered it. Let's keep going.
Okay, next one is from Michael Brazil. Let me scroll down to the questions. If there are some children that have to attend school, will the teacher have to teach to online students and in-person students at the same time? If so, would this take away instructional time from one group of the students? Any parent help links for helping out the homeschool online learning? Last spring was definitely a challenge to all, but even more so to the parents that had to act as a teacher. A lot of extra work for the parents who may or may not have had the ability to teach. Any tips for differential roles? I mean, my daughter knows me as her father, not as a teacher, thus she has kind of built in job descriptions for both, but only sees me as a father, not a teacher. Hope that makes sense. Thanks for your time and patience.
Yes, so I think we've already addressed those.
Okay, moving on to Ruth Gonzalez. Remote learning schedule. What time of day will the synchronous portion of teaching be and how many hours? Will there be homework this year? If so, will it be reduced or will it be the same amount as year past? Will first grade be evaluated for CFC classes this year? If so, when and how? I expected kindergarten to be evaluated last year, but I never heard anything about it.
Yeah, so I believe we've addressed all of these.
And Amanda Rafferty, will there be air filters placed in each classroom, or are there updates being made to the HVAC system at the schools to help with air purification? Address. Milena Petrova, I will not allow my second grade student to do running or any gym activities with a mask. What do I need to do to opt him out of PE? I think I already answered.
Yep.
Over to you, Pete.
Sure. Jordan Radev, the father of a first grader, wants to thank us. And then his question is, if the majority of parents want their kids to attend full-time in-person school, why is the hybrid program offering only 2 days a week in-person school? What difference does it make if it's 2 or 4 or 5 days? And second, was the option of full-time in-person school even considered? We know last school year, kids fell behind academically for various reasons. This coming school year will not be any different if students continue with e-learning, whether it is 3 or 5 days. Parents are not teachers, even though we do our best. Are there any other options for parents to work and for our children to be educated to the level they need? Will afternoon programs be available? Again, thank you for all the great work you do, and I respect any decision you make.
Yeah, thank you. I think most of those questions were answered. In terms of will afternoon programs be available, I'm assuming that means after school. We have not got that far yet, but that is certainly something we can consider. So thanks for the feedback.
Okay, 3 questions from Monica Grubasek Espinoza. Number 1, for the in-person hybrid option, while children are home for 3 days, what percentage of each day will there be synchronous versus asynchronous versus offline activities? We require an answer to this question so we can plan for additional help during the asynchronous and offline activities. 2, similar to question 1, for the in-person hybrid option, while children are home for 3 days, is there a requirement or guideline for teachers to use synchronous learning more than asynchronous? The reason for this question is due to the fact that children may have questions or need support during asynchronous learning, which will directly fall to the parents or whoever the caregiver is during those times. Can you assure that teachers will be available throughout the entire day for questions and support, similar to what the child would get if she or he was physically in the classroom? As you likely know, many parents are working from home and need to remain productive with their own jobs. Putting this strain on parents is, quite frankly, unfair. Number 3, the proposed options still put a massive strain on working parents, as children, especially in the lower grades, need to be monitored and guided while at home, whether 3 days or 5 days. Parents are being forced to hire additional help in the home despite the high taxes we pay, most of which goes toward education. What is the district's response to this?
So most of these questions have been answered. I just wanted to say, I think that our teachers, currently in our plan are going to be balancing a lot. And several of them are trying to monitor students at home, students in their classroom, working between the two groups. So I can't say for sure whether a teacher would be available at the entire day for questions, but as we've previously shared, there would definitely be opportunities for students to be able to get their questions answered. Thank you.
Okay, next one's from Catherine Gillespie. Two questions. CFC was mentioned in the plan. If possible, could a cohort be created with just CFC students to make that the bubble for those students rather than switching rooms and or teachers? We are at Field and will be entering 4th grade and feel there may be enough CFC students to make this a reality. And number two, we're the District 64 teachers or teachers union. I think she meant we're the District 64 teachers or teachers union consulted when creating the reopening plan. We'd like to know what, if any, input this group gave to the district. Thank you.
Yep. So I think that the second question's been answered. In regard to the first one, as I think it's just, we still have to see about the amount of students that are going to come in and what enrollment's going to look like before we could, decide to create a special CFC particular group. But we are committed to offering CFC to our students, whether they're remote or in person. Thank you.
Evan Gilbert, how do we choose if we want our children to participate in the hybrid or e-learning options? Is each school going to reach out to us? If yes, when will we be contacted? I know you've already answered this, Dr. Olson, but you might want to reiterate.
Yeah, so once again, we are sending out a form to all parents tomorrow that will ask them to make a choice, and parents will have a week to be able to fill out the form, and the form will be due on Wednesday, August 5th.
Thank you. Mary Yaroshevsky, I am writing to you to express my concern over the daily certification of health screening required by parents. As a registered nurse who has worked as a school nurse for 3 years, I can tell you that this requirement is not the safest option, and I am deeply concerned we're missing a vital step for everyone's safety: temperature screenings. In the rush of the morning, these home screenings will be forgotten or missed by some families. Additionally, with the added stress of work and childcare, my concern is that limits will be pushed. As a school nurse, I consistently see children who are often sent to school ill. My request would be that all staff are temperature checked upon entry of the building. Additionally, I suggest supplying each teacher with a contactless thermometer to test each child prior to entry in the building. This simple and quick measure will ensure an added layer of safety for staff and our children. As we have seen with the continued rise in COVID cases and various opinions regarding safety measures, this simple step gives us non-biased data on the health of each child and staff member. Over the summer, camps and pools have implemented temperature checks into their routines. Children are already accustomed to this added layer of precaution. Contactless temperature screenings take less than 2 seconds to perform on each child and are a simple, quick, and effective way to ensure that everyone is healthy. I urge you to consider this simple and a cost-effective measure of safety for our kids and our beloved staff. In a pandemic that has many uncontrollables, temperature screening have proven to be a simple yet effective measure to ensure everyone's safety. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for the feedback.
All right, this one's from Nick Gongarek. Thanks for the updates. These are the initial questions I had for our daughter starting kindergarten. I just read through the 20-page document. She was supposed to go to Roosevelt for morning classes, then Jefferson for extended programs. Would morning schedule for kindergarten be an everyday class from 9 to noon? If we chose to go to virtual and not attend in person, will that virtual class be taught every day? If we just e-learn, are those hours different daily? Trying to determine how to schedule for work in August. Will school be supplying tablets or devices for e-learning? or that needs to be covered by the parents? For the Jefferson after-school program, can that be taught virtually? Not seeing value of her being in 2 different schools, taking a bus and all of that now. If the Jefferson after-school program can be taught virtually, we are interested. If not, probably not interested in her attending that physically. But when we require to let you know if we are choosing, when do we require to let you know if we are choosing e-learning versus coming in person? Being that young, I don't see them keeping face masks on, social distancing, and just seems to be too much for a challenge for that age. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think we've addressed all of those. I did want to, make one point that I was very thankful to our board who made the decision to, purchase devices for our kindergarten and first and second graders very early on, back at the end of spring, early summer. That provided us to get right on the order. We have received all of those devices and we have all of them now. But I am hearing of many other districts that are being told that their orders are quite delayed, some even till December. So I think that was a really wise decision by the board and really helped us out a lot. So thank you.
This next one's from Danuta Tokarski. I have a suggestion for helping kids going back to school this fall to make it more efficient. If parents choose in-person hybrid program for Monday, Tuesday, well, the other kids from the class will be at home those days waiting for their turn on Thursday, Friday. Is it possible for them to watch the lessons from home by using Zoom or a web camera on the days at home? This way, the teacher can be with the kids 4 times a week instead of 2, and he or she doesn't have to repeat the same lessons. We don't want our kids to be even more behind than they are now because they didn't learn much since March.
Okay, I think we've already addressed it.
All right, we have Rebecca Clarkin. Can you please elaborate on how channels of challenge students under the hybrid in-person option would receive instruction? The traditional approach of pulling out and then mixing students from many classrooms for CFC goes against the ISB guidance to keep small groups of students together in one classroom. Is the district considering putting all CFC students in the same classroom to minimize mixing, even if the math reading instruction is provided by a CFC teacher?
So yes, all of those considerations we're continuing to look at. And as we mentioned earlier, we are still working through how to make the channels of challenge classes work in a safe and secure manner, but we are committed to making them happen this school year. Thank you.
Jen Wachala was one of our parents who followed up with an email tonight. She says, I think my questions have been answered, but I missed. Are teachers rotating or will they be streamed into the middle school classes? That's the question, but then you can share. Thank you for all that you're trying to do. This is truly a no-win situation, and there are so many variables. It is appreciated that you're trying to accommodate a vast number of needs and wants. Jennifer Price is her actual name.
Okay, thank you. And can you go back to the question again?
Are teachers rotating or will they
yeah.
be streamed into the middle school classes?
Yeah, and there really is the possibility of both. Is that, kind of depending on the class and depending on the situation and the staffing, there is the possibility for both.
Okay, I've got a real long one here, Dr. Olson. Fran, MMI, it says. Several questions arise. Stop me if you want to address or stop in the middle of one. So there's about 14, 15 questions here. And I'll start with the first one. What, if any, training will be given to the students to correctly wear masks? How will a school handle infractions of improper mask use? Because quite honestly, these infractions can and will infect other students and faculty. Too many Emerson students have been seen incorrectly wearing masks under their noses or under their top lips. That is, when they're actually wearing masks. Many do not even follow store policies to wear masks, like in Jewel, Osco, and many others. Many are not following social distancing guidelines right now.
So Pete, I think I'll take them one at a time. Most of this has already been answered, but I will say that there was one piece. Oh, that, what's going to have to be a start of our school year is, a lot of instructions on hand washing, a lot of instructions on wearing masks, a lot of instructions on these types of safety, measures that are now going to be a part of a classroom. So we're definitely going to spend time at the beginning of the year helping students through these. Okay, Pete.
Upon reading the 20-page document, there is little definitive policy in the area of PE. How is PE going to be handled? Other schools are not allowed locker room usage to change for PE. Are you mandating students wear masks inside of the gym during PE? If not, how is the school going to minimize the spread of coronavirus when children are yelling and breathing hard inside an air-conditioned building?
Okay, we've already answered. Go ahead.
3, as to the air conditioning, our other public schools are already in the process of or are done upgrading the HVAC systems, as well as mandating windows to be open in classrooms to limit the spread due to air currents from air conditioning. This was not addressed in the document. Please address.
We have.
As to quarantining, how is that being done? We know what nurse's office looks like. Where will the separate and secure quarantine location be? Will there be one nurse assigned to that task? What PPE will be used by the medical personnel? If the nurse on staff is expected to do both, will there be a secure area outside of quarantine area, obviously for the nurse's safety, to safely sanitize before helping other students? What precautions being done to not cross-contaminate?
Yeah, so a couple on these. So first of all, in regard to our nurses, we've purchased N95 masks, we've purchased face shields, scrubs, gowns, gloves, everything that we need to be able to protect them. We talked about earlier hiring health aides to be able to help them through this. And Luann Kolstad and Margaret Tamari, our head nurse, have gone through all the schools and determined where are these isolation rooms going to be for people that need to quarantine and so forth. So we are ready for all of those measures. Okay, go ahead.
Number 5, after reading the 20 pages, it was vague on symptoms and policies for students. How will the school determine what is COVID-19 symptom, cold symptom, allergy symptom, and flu symptom when many do not present with fever? What are the specific minimum criteria that must be met to send students home when fever is not always present? What are the specific criteria that the whole classroom must be sent home for 14 days? If someone is sick in class and does not qualify for tests, will the school mandate all students and teachers quarantine? How will you protect the students and staff when one person has coronavirus symptoms?
Already answered. Go ahead.
If forced to quarantine due to a family member being exposed to COVID-19, how will the school handle this? Would the student switch to full remote learning? Will the student then be stuck in full remote learning until November? Will the student be penalized for too many out of school days?
Okay, answered.
Did the 20-page document actually say that every day the student family must fill out medical form, but it would only be submitted every 2 weeks? How does that keep faculty and students safe?
Okay, already answered.
Will any questions not answered in this meeting be answered online?
That certainly could be possible.
Will this meeting be posted online for people to see later?
We already addressed it.
Grades for remote learning students? How will students take any of the tests necessary, or will there be more project-related tasks to show their understanding of the work?
Answered.
Is the school, teachers, and/or staff going to have additional educational time to teach a student body of the importance of these guidelines inside and outside of school? Comment: we have seen too many K-12 students and their family members not take the CDC rules seriously, where they were congregating in too many numbers without masks and without social distancing. If the students, teachers, nor the staff, if it does the students, teachers, nor staff any good if people are not following the guidelines outside of school, because it risks everyone, especially those who have underlying medical conditions.
Okay, addressed.
Sanitation. After reading the document, I do not see detailed sanitation procedures. It appears the school is saying extra cleaning will only happen on Wednesday or weekends. Other public schools have hired 3-shift staffing to continually clean at all times. This has not been done at Emerson. What additional sanitation will be added daily? What will the school immediately do if students and staff must go to nurse's office for presentation of coronavirus symptoms?
Okay, I just wanted to add here, you know, it's in the plan, but it hasn't come up tonight, is that there are 3 phases of cleaning. So the first is what's happening during the school day. So our custodians are going around and wiping all of those high touch areas and making sure that they are as clean as possible. And then, as you've heard several times through this presentation, the custodian's going to have many duties throughout the day, cleaning spaces and so forth to provide for the next group of students that come in. Then on a Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday night, what's happening is that our custodians are doing enhanced cleaning. I can't say for sure that every desk and every student chair would be cleaned, but we would be doing more cleaning than we're used to. Once again, making sure all of those common areas and high touch areas, but also trying to get to as many other areas as we can on a nightly basis. And then the full deep cleaning would come on Wednesdays and the weekends, where now we can ensure that every student desk and every student chair, every teacher desk, every teacher chair, everything has been sanitized before we accept the next group of kids. All right, go ahead.
Okay, next is teachers are not medical personnel. What training have the teachers and staff received to determine if any child or even themselves may have symptoms of coronavirus?
Yeah, so just to reiterate is that we would have staff contact the nurse for the nurse to make those assessments.
Okay, just a few more on this one. If a student goes home sick, will a school inform all parents that a student in the bubble went home sick to allow the parents to decide if the schoolroom is still a safe environment for their children or for their child and family?
Answered.
Can parents decide to go from hybrid to remote learning, knowing full well that mine cannot change back? If parents choose to change from hybrid to full remote, does the remote learning program have flexibility to handle those changes?
Answered.
Does Emerson have plans ready in place to fully go to remote learning in case coronavirus spreads within the school?
Yes, all of our schools do, but obviously those plans are continually in the works, but yes.
Emerson has chosen a hybrid program on differing days than District 207, where most graduating 8th graders attend. Is there any flexibility in the days chosen to match the siblings' District 207 schedule for parents who work? District 207 is remote for all Mondays and hybrid on either Group A, Tuesday or Thursday, or Group B, Wednesday, Friday.
Yes, it is something that we talked about. Again, the challenge is going to be principals and schools being able to align siblings across our district pre-K 8. And I don't think we can add the extra layer of trying to match with 207 as well.
Okay. Stella Pappas is next. 3 questions. For the hybrid option, are parents able to choose which in-person set of days they prefer, or is it assigned based on a random drawing, etc.? If we are allowed to choose our in-person days, what is the date for us to make the decision by, and how will we register? Should we be looking for another email? When will we know our assigned days, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday?
Answered.
If we choose the hybrid option, but for some reason need to go to full-time e-learning, is that an option?
Answered.
Will the board secretary be providing meeting notes to District 64 families at the conclusion of your meeting tonight? Thank you.
And I guess I was, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Natasha.
Oh, sorry, I was going to respond to that one.
Go ahead.
So if you go to our website, district website, on the board meeting page, we post reports, minutes, videos of every single meeting, and they're there for a long, long time. You can go back many years. So the video will be available a few days following the board meeting tonight, and the minutes will be posted after they're approved at the next regular meeting. But everything is on the district website page. Over to you, Dr. Olson. Were you going to add something?
We'll go to the next one.
Okay, I think Dr. Olson might be frozen.
I think so.
Yeah, I think he's,
Well, let's give it a minute.
yeah, the laptop is frying.
When he blinks, we know he's back then.
Joel there?
Uh-oh.
I think he's, oh. Seem to be losing our people. Oh, here we go. Dr. Olson, you're back on.
I think you're muted right now, Eric.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, we can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Okay. So Natasha, I felt that you fully answered that question, and we can keep going from there.
All right, thank you. Laura Mabrito, dear board members, could you please expand on the statement regarding the use of paper in the classroom? And the statement is, to the extent possible, paper use will be minimized. Passing of papers, other supplies, and equipment across the classroom is prohibited. If teachers are not allowed to pass out paper, how are students expected to complete written work assignments?
Yep, addressed.
Nicole Thibault. Hi, this is my question for tonight. Does the district plan to implement regular COVID-19 testing as part of the school's reopening plan? If so, can you please elaborate? The concern is for asymptomatic spread.
No, at this time, we will not be incorporating testing into our schools.
And Heather Scumba, can we get teacher assignments as soon as possible? It would be helpful to be able to know which kids are in my children's classes so I could possibly arrange a pod for remote learning with other families. I think that's been addressed too.
Okay. Stephanie Rotter, what options are there for people who are immunocompromised, have members in the household that are immunocompromised, or who simply do not feel comfortable sending their children to school at this time? Number two, with Chicago going back to phase 3, how does that impact our community in regards to our proximity to that area? Has there been mention of us regressing to phase 3 as well? If we do go back to phase 3, would we go back to remote learning strictly?
I think they've all been answered.
Okay.
I'm really fast. Can we do Lauren Rapisand's email?
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Natasha, did you hear from Lauren Rapisand? Should we read that one? I can
We already read that one earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, we read her email earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll go to Bonnie Rachel.
Also read, Pete.
It sounded familiar, the name did. So hang on a second. Let me keep going through these. Michael O'Donnell. My wife and I would like to thank the district for its thorough and thoughtful plan for this fall. We will not be attending tonight's meeting, but wanted to make sure the district team hears from families satisfied with the plan, in addition to those who may have concerns. No plan could possibly satisfy every stakeholder in these unprecedented times, but the district's plan, to our mind, comports with the latest epidemiology, research, and public policy to meet the needs of students, staff, and families. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you for the feedback. We appreciate it.
Before I continue reading this question, so some of these emails have come through, people saying, please go home, you don't need to respond tonight. So maybe we want to address why we're responding to public comments and taking the time to do so.
Yes, so, it is a requirement if we have, people that want to express their opinion, that we allow them an opportunity to do so. Tony, I don't know if we have other options, if it gets to a certain time that we want to call it for tonight. Any thoughts on that?
You know what, I'd have to, and I can pull it up really quick. You could only do it if you have set something forth in your board policy that allows you to set an overall limit on the number of questions. I know some board policies say more than 20 minutes, you could end up cutting it off, and obviously we're far beyond that. So I'd have to just take a look really quick at your board policy. Do we, by any chance, how are we?
We've got about 100 left, it looks like. Is that correct,
We're
Natasha?
about halfway through, I would say.
Okay.
Or maybe a little more. Yeah,
yeah.
and the emails are still coming in of people saying, don't read mine. So those are still coming. Yeah.
So why don't you guys continue and I can look at the board policy, but go.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to explain to the public why we're still here doing it, you know. A lot of questions about that. So we appreciate all the people that are still with us. We've got almost 300. So thank you for staying up late. All right, David Vorobechik, I would like to raise the following 2 questions. What was the cost benefit process for getting to the decision of no full-time in-person classroom? Was the parental survey where 2/3 parents wanted full-time in-person classes taken into account?
Yes, I think we've addressed it.
Yep. Irene Scardino Pritis, is there an option for parents to allow their kindergartens to go to school every day if they choose, or at least more than just twice a week? Many parents work full-time, so they either have to pay for a babysitter or quit their jobs because school is not in full session. The kindergarten class can still be divided into AM and PM classes and attend daily, except for Wednesdays for cleaning. At least they would be getting 4 days of in-class learning instead of just 2 days.
Okay, thank you.
Pete, over to you.
Yep, Lauren Dixon. Her questions are, number 1, regarding remote learning, will teachers individualize instructions or will it be a one-size-fits-all? 2, will standardized tests be administered for the 5-day remote learning model, MAP, PARCC, etc.? 3, will principals monitor weekly teacher lesson plans for those students receiving 5-day model to ensure Common Core is being covered? And 4, what is the limit number of students allowed in the classroom?
Okay, addressed.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me get to the next one. Go over to the next list here. And we're going to Lorraine Weissmeyer. Will parents be able to choose the days their children attend in person? Both mine and my husband's work schedule will not be conducive to my son staying home and e-learning on Monday, Tuesday. He would need to be in person on Monday, Tuesday. Thank you.
Answered.
Okay. Next is Nicole Magnuson. Seems counterproductive to wear masks all day to then at lunchtime take them off and eat with everyone in your room. I'm curious why the kids can't go 5 mornings each week with a focus on the core subjects and then all be dismissed for the day at lunchtime with remote learning and or homework in the afternoon. I'm not really understanding the benefit of in-person learning just 2 days a week.
I think we've addressed it.
All right, Lisa Talbert, I would like to know if the physical health of the teachers who will be seeing every student is a concern. What will happen if they get COVID-19? Would everyone in the first few rows of each classroom be required to stay home? Also, will students be staying with the same group of students all school year? Or could student groups and teachers switch at an appropriate time? Thank you for making these difficult decisions.
So I would say that at this point in time, we'd expect groups of students to stay together, but as I keep saying, we're going to have to adjust as the year continues to unfold. And I just wanted to comment that, of course, the health and safety of our staff and students really sits at the top of my brain for all the decisions that we're making, and it is a continual concern that we're working through. So thank you.
Amy Huser, thank you for your time and work on this very important issue. My one objection is the plan for PE. This class in particular, due to exertion, increased inhalation and exhalation, possible sharing of equipment and simple accidents, presents the greatest risk for transmission given what we know about the virus thus far. What is happening right now in Major League Baseball seems to provide adequate evidence that even the best systematic efforts to reduce the risk of transmission during athletics can and has failed. Please consider changing PE to a remote activity for now.
Okay, thank you for the feedback.
This one sounds familiar. Did I read it before, Natasha? Alyssa Reiner?
Yes, you did. You did, Pete.
It sounds familiar. I just didn't want to duplicate things when we have other messages waiting. don't know how to pronounce this, but Haziel Dorado. I'm a single father and work full time. I understand how scared some families are about sending their children to school. I am not one of those parents. I do not have the ability to stay home with my kids, nor do I have the time to sit and help them with their assignments all day. I appreciate the hard work you all put into the e-learning lessons last year, but for my family, e-learning is a complete failure. My kids breeze through the assignments, not learning anything, and they are playing Roblox or Minecraft by 10 a.m. My kids need to be in an actual class environment to effectively learn. They need to be able to socialize in person with other kids. Teaching our children in a live class setting is an essential job. If the teachers do not want to do their job, the district should find teachers that do. I am sure there are teachers or recent graduates that would love the opportunity to teach in our district and are not scared of catching this virus. It's very disappointing you are not going to a full-time 5-day-a-week schedule, but I think giving families the option of a virtual or live class is a good compromise. I would support a 5-day in-school schedule for students.
Okay, thank you for the feedback.
Let's try John McCarty. Did it ever occur to the district to do away with geographic boundaries for the 2021 school year and set some schools up as 5 days in school with other schools to be 2 days on, 3 days e-learning? If not, why? If so, why wasn't it considered feasible?
Yeah, so we have not looked at that option at this time. I think it was explained through our other answers that we didn't feel that we could do that in a safe and secure manner. And as we're continuing to work with our staff, I don't think that'd be something we'd be able to commit to start the year. But thank you for the suggestion, and we can certainly consider it.
Okay, yeah, I am unmuted. This next one is from Lina Srinivasan. At Roosevelt, what is the goal/allowed number of children per classroom for in-person learning? In the hybrid model, will children have the same teacher for in-person and remote? Thank you.
Okay, addressed.
Then we have Nancy Maj. I'm submitting below questions I'd like answers clarification on the school reopening plan in tonight's meeting. How was it determined to have 2 days a week without knowing how many would sign up for in-person learning? Survey was not all encompassing. I think we addressed that.
Yep.
Is 2 days a week driven by taxpayers of Park Ridge feedback? CDC suggested returning 5 days a week in low-risk areas such as ours. Was CDC and WHO guidance that children have nearly 0% transmission rate used in decision-making? Why wasn't Jefferson School considered to be added back at K-5 school to help social distance and increase in-person learning? This school building is funded with all Park Ridge taxes, not just those paying for extra preschool. Why is there a full day of closure for cleaning? What are custodians doing in evening that a whole day is attributed to this and loss of instruction time with the teacher? Custodian hours could be split up to allow focus on in-person learning. Did you want to address that?
Yeah, so I think most of those have been addressed. I will say that we believe it's very important for our students at Jefferson, and we value our students at that age just as we do as the other ages in the district. And I think it was important to us to be able to adhere to all 3 groups, preschool, elementary, and middle school. Thanks.
Have HVAC systems been upgraded with better filtration systems? This has been incorporated in nearly all commercial buildings. Has it been in D64 schools?
Okay, addressed.
Will all hybrid learners be provided with take-home iPad/Chromebook, specifically 2nd grade at Franklin? Is this what the $950,000 grant D64 received used for? If the $950,000 grant was used for something other than devices, please list what that was.
So let's pause for a second. Luann, do you know exactly what they're referring to?
You're muted.
You're still muted. Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
I think you're good. Yep.
So we were appropriated about $171,000 which we used our portion of that for buying the Chromebooks for second grade. So I don't know where the $900,000 number came from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Will individual evaluations throughout school year continue to help those excelling to continue? To assist those falling behind from hindering others' progress?
Yes, addressed.
Will parents be able to request Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday for their student? Parents already risk losing jobs due to D64 school plan. Are any considerations being made? Addressed. If social distancing with 6 feet is maintained, masks are encouraged, not required, according to IDPH. FYI, private schools in the area are utilizing 3 feet of social distancing. Why is Park Ridge different? I kindly request answers to all questions above, even if time does not allow to answer during Emerson Zoom session.
Yeah, answered.
All right.
Okay, we've got Mary Kay Dunn. Why Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday? Parents haven't even been given a choice yet. The survey asked what you would prefer, but really did not have references to number of days, length of school day, number of students in the room. Were other configurations discussed? A split day, or A, split day eliminating lunch for students. Teachers would have half students in the morning and half in the afternoon, 8 to 11:30 and 1 to 4:30. Or B, shortened school days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 8:45 to 1:30 in classroom, Thursday remote, Friday teacher support, small groups. C, 4 shortened days, 1 remote. Or D, remote days. And then question number 3, how flexible is your proposal? Will you adjust? What if more parents choose to keep their kids at home remotely? Or what if the majority of parents want their kids in school for a shortened day? Or parents want more in-person than remote? Number 4, recess. What activities for recess will be planned if playground equipment is closed? Fields and blacktops will be used for gym. 5, music. Such an important part of the curriculum. What are the plans? 6, curriculum. It was lost in the shuffle for some of the kids in the spring. What is the plan building-wide, district-wide? How will it be conveyed to parents, caregivers, kids? Number 7, have we taken the time to adapt, adjust, reflect on all of the issues we address in our schools daily? Have teachers, parents, board members, administration, and kids taken the time to listen to one another and work out a plan? Or are we moving ahead just to say we are going back to school? Step back, take a breath, equity and learning, SEL, motivation, engagement, what is best for kids? After all, looking at 20 plus kids making faces at each other on Google Meet is not really productive. Thank you.
So I think most of those have been answered. The one I just wanted to address is that we did look at the model of bringing students in the morning and then bringing a different group of students in the afternoon. The challenge with that is that we would have to clean all of those classrooms properly before the afternoon group came in. And while our custodians might be able to manage that for a couple of kindergarten classrooms, there would be no way for them to be able to achieve that during a lunch period. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Hersom has 5 questions and then a
Hey,
comment.
Peter, it looks like the next 3 emails, the people don't want us to read them. Jennifer Hersom, Ellen Ziwiesiel, and Bonnie NG.
Okay, we'll go on. Thank you. I had Ellen on there too. So let's go to Lindsay Rexeter. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing names. I'm having trouble with them. She said, will kindergarten still be half days or will they be 2 full days a week now?
Addressed.
And next, go ahead, Natasha.
Melissa Keene, when will we be notified of days in order to coordinate childcare? Will there be an opportunity to request days? Is there an opportunity to coordinate amongst ourselves? One time to adjust days to work for the family? Already answered. Francesca Lemieux, I have a few questions. Will we be able to choose which days our children will attend school, the days that will best fit our working schedules? Will the 2 days in-person learning be a full day? Will all students start and end school at the same time? Can you please clarify if a student had tested positive for COVID in a classroom, will the entire classroom have to quarantine at home for 2 weeks? Can you please provide the approved D64 face mask? Will you provide a link to purchase? Will we still be sending our children to school with all the school supplies that were purchased, or will we keep them at home and send the kids with what is needed? Will there be a home course for parents to take on e-learning material? Thank you.
So I think almost all those have been answered. The only one I wanted to address is there is not like necessarily a particular kind of mask that students are required to wear. While we are providing a couple of cloth masks to students, it is up to the individual family to choose about which mask they're going to wear, as long as obviously it's an appropriate mask. And then also, as we have put into the plan, neck buffs are also acceptable.
Next one is skipped, and we will go to Pete.
Okay, so Angela Hackey is not being read
No,
yet?
no.
So-
Your next one is Rob Schoenstead.
Yep, that's what I've got too, okay. Okay, if Rob Schoenstead says, thank you for allowing comments. Couple of thoughts. Define mask wearing better. Example, including covering both nose and mouth. Next point, if someone in the household has COVID or heavily suspected and not the student or staff member, any precautions to take or notify school seems like something to know to help monitor or manage. The next point, suggest more frequent planned or defined outreach to gauge student work, load, or education level, especially to try and make up for loss last year. Next point, will there be MAP testing? And then for 8th graders, how will assessment or placement plans be impacted for the transition to D207? And then how are teachers empowered to handle unruly students who are on live video, either hybrid or remote? And lastly, overall good flexible plan, thank you.
Pete, if I just may add, Rob had a follow-up to that email, and he said, I asked the district to keep tabs on the FDA website for improper hand sanitizer and remove those containing ingredients they should not have and not listed, for example, methanol. Thanks.
And I'll say thank you for the feedback on several of those items. And in regard to 207, we will have to coordinate with them in terms of, what their procedures are going to be for testing and assessing students for entry into the high school.
Okay. Next from Tammy Kwiatkowski. As we raise money for PTO and as we are willing and able to contribute to the school or through the PTO, is there funding needed to support the classrooms for various items such as extra water bottles for kids who forget, or for air purifiers such as this residential and commercial air purifier? And she's got a link on there.
So we are working with our PTOs and our PTAs across the district. I don't want to speak for them in terms of what pieces they would do, but I would encourage you to reach out to your PTO or PTA presidents if you have any ideas you want to share with them.
Christine Erickson, can you please describe the 5-day remote plan in more detail? The document sent does not make it clear how often students will need to be online. I understand that there will be some live streaming, but students do not have to be on Zoom call or live stream for the duration of the school day, correct? What we know of child development would suggest that as a very poor choice.
Yeah, it's been addressed.
Yeah. Is there flexibility in the remote plan that will allow students to access the lessons on demand rather than live based on time availability within our household and our own accessibility?
Lori, did you understand what they were asking there? Yeah, can you repeat that?
I can repeat that. A lot of big words in there. Is there flexibility in the remote plan that will allow students to access the lessons on demand rather than live based on time availability within our household and our own accessibility?
Okay, I got it now. So there's going to be, as we mentioned earlier, 3 types of activities that are going on. Some would be synchronous with the classroom. Some would be asynchronous so that they could do it, their own choosing, and some are going to be offline. So there will be differences depending on those particular situations.
Is there an opportunity for students to have assigned work at the start of the unit or even the week so that students can work at their own pace and with the help of parents when it works within their household schedule? For example, at the beginning of a unit on writing persuasive papers, several mini assignments as well as a long-term paper are described and assigned on a Monday, and that Friday or 2 weeks later, or whatever the timing may be, student must turn homework in for grading.
So is there a question there, or they're just giving feedback?
Let me read that first part again. Is there an opportunity for students to have assigned work at the start of the unit or even the week so that students can work at their own pace and with the help of parents when it works within their household schedule?
Okay. So obviously we'll continue to consider that. I can't speak for, an individual classroom or an individual activity. But it is, certainly something that we can consider.
What does it mean to queue a remote student for learning? Will this schedule for tuning in live be emailed to parents, posted somewhere?
So I think we've addressed it.
The iPads that will be issued for first graders, will they be locked down so that kids cannot purchase things? Will they need to be associated with some sort of family personal account, or will it be handled by the district? How will students use it? Swipe and go or a login? Will they come with a protective case of some sort?
MJ?
The devices, all the iPads will be managed by the district through our mobile device management system. Yes, they will come with cases, and there will be various apps that students would be assigned to use by their teacher.
Thank you.
For Zoom calls and live streams in the classroom, will teachers be given the executive power to mute kids so that those with family background noise are not interfering with the learning? And what will be done to minimize or eliminate background noise from the classroom for those remote live streaming into class?
So MJ, will teachers have the ability to mute students?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
How will CFC run for remote learners? I think we've answered that. My son was in Primary Challenge last year in K. How will students be selected for Primary Challenge again this year for first grade, or will the program not run? How will Primary Challenge run for remote learners?
Addressed.
What will happen with specials like art, music, and Spanish for in-person learning for remote learners?
Addressed.
What will happen with the electives for sixth graders? Will they be offered at all this year? Will they be offered to remote learners? Is it possible to get kits of supplies to teach the cooking or sewing elective stuff at home?
I would say addressed. I don't know about this, the sewing kits and those kinds of pieces. That'd be something we'd have to look into.
What does the instrumental music program look like in person for remote learners? Will Zoom lessons be offered?
Addressed.
When will we find out what teachers have been assigned to our kids? When will middle schoolers get a schedule?
Addressed.
Under what circumstances or conditions will all students be required to return to school in person? Do we have to be in phase 5 or a vaccine? Thank you for your time and commitment to the safety and success of our children.
Thank you. And just in regard to that last one, I mean, obviously that's continuing to follow the guidance that we're receiving from the state and the health departments. So while I, would assume that really phase 5 is ideally what we need to get to, I can't say for sure what steps might be taken in between.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one from Justina Piatek.
Natasha, Justina said she doesn't need her comment read.
Oh, good, thank you. Thank you for keeping track of that. I'm like, I have like 5 screens open.
I can take the next one, Natasha. You've been going for a while.
Thank you.
I can do the Kelly. Doesn't have a last name there. Let me read the question. She's got a number of them here. What is the plan for the winter when kids have more than just a coat and backpack? Where will they put wet boots, gloves, hats, snow pants, coats, scarves, etc.? We'll take them all at once. It's like Eric, unless you want to stop. There's only 6 questions here.
Okay.
When there's a positive COVID case and all persons who came into contact with that particular student need to quarantine, how far down the line does one need to go for quarantine? immediate family members only, their siblings, entire class, and teachers? If their parent is a teacher, do they need to have their classrooms quarantined as well? And then what if I do not want my children on live stream? I have concerns about confidentiality, laws in relation to children's IEPs and services they may be receiving. 4, can you clarify how kindergarten will work, 2 half days or 1 full day? If it's 2 halves, how will the classrooms be sufficiently cleaned and sanitized during lunch hour? Where will the teacher go to eat his or her lunch if the room is being cleaned? 5, how many holidays are observed on Mondays? How will the district be fair in the amount of days off for observed holidays when comparing the number of days the Monday, Tuesday group attends school and the number of days the Thursday, Friday group attends school? And lastly, do parents get to choose which 2 days they prefer, or will they be assigned?
Pete, if I can just interrupt one more second. There was another subsequent email from the same person, so we'll read it now. Have you prepared a statement for when the first teacher or student passes away due to exposure to the virus at school?
No, I've not prepared that statement. Secondly, I would say in regard to snow gear that, we're trying to get to the opening of school. So we have not talked about snow gear yet, and that would be certainly something we could address at the appropriate time. And then in terms of the concern about, their child possibly having an IEP and what would be revealed in the classroom, I would say one is remember that the focus of the camera is on the teacher. And secondly, I would say that I would reach out to your special education coordinator in order to talk through that individual case with your child. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Gina R. She has the following question she would love to have addressed. During e-learning days, learning days that the children are at home, will there be assigned times for when the children must be available to participate in online meetings? Example, will there be set times for the synchronous learning component so we, the parents, can arrange our home schedules accordingly? Due to my work schedule and technology limitations, I cannot have all 3 of my kids available all school day, 8:30 to 3:30 on 3 days. They will be home for streaming lessons, etc. But if either AM or PM will be the times of synchronous learning, I can make necessary arrangements so they can participate in this important aspect of their learning. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lori.
Sure, I can speak to that. So our hope is that we can help students establish a daily routine that carries through the days that they're in person and that they're at home. So that they can start to build some independence with the structure. We hope to build a daily schedule for them inside Seesaw and Schoology, where there are links that they can access directly to join instruction. And we hope to work with principals to build the building schedule so that the times when kids are joining into classes are more compacted so that if they need assistance, it's not happening at multiple times during the parents' workday. Of course, it's more challenging with the K-2 kids because one of the goals of their education is to help them develop independence. And so we're trying to build a program where they can experience more independence before they've been in the school setting to develop it. But there are some simple things that we're putting in place to try and create that structure.
Thank you.
Okay, this next one's from Julie Ya. If your child seems to have another illness, how do we confirm it is not COVID, and how do we let people back into school if we are not confirming with the test? Not all cases present the same.
Yeah, addressed.
Right. We go to Kathleen, must be Gilgun. In the materials on schools reopening, I didn't see any information on how 504s will be implemented. In the recent remote learning, we didn't receive any extra assistance. How will 504s be honored on remote days? 504 students need support.
I think addressed.
Okay, we'll go to Andrea Klein. Did we do this one already? I don't
Not
think.
to my knowledge. No.
What is the schedule for the day? What time will in-school learning start and end? What about remote learning? Will junior high school be different than elementary? Then how will students access remote learning on the days that they are not in school or if choosing to do all remote learning? Will they have several meetings or calls to join throughout the day? Will a link to join be accessible to them? Will teachers be expected to teach and manage remote learners at the same time?
Addressed.
Christine St. John, can we find out which days our children are assigned soon so that we can plan our schedules accordingly? Thank you. That's been addressed. Nicole and Kona, thank you for all the work that has been put into this plan. A couple of questions. How are the schools deciding which days students will be in school? Is it alphabetical or can we request the days?
Addressed.
For Emerson, will students still have options for elective classes?
Yeah, so I would say in regard to that, you know, our principals are still working through the schedules and so forth, but what is very fortunate about District 64 is that we have a lot of choice when it comes to our elective program. And so we might not be able to provide as much choice as we have in the past, but we want to try to provide our rich elective program as we have in the past to the greatest extent that we can.
Will students have the same teachers for in-school hybrid choice on both in-school and remote days?
Addressed.
For intervention classes, will students have same teacher in school and remote?
I'd say that will just depend on the staffing and the situation of the different staff members, so I can't say for sure at this time.
When do we have to submit our choice and when will we know students' teachers? I think we addressed that. Will middle school be moving around at all from class to class?
Addressed.
Pran Karimani, what accommodations are made for teachers who are also parents? How will they manage their own schedule with the schedule of the school-aged children?
Yeah, and as mentioned before, I do think it's one of the challenges that we have to work with is that many of our teachers are parents themselves.
Angela Passes would like to know if there is still band this school year. I think we addressed that.
Yep.
Al Reeves, my son attends Emerson Middle School. A friend of mine has a brother that works for CNN. They have a questionnaire that is filled in and reviewed, not on the spot, before they can attempt to enter the building. This is on top of the testing they receive when entering the building. I know that questionnaires can be structured in a way to determine if someone is truthful or not. Maybe something like this can be implemented and our children can attend school. I really want my child to be able to attend school since I think that remote learning was inadequate when compared to in-school learning. Al Reeves.
Thank you. It's been addressed.
Okay, Tom Lynch, when is the deadline for parents to inform you of their decision for the trimester and how do we communicate that decision with you?
Addressed.
And we've already, Sarah Powell sent a message in saying don't read hers. Jennifer Culbertson, it's Culbertson, I'm sorry. If teachers are teaching in person from 8:50 to 3:30, when will there be time for them to plan for remote learning, address remote learners, or assess remote learning work? Are you planning to shorten the school day in order to allow for teachers to plan? If not, is the plan for them to do all the work on Wednesdays?
No. So our teachers have various planning periods throughout the week. And, you know, just as they would during a normal school year of working on their planning, both during those times after school, before school, those times that they do, that would happen in much the similar manner.
Okay. Lorraine Weismeyer asks, will e-learning be any times of the day and night?
Addressed.
Okay. Oops, hold on. Amanda Lucas.
You can skip, I think, Rick.
All right. All right.
Carol, can you correct me if I'm wrong? Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm wrong on that one.
Should I read it then? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
She did have a follow-up, so she has 2 emails.
Here's your questions. What is the maximum capacity for class size for in-person hybrid option, kindergarten, instructional classroom? Will there be extra teachers or aides in the classes to help with behavior management, health and safety adherence by students? will it be the same teacher for all 4 days of the week for in-person hybrid option? In other words, will the kids get instruction from the same teacher in class and with the virtual live stream when they are remote? What will the live streaming look like while at home? Is there a sample schedule for in-person hybrid option, both for while at school and while remote? And lastly, any special consideration for students in instructional classrooms to increase their time in person?
And her follow-up question was, if my child in the instructional class was supposed to be with typical peers for certain subjects like science, social studies, special classes, will that still be happening or not?
Leanne, do you want to address that at all?
Sure. We're going to have to be looking at each student's IEP and see how we can implement it appropriately for that child. There are concerns as far as doing some of the mainstream pieces as far as exposure, but that's something that we are going to have to work out. We also can look at Skyping them in or sorry, video conferencing them in it as well. So we'll be looking at each child's IEP to see how we can implement it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Want me to?
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
This is Alex Lesh. Do kids from the same household need to be scheduled on the same days? We are flexible and would prefer different days to help manage remote learning.
That might be something that that particular parent wants to reach out to that particular principal in regard to that, because I think that's going to be rare.
Okay. Ezra Orokovic, question of the board. Can students who start school with hybrid learning switch at any time to fully remote learning?
Addressed.
Okay, and then Kathleen Healy said,
Please skip.
You don't need to read it, right? Vanessa Hill, she's got about 4 questions here. The plan references that differentiated learning will still take place. In past years, my child has changed teachers for math based on his skill level and learning style and spent significant time working in a small group of readers with similar skill levels. It would appear that neither of these strategies will be possible with the current hybrid plan. What strategies will be used to provide for differentiated learning in both the hybrid and remote options? And then number 2, am I reading the plan correctly that a single teacher will be responsible for managing and teaching 2 groups of students simultaneously, one group there physically and another group participating in the class virtually? This seems difficult to manage. What tools will teachers have to accomplish this? Will there be students participating in person Mondays and Tuesdays and all other days remotely? Some students participating on Thursdays and Fridays and all other days remotely, and some students participating all 5 days remotely? How will teachers have time to provide small group instruction or individual work while managing all 3 of these groups? How will 5-day remote learners participate in small groups? Question 3, how will teachers cue the remote students to join the classroom? Will there be an advanced schedule of these necessary times? Next question, at times it is hard to tell if a cough or headache is a result of allergies or developing illness. I am sure many parents will err on the side of caution and keep their student home at any sign of possible illness. Will a child that is kept home on a day that they are intended to be physically present at school be able to participate virtually that day, or will it take time to transition to remote learning? And lastly, will music instruction such as band and orchestra still take place? If yes, will it be offered to remote students as well?
Okay, I think we've addressed those, but can you go back to number 1?
Yes.
What was the theme again of that one?
Differentiated learning.
Yeah, so thank you. So I just wanted to go back to that. I mean, first of all, I wouldn't make any assumptions that, certain things that you've experienced in the past wouldn't be able to continue. We understand very much as educators the importance of differentiation and the importance of meeting students where they're at. And I think that our staff's going to work as hard as possible to try to provide differentiated experience to students, but it is going to be something that we're going to have to work through. Thank you.
There was a follow-up email to that, and it's related to something else, but I think it's good to read. Can we request that our questions, this is from Vanessa Hill as well. Can we request that our questions be considered for an FAQ rather than continue with the reading of questions? I know that you're trying to be responsive and we really appreciate everything you're trying to do, but it is almost midnight past that, and there must be 100 questions left. That was the reason for my question earlier, and that was Vanessa.
Okay.
I'll take over.
First of all, I do want to say that yes, it could end up that several of the questions that have been asked tonight could end up on FAQ.
Yeah. Claire Chappelle, the return to school plan mentions it is in place through the end of the first trimester. Can you provide clarity on the date for that? I'm not familiar with the trimester schedule, and that is November 20.
Yep, thank you.
Natasha, Jeffrey Rogers, he didn't withdraw his comment, he revised it. So the follow.
Thank you. Let me go back to that. Let me pull him up right now. Thank you for being our backup, Carol. Most of my questions have been answered. This is Jeffrey Rogers. The only remaining questions I did not hear are, will there be additional adult supervision on the bus to ensure that all students keep their masks on? Will staff, go ahead.
Let's take them one at a time. Whether to have bus aids or not is something that we've continued to talk about. I think a lot will depend on the number of students that we end up participating in our bus transportation system.
Will staff be trained on appropriate infection control hygiene procedures related to correct PPE usage and disinfection protocols?
I can't say for sure whether all of those pieces necessarily, but many of those topics we have talked about and do want to give our staff professional development on those areas.
Okay, thank you. Now let me go back to where I was.
I can do the next one.
Thank you, Pete.
Kathleen O'Reilly. She writes, will there be contact tracing or a way to let parents know if your child was exposed to a child or staff later confirmed with COVID? I think that's good and should be done with anonymity.
Yep, addressed.
And the next one is from Ingrid Weitershan. And my son is an 8th grader attending Emerson, so my questions pertain to the reopening plan at the middle school level. And she's got listed about 15 questions. How did the Illinois State Board of Education have, let's see, oh no, I'm sorry, let me reread that. Did the Illinois State Board of Education have to approve the plan? 2, were the teachers consulted as part of the plan? 3.
Pete, wait, hold on a second. So what was the first question?
Did the Illinois State Board have to approve the plan?
Okay, the answer is no. Next one.
How were the teachers consulted as part of the plan?
We are continuing to consult our teachers as we go through, and they are definitely contributing to what our ultimate plan will be.
What were the teachers' main concerns, and how can we, as parents, support them best to create the most effective learning environment?
I think I've addressed that.
How will student growth be assessed in both the in-person hybrid and remote learning models? Will there be MAP testing?
Addressed.
What steps is the district taking to ensure students who have traveled are following the recommended 14-day self-quarantine?
Addressed.
Like vaccinations, are state requirements for students? Has the state asked for COVID testing prior to the start of the school year? Has this been suggested to the ISBE?
I can't say for sure whether it's been suggested to them or not, but as we said earlier, we're not going to do COVID testing at school.
Will students be allowed in the building early to control congregating in front of the school before 8 a.m.?
So, each of our principals and their staffs will work through the best way to have students enter. As we said, there will be multiple entry points, but the exact specifics of that may depend by building.
The assumption is that teachers will move from class to class. Is that correct, or will the students have the same teacher all day?
Addressed.
What is the expected number of students per class to accommodate the social distance requirements?
Addressed.
Since there are no locker rooms, are students expected to bring everything home and bring it back to school for the 2 days?
You know, most likely, you know, we'd have to see if there might be something on a Monday night that they could leave over to Tuesday or something like that. But for the most part, the answer will probably be yes.
Will the students' schedules for in-person learning be the same every day?
Well, no, because there's different specials and things that occur on different days, so schedule would be different due to that.
Can you provide more detail on the remote learning for the in-person hybrid model? What does a typical day of remote learning look like for these students when they are remote?
I think we've addressed it.
PE, will students be required to change into their gym uniforms for PE classes? What is the plan for maintaining social distance in the locker room?
Addressed.
How will the exploratories change? Can you provide details? Will all the students in the designated class have the same exploratory class?
Addressed.
What happens to the before school programs such as orchestra? Is orchestra canceled? Are there still lessons during the day?
Addressed.
And that's it for that one.
And before you go on, I just want to say, in the last couple of minutes, we just had one of our parents stop by and brought coffee and donuts from Dunkin' Donuts for all of us, and even brought, you know, his own hand sanitizer for us so that we can use it before we eat. So we're very, very appreciative. I didn't catch his name, but we are very appreciative of that. So thank you.
That is really sweet. And we still have about 179 people with us tonight, so.
We need coffee and donuts too.
They don't do home deliveries, Pete. So I'll take the next one. Mahan Kuyar. What has been done to or in consideration of the HVAC system for the buildings? The CDC as well as ASHRA have posted guidelines to help address minimizing the spread of infectious aerosols such as COVID-19 in buildings. For example, increasing fresh air volumes and time duration, adjusting exhaust volumes, relative humidity control between 40 and 60%, installation of UVC lamps, and better. MERV 13 to 14 or possibly HEPA filters. Thank you. I think we already talked about that.
Yep.
Adriana Correa, if a classroom has a case of COVID-19, will the classroom be shut down and the rest of the class tested and quarantined?
We've already addressed it. Yeah, we've already addressed it.
And Paoloni, once an outbreak occurs, the school will be shut down anyway, so why not decide on a full 5-day remote learning schedule for the first trimester, August through October? Then the school has ample time to put together a robust remote learning curriculum and plan for all children.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer,
Well,
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got more on that one?
yeah, will the children who will be remote learning have a dedicated teacher with them throughout the day and not a teacher who is providing in-class teaching as well?
Address.
Has there been consideration to push the start of school until finalized plans can be put in place for both the school as well as parents?
Addressed.
What is the proposed schedule for kindergarten remote learning?
Addressed.
When would the remote schedule be published? For working parents, this is key to making our decision as to whether or not we can handle teaching at home given our current schedules.
Yeah, I would say, you know, our efforts tonight was to try to provide parents a clearer picture on each of the models. You know, some of these pieces I don't think are going to be able to come out before parents are making their decisions.
And how many teachers in D64 will not be returning if in-person learning is offered?
Yeah, I don't have an exact number yet, but we have had some of our staff already request to take a leave for the year because of their concerns.
Okay. Jennifer Sims, what will the...
You can, I think she sent an email saying we don't need to read hers.
Get to the next one. Sarah Stetler. Once an outbreak occurs, the school will be shut down anyway, so why not decide on a full 5-day remote learning schedule for the first trimester, August to October, when the school has ample time to put together a robust remote learning curriculum and plan for all children?
You just read that, yeah.
Yeah.
Pete, if I can interrupt you 1 second, because although Jennifer Sims asked us not to read, she believes her questions have been answered, but she had additional ones. I believe my questions have been answered. However, it appears that procedure was addressed more than substance. Parents only comparison is the remote learning from the spring. My kindergartner had 15 minutes a week of small group chat, large group read along with intense background noise because the teacher could not mute students. This does not qualify as teaching. When will the district provide more information about the substance for remote learning? I'm sorry I veered you off track there.
Yeah, so again, I think we've addressed this tonight, and parents might have more questions surrounding that, although I'm not sure there's going to be more information still yet coming. Obviously parents can reach out, but due to the volume, it'll take a certain time to get back to people.
Okay. Now let's go to Carmen Mahalia.
Yeah, you can skip.
Okay.
I know, it's like live.
But I appreciate your help there. Let's try this one. JS, I'm not sure who that is, but if a student repeatedly takes their mask off while in class and or won't keep his or her hands to him or herself, what will policy for dealing with this type of situation?
I think we've addressed it.
Alina Okensipa, what is the class size for pre-K? How many teachers will there be in the rooms? What is the cleaning procedure for the classes? How many students are their teachers exposed to each day? What type of support and help with kids have with bathroom use? Will teachers be able to help them pull up their pants or wipe? Will there be a temp check or reporting? Where is the washing hands station? What is the cleaning procedure for the playground in any communal areas? Is there any part-time e-learning option for pre-K? What happens when kids are not comfortable and anxious with all the new?
Yeah, I believe all those areas have already been addressed. I mean, Leanne, do you think we need to add anything else? Okay.
Okay, this one's from Angela Zarconi. How should I inform you if my children are doing the hybrid option or the 5-day remote option? If I do the hybrid option, when will families find out the days they are in the classroom? This is very important from a planning perspective. Is the goal to have this type of situation in the first trimester only?
Addressed.
So I'll take the next one, Pete, because he sent a couple of emails. Ben Kucherik, I would like the district to address whether it will reconsider the resources and time committed to surface cleaning when the scientific community has growing consensus that surface transmission are far less likely to convey the virus than issues related to ventilation and aerosol spread.
So I'm sorry, I missed what the question is.
Will the district address why there is, I'm sorry.
I mean, just to
hold on. I would like the district to address whether it will reconsider the resources and time committed to surface cleaning when the scientific community has growing consensus that surface transmission are far less likely to convey the virus. I guess, why are you spending time cleaning the desks? Right.
The answer to that right now is, well, that's in adherence with the ISB and the Illinois Department of Health's guidance. So you're following exactly what the guidance is that we've been directed to follow.
Right.
Thank you, Tony.
And then Natasha, Ben said he didn't need his second email read.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I see it now. Yes, and perfect. Thank you, Carol. All right, moving along. Jeff Schufelt, will the kids be able to meet their teacher in person before school starts for all at home e-learning kids?
No, unfortunately, that would not be able to happen.
If they're assigned a remote teacher, will they only go through that teacher, or will they be able to reach out to one of the main first grade teachers?
Some of that will really depend on the enrollment numbers, but really as a general rule, the teacher that they're assigned would be the teacher that they would be working with.
If school shuts down from COVID? Will the teacher change for the kids that had already been doing remote learning? Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm understanding. Lori, did you want to say something?
So once a student is assigned to a teacher, we'll try to keep that teacher consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, to Rachel Georgikis. I am writing as both a parent of a first grader, a carpenter, and as an educator in another district. I miss my students. I'm sure all educators do. My daughter loves her teachers. They're kind and thoughtful people who create an engaging and rigorous learning environment. I fully trust them to do this in a remote setting. I cannot in good conscience ask any educator to do something for my daughter I do not feel safe doing myself. We often celebrate and thank teachers, but these celebrations and thanks are hollow if we don't value their lives equally to our own. Teachers and staff should not have to risk their lives because our country has failed to contain the virus. It is not my daughter's teacher's fault that a mask mandate was not started in March. It is not the fault of the bus drivers, teaching assistants, and administrative staff that our society chose to value reopening bars over reopening schools. Until COVID cases are declining in Illinois, the board must choose to prioritize the safety of the entire community and start the school year remotely. I know this is hard. I know that many parents, including my husband and myself, rely on schools to not only educate our children, but also care for them so that we can work. My family is lucky to have one parent who can work remotely. If the board approves starting the school year with a hybrid option in place, then my family will choose remote learning. I urge other parents who currently have the luxury of working from home or who have a stay-at-home parent to do the same. This isn't an easy ask. In my own home, it will be chaotic and exhausting on the best of days, but it will also be worth it because doing so keeps the teachers, administrators, school staff, and other students as safe as possible. I've always thought that one of the biggest strengths of Park Ridge is our sense of community. Not every parent is able to work from home right now. We can make classes safer for everyone if those who can stay at home do. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. That was well written.
There was a comment from Anastasia right before. Please provide percentage hours per day of the online activities with a teacher presence in the 5-day remote learning for 6th grade.
I think we've addressed it.
Is there any difference for CVS students in online instructions?
From what type of students?
CVS. I'm reading the comment as it is. I can't interpret it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what that means.
I live closer to the Lincoln School, but assigned to Emerson. Can I move my child to the Lincoln School to avoid bus transportation?
And I would say that's a separate matter and that, that parent can either reach out to Natasha or myself in regard to that.
Lorena Lagis, will the schools organize a staggered open house for parents prior to the start of the school year to help parents have a better idea of what the school day will look like and safety measures in place?
So I think first of all, just to help, with parents' understanding is we're not going to be able to hold those types of events like we did in the past. Now, in terms of, is it possible virtual, then that is possible. That's a level of detail we have not got down to yet.
Will middle school students still be able to take electives such as art in the homeroom they are assigned?
Yes.
How will the district ensure social distancing on buses? Will there be another supervisor to help the driver?
Addressed.
How will kids be kept apart during recess, especially since they have the option to take off their mask?
Addressed.
The next comments are from Dawn Perrick. So Dawn.
Natasha, just so you know, there's 6 from her.
Yeah, I was just about to say she has sent a few and she wants us to read them all. So I'll start with the one that came in first and then we'll go in order. Actually, let me just look at the very last one because I think she had withdrawn some of the questions. So just give me a minute. Probably not. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read all her questions. All right. Are you working to provide parents, students with acceptable mask guidelines? If not, will you please consider adding it to the list of activities to still be worked on? Looking to work, yep.
Sorry, sorry.
No, go ahead. Interrupt
No,
me
you go ahead.
anytime.
Yep.
Looking to Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida is a perfect example of how even adults push the limits regarding mask rules. First, Disney said that masks were mandatory, then they had to get more specific to say that masks needed their ear leaders not acceptable. Then they had to get specific to say that masks must cover your mouth and nose at all times. Then they had to add details around how an open neck bandana was not an acceptable form of a face covering. Disney's original rules stated that face coverings could be removed while eating or drinking, but then people were pushing the limits of this rule by carrying a food item or drink in their hands so that they didn't have to wear their mask because they were eating. So Disney had to revise their policy to say that you can remove your mask when eating as long as you're stationary and 6 feet apart. I think the district could use Disney as an example of what kinds of challenges may arise and try to stop those occurrences before they happen by having a more specific and more detailed policy around acceptable face coverings. At school, our kids and teachers, staff are going to be around each other and sharing the same indoor air for over 7 hours. Whereas time at Disney is mostly outdoors and only sharing the same air as others for shorter time periods.
Okay, thank you for the feedback.
Next one. First, let me say that still Don Perrick. First, let me say that I'm very supportive of the in-person hybrid plan for my child in middle school. I feel like the administration did a great job keeping safety as a top priority in making decisions. As a middle school parent, I can't say I love the idea of my 8th grader having to sit in the same classroom all day. But I do think the decision was made with the best of intentions around safety and therefore can get behind that decision and support it. We're all going to have to make sacrifices this year as to what we want the schools to do and what is best for the majority when it comes to safety and the best educational plan given our once-in-a-lifetime pandemic situation. So when it comes to the idea of remote learning days for the hybrid option, I have to say I'm very supportive of the statement about synchronous instruction activities, including students joining their classrooms via virtual conferencing. I think this will be a great improvement to remote learning and urge you to keep this option and require its usage in all classes. I know there are some parents with very strong opinions against this idea due to not wanting their kids that are in the classroom to be on video. Again, we are in a pandemic and all have to sacrifice some things. So I hope that the school board/district will not take away this remote learning option and instead provide an alternative for those parents that do not want their child on video. Please keep live video conferencing into classrooms as a highly used method of synchronous teaching.
Okay, thank you for the feedback.
Yeah.
Tony, before we go on,
I was going to say we're at 3 minutes and 20 seconds on this commenter, but go ahead.
Yeah, and I was going to say we're almost at the 1 a.m. mark right now. At least at my count, we have well over 100 emails still to go. Do you have an opinion on 2230?
I think at this point, you guys have obviously provided open and transparent opportunity to make public comment. I would advise that if we are going to stop, that we review after the meeting any of the comments that may have not been addressed. And then you post those on your website, and then potentially the administration could work on responding to those individuals.
Okay.
Dr. Olson, do you have thoughts on that?
I think that makes sense.
Okay, board, thoughts on that at this point? Is there anyone who wants to keep going as we're going right now and get through the rest of the list tonight, or do we want to take the other option?
Well, Rick, if you're telling us that we have over 100 emails left, I think we're at what, 7 p.m. emails that submitted around 7 p.m.
Not even. Well, just around there. Yeah, five something.
So these are emails that came in at 5 something, and we've had emails consistently, steadily coming in until just recently.
Oh, they're still coming in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and if we're allocating 2 or 3 minutes per email, you guys do the math. Just so everyone understands how long we are going to be here if we do read them all. I'll stay all night, but.
Thoughts from the rest of the board? I think I'd feel more comfortable having at least a majority of the board who wants to go one way or the other on this before we do it. So
I think we've had a lot of duplicates, and I think a lot of people had the same questions that Dr. Olson has answered. So I think as long as, like you said, we go to the ones that haven't been answered and post them, I think people will be happy about that.
I think the administration has a lot of work to do, and I would like to be able to get them home so they can be fresh and do that work. And if there's another way of responding to these questions like Tony just provided, that would be my vote.
Carol, Denise, Larry, thoughts?
As long as Tony says it's okay, it's fine. And then maybe we want to give parents the opportunity to have their emails not posted if they don't want them to.
Yep.
Good point.
Denise, Larry?
I think since we have a lot of in common questions and answers, and maybe a lot of the emails that are coming up could be part of an FAQ.
Okay. Denise, you good with that?
Yeah, I agree. I like the FAQ idea, and some questions are specific where it requires just a specific answer instead of a public answer. So I think it's a good plan. Thank you.
Okay. Tony, do we need to take a vote to do this, or? Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everyone hanging on. We still, I think we topped out at darn near close to 1,200 participants, 1,100 and something participants at some point. I think that's a record probably for the city of Park Ridge. So I appreciate all of the public participation in this. I really appreciate everything that the administration did tonight that they've put into this. Obviously, as the public's acknowledged, there's a lot of work. There's months that have gone into where we are right now, and Dr. Olson's acknowledged that even after that, it could still change on a dime depending on what happens in Springfield or elsewhere. So I just want to, on behalf of the board, Dr. Olson, I want to extend our appreciation for everything that you and your team have done for tonight and for the last couple of months.
Thank you. And we do understand these are really tough decisions for parents, and we want to try to provide them with as much information as possible. So thank you, and thank you to everybody that stuck with us tonight to take this time.
So this is still a formal meeting right now. So I've got to ask, is there any new business? I thought maybe we could start going into the strategic plan
right.
in a couple hours on that tonight. So,
I agree, Rick. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have a policy committee meeting on August 14th at 1:30.
Okay. And that's public meeting as usual, right, Carol?
Correct.
Okay.
It'll be posted, the info has to be posted, 48 hours beforehand?
Yep. And Dr. Olson, I mean, I know our next official board meeting is scheduled for August 20th. Obviously, if something drastic changed with your plan, that could happen because the board is not vote, could happen technically without the boards, needing to get together again. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So just so the public understands that if there are dramatic changes that occur to the plan that's been presented, the board doesn't need to get together again to address that. That's an administrative decision at this point. So if there's no other new business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Rebecca had the second. Fred had the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Tony, I think we need a voice vote on everything because of these remote rules. So technically, is there any discussion? No. And there's no public here. I don't think there's public comments about this.
No.
So, okay. Pearl?
Yes.
Sotos?
Yes.
Little?
Yes.
Sanchez?
Yes.
Sellis, yes. Biagi?
Yes.
Riles?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.